This guy was always treated like total trash growing up because he could never awaken magic. It only got worse when his genius little sister turned out to be a prodigy holy mage, making everyone look down on him even more. But nobody knew that the family's true hidden genius was actually him. You see, our boy Lucas died in a tragic accident and got reincarnated into this magic world, but somehow, instead of magic, he awakened the godlike physical strength of a martial god. Talk about crazy. So while other mages are busy chanting long spells and waving wands, our main character just goes pure physical build one punch and it is game over. He is basically the ultimate one-punch man in a world of wizards, fearing absolutely nobody. Now watch this is where his first life took a dark turn. Inside the emergency room, high schooler Suchi lies dying, listening to his family's final words. Just that morning, his sweet mother had handed him a lunchbox with his favorite egg rolls. She gently told him not to worry about money and to just focus on his studies. Even his little sister happily offered him candy, and he gently patted her head, telling her to be good for their mother. But school reality was an absolute nightmare. A gang of bullies stomped his lunchbox into the dirt, laughing in his face. They mocked Suchi for even showing his face at school before beating him half to death, just because he tried to protect a classmate. The leader laughed, a weakling, like you actually thought you could play the hero? You are too pathetic, they sneered. Even the girl he saved could only stand in the rain, telling him to just worry about himself instead of angering them. Then real tragedy struck as a speeding truck blinded him in the heavy rain. Covered in fresh wounds, Suchi could not react in time. The heavy impact sent him flying across the dark, wet road. Lying completely still, his consciousness faded as a dark question crossed his mind. Is this the end for me? With his final, weak breath, Suchi called out for his mother, filled with bitter regret for failing to protect the people he loved. While bystanders gathered and whispered, a fierce burning desire erupted inside him. In his next life, he swore to become strong, so strong that nobody would ever look down on him again. Over on the magical continent of Akanas, the grand divine blessing ceremony is underway. The high priest announces to the massive crowd that children under 6 who offer their most precious items to the gods will be rewarded with a sacred soul messenger. This is the only chance for citizens to awaken their latent magical elements and become true mages. Hidden deep within the crowd, poor little boy innocently asks if his candy is enough to buy magic, but his mother sadly replies, "No, my sweet child. It requires expensive, luxurious jewelry like the nobles have." And indeed, wealthy families like Lady Blanc brought magnificent boxes filled with precious jewels. After all, the more valuable your offering, the greater your chance of receiving a top-tier divine blessing. Suddenly, excited whispers break out as the famous Ran family arrives. Some claim they risked their entire family fortune just for this life-changing chance. Heian, the head of the household, looks at his children with intense determination. He knows he has made a massive gamble for the future of their legacy, but his 2 brightest children, Lucas and Julia, are guaranteed to walk away with high-level divine blessings. Moments later, the high priest calls out for Julia Rian. The little girl steps forward to the altar and places a golden crown on the stone pedestal, instantly lighting up the magic circle beneath her. Suddenly, violent lightning erupts from the magic circle. Nobody can believe their eyes as the level of the blessing shoots all the way up to level 7. It is a miraculous event unseen in the last 12 years. Standing amidst the crackling sparks of electricity, Julia's eyes glow with a divine power that leaves the entire square completely speechless. Seeing her incredible success, the crowd goes wild with gossip. They realize her offering was the legendary Crown of Thunder, though some skeptics still wonder if it was truly worth draining the family treasury for it. Meanwhile, as Lucas excitedly claps for his sister, his father Heian steps up to gently straighten his son's collar. He whispers to Lucas that it is finally his turn. The boy confidently nods. The butler then slowly opens a wooden case, revealing a legendary sword that radiates an overwhelming aura of pure power. The moment that blade is revealed, every single person in the crowd gasps at the terrifying magical force pouring from it. A massive, burning shadow of the primordial fire god, Kist, rises right behind Lucas, leaving the entire plaza in absolute shock. While Julia happily cheers to wish her brother good luck, Lucas calmly carries the sword up to the altar. Even the high priest cannot help but stare in awe at such a priceless treasure. The priest realizes the Rand family head has bet their entire future on this single boy. As soon as Lucas sets the sword on the pedestal, the magic circle erupts in blinding light. Simultaneously, the sky above them turns a terrifying blood-red color. Witnessing this historic, bizarre anomaly, Heian mutters to himself in shock, is this a level 9 blessing, or did I just spend way too much money? Inside the sanctuary, a massive pillar of fire erupts from the stone. But look closely at what happens next. Things take a horrifying turn as Lucas notices violent sparks of fire bursting out from deep within his own body. Sudden, agonizing pain hits him before he can even react, and his eyes burn with intense, raw fire. In absolute agony, Lucas screams at the top of his lungs as the wild magic flames consume him entirely. The sword continues to float above his body like some kind of twisted sacrificial ritual. Though the sky slowly clears up, the entire plaza suddenly becomes heavy with suffocating dread. Lucas's father panics, yelling to know if the ceremony is already over and where his son's soul messenger is. But amidst the rising whispers, some person points a shaking finger directly toward the altar. Julia watches in absolute horror as the candy slips from her hand, shattering on the ground. Through the thick gray smoke, Lucas is violently blasted right off the stone pedestal, falling lifelessly to the floor with empty eyes. Julia cries out in tears while Hyan desperately rushes forward, screaming his son's name. Soon the entire family gathers around Lucas's cold, lifeless body. His mother weeps, completely lost, while his father begs Lucas to please open his eyes and wake up. Meanwhile, the sweating high priest steps forward to deliver a devastating, cruel verdict. God has rejected the child. Lucas Rian has been forsaken by the primordial lord of magic. But as everyone stands around in utter disbelief, a mysterious blue light silently drifts away from the altar. Far away in the fiery domain of the fire god, rivers of boiling lava surge with the rage of a powerful dark entity. He roars in absolute fury, "How dare that foolish Ran family offer a weapon that nearly cost me my life." Turns out this mighty god is secretly terrified of a single blade. He grabs the sword, tracing the old, unforgivable battle scars left on his body from when this very weapon wounded him in the past. The arrogant deity sneers that the Ran family should be deeply grateful he only burned away the boy's soul. Around him, a crowd of small demons immediately starts showering him with fake praise for his mercy. But suddenly, an imp notices something strange. An outsider's soul from another world has just taken over the boy's lifeless body. The imp asks if he should incinerate it again, but the fire god just scoffs. "It is not necessary," he mutters. "A mere insect from another dimension is not worth my effort." He turns back to admire his new prize, admitting the sword is a fine weapon. Meanwhile, back in the human realm, a blue, butterfly-like spark gently lands on Lucas's forehead. His eyes snap wide open, unleashing a brilliant, blinding light. Suddenly, we are pulled into the domain of the martial god, where a massive, muscular man with fiery red hair floats silently in the endless void of space. Massive ribbons of brilliant golden energy surge violently around his body, creating an incredibly suffocating, divine pressure. The moment he opens his eyes, his pupils flash a brilliant orange, radiating the overwhelming aura of a supreme ruler. As he takes a step forward in midair, the space beneath his feet shatters like glass. The martial god strides majestically through the cosmos, each motion causing the surrounding dimensions to crack under his power. Right ahead of him, a colossal, green-skinned entity with countless glowing red eyes emerges from the dark void, blocking his path. Staring it down, he immediately recognizes this beast as the ultimate power ruling over this world. Without a single trace of fear, the martial god confidently crosses his arms and demands answers. "Think you can stop my ascension? You are not even close to my level." In response, the cosmic monster opens its massive, toothy maw, unleashing a devastating blast of dark energy to obliterate the defiant god. The absolutely crushing pressure charges straight toward the martial god, but he stands his ground at the very epicenter. His eyes burn as he concentrates all his power into his fist. Unleashing a devastating blow, the martial god triggers a massive explosion of light, completely vaporizing the enemy attack. Standing tall amid the fading fragments of shattered energy, the martial god walks calmly toward the blinding light. Having crushed the cosmic entity, the martial god sneers that cosmic power was nothing but a minor itch. But right then, Ma, his little guardian spirit, rushes toward him with a frantic scream. Annoyed by the sudden interruption, the martial god coldly pushes the tiny spirit away, demanding to know what is wrong. But his expression instantly darkens as he senses an absolutely horrifying truth. This aura, could my old comrade Rasuku really have been wiped out? He starts questioning what on earth is happening back on the continent of Akanas. 1,000 years ago, martial arts was the absolute supreme power, far eclipsing magic. He cannot accept that Vinus, a pathetic weakling who almost died from a single slash of his blade, is now worshipped as the supreme god of fire. Sobbing, Ma grumbles that if the god had not been so obsessed with martial training, that petty deity would never have run wild. Watching the era shift, the martial god folds his arms in thought. Having to personally spread martial arts again is going to be quite a chore. But looking at the smoldering embers of the spirit flame, he knows he must pass on his legacy to future generations. With an unwavering will, the martial god steps directly into the blinding light to seek a brand new ascension. At the exact same time back in the real world, things get wild as Lucas slowly begins to regain consciousness to echoing voices. "This sucks. He thinks I died and I still cannot even get some peace." Opening his eyes, he completely freezes at the sight of several creepy spirit faces floating right in front of him, staring down with dead serious expressions. The tiny spirit proudly declares, "I am the martial spirit Ma, and with my backing you are set for life." Meanwhile, Lucas just lies paralyzed on his hospital bed, surrounded by floating, dancing specks of magical light. Ma loudly announces, "I shall grant you the protection of the martial god." Before Lucas can even process this, a blinding beam of light shoots from the void straight into his body, bringing up a mysterious system notification. A blessing from the grade 9 martial god has completely removed all training limits. Waking up with a bright golden aura wrapping around him, Lucas is completely baffled by this strange grade 9 power and the bizarre spirits whispering around his hospital bed. Staring down at his trembling hands, his mind is in absolute chaos trying to make sense of this ridiculous new reality. He vividly recalls the horrifying moment he was hit by a truck in his past life. He definitely should have died that day, so how is he still breathing? Suddenly, the memories of the body's original owner, Lucas Srian, a kid who was just rejected by the gods at his ceremony, flood his brain. Clutching his head in agony as the past and present clash, he can only offer a bitter laugh at his twisted fate. Reincarnating as a boy abandoned by the gods in a world ruled by magic terrifies him. He is constantly worried his new family will throw him away, leaving him even more miserable than he was in his previous life. Deep down, he hopes his mother and sister Azusa back in his old world can live comfortably off his insurance payout. Looking at the strange light on his hand, he still has no clue what this martial god blessing even does since he knows absolutely nothing about martial arts. Suddenly, the sound of a candy dropping onto the floor makes him spin around. Julia is standing at the doorway with tears welling in her eyes, crying out to her brother. She dashes forward and hugs him tightly, sobbing with pure relief. "You are not dead. I really thought you were gone for good." Lucas gently pats her head to comfort her. "Do not cry. I am perfectly fine." Looking at Julia, he cannot help but think of Azusa, who must be mourning his death back home. His gaze turns sharp and resolute. He silently vows that in this new life, he will do whatever it takes to protect the people he loves. Staring out the window, Lucas silently resolves to put all his faith in the martial god. Meanwhile, inside a dark and gloomy shrine, an angelic statue suddenly sheds terrifying tears of fresh blood. A creepy woman with long blue hair slowly materializes from the shadows. Sensing the sudden disappearance of the cursed entity, she wonders if the creature is finally dead or has simply left this world behind. With a sinister grin, she boasts that even with only their remnant power, this world will soon belong to them. 9 years later, at the Rian family estate, Lucas has grown into quite a tall, handsome young man. Wiping away his sweat after a grueling workout, he figures that since the storm cleared up, Julia's magic training must be finished by now. Lucas plans to go pick her up, but hold on, look at this. An intense wave of bloodlust strikes from behind as thorny vines whip out, hoisting him straight into the air. The culprit is none other than Jeremy Rian, the fourth son of the household and Lucas's highly annoying half-brother. Leaning on his staff, he smirks and starts throwing insults. "Hey, you god-forsaken trash, why are you still lingering around our family estate?" Jeremy sneers, arrogantly declaring that this courtyard is strictly reserved for family members who can actually wield magic. Tightening the vines, he threatens to snap a few of Lucas's ribs just to teach him a proper lesson. Instead of flinching, Lucas just lets out a massive bored yawn. He calmly notes that his sister's training is over and asks, "Do you want to get toasted? Let me down before I change my mind." Though shaking, Jeremy tries to act tough, claiming a weakling who needs a sister's protection cannot order him around. But in an instant, a massive bolt of purple lightning strikes straight down onto Jeremy's head. He screams in agony as the electrical currents engulf and toast his body, sending him collapsing in a cloud of black smoke. Lucas looks toward the gate to see Julia walking in, her magical staff glowing brightly. Julia loudly warns him, "If you ever dare bully my brother again, I will absolutely not hold back." Pouting in pure frustration, she swiftly uses her magic to unravel the thorny vines wrapping around Lucas. As the thorny vines fall away, Lucas gently pats his little sister's head to thank and calm her down. He then glares at Jeremy as the bully crawls back up with a sly smirk. "Did you learn your lesson, or do you want to repeat this next time?" Gnashing his teeth in humiliation, Jeremy screams a pathetic threat to remember this, then runs for his life with his maid. Watching him flee, Lucas silently realizes Julia held back her power to avoid causing serious injury. Julia turns to him, deeply confused. She knows her brother could easily crush Jeremy if he wanted, so why did he not fight back? Lucas just smiles and reminds her that his true strength is a secret only the two of them share. Lucas smiles, patting her head, and playfully asks her to keep protecting him from those bullies. She eagerly agrees, of course. 9 whole years have already flown by since his soul first reincarnated into the body of Lucas Rian. He recalls the day he first woke up 9 years ago when his father came to visit. He fully expected to be kicked out for being a disappointment, but instead, Lord Ryan hugged his son tightly and wept. "Oh heavens, it is a miracle you survived." Even though he leads a grand knight order and is always fighting far away from home, he remains a model father who deeply loves and cares for his children. When he heard Lucas was starting his martial training, he immediately sent a letter packed with useful advice, pointing him toward the secret ancient martial arts books hidden in the family library. Using that letter, Lucas decides to launch a highly daring plan. Back at the mansion, the gossiping maids constantly whisper about how young Master Lucas keeps vanishing all by himself despite his extremely tender age. Some nasty tongues even claim that since he lacks magic, he will eventually be thrown out of the house. Suddenly, a massive tremor from deep underground violently shakes the entire mansion. The clueless maids can only guess that someone is practicing high-level earth magic, totally unaware of a literal steel fist furiously shattering the solid bedrock right beneath their feet. Lucas wipes his sweat, finally completing his secret underground tunnel. He smiles, quite happy with how things turned out. For 6 whole months, he silently dug a secret basement right under his room, dividing the hidden space into 4 separate zones: study, a training ground, a storage area, and a makeshift bathroom. Since he poured all his cash into professional gear, he had to settle for a basic wooden tub to soak in his medicinal herbs. From then on, Lucas spent every single day undergoing brutal training inside his hidden base. The dusty old basement slowly transformed into a real martial arts dojo, packed with weapons and ancient bookshelves. Right now, Lucas is soaking in a tub of herbs glowing with a mysterious purple mist. He tells himself this violet bath is absolutely top tier. For 3 years, he trained non-stop using the Chaos Body Refinement Manual, and the results are pretty insane. By now, even level 5 magic spells cannot leave a single scratch on his skin. His defense is pretty much flawless. Next up, Lucas switches to offensive training. Standing before a training dummy, he draws his sword in a blinding flash. His eyes glow with sharp focus, and every single move he makes carries the sheer weight of a true master. But he is not stopping there. Lucas grabs a spear next. One devastating swing unleashes a golden shockwave, completely crushing the training dummy into tiny splinters in a split second. He stands tall in the center of the room, his breathing perfectly steady even after those heavy strikes. A system notification pops up. Lucas has reached level 4 in his lightning cloud spear technique. He decides to practice his fist arts just a bit more before wrapping up. Over 9 long years, his power has grown insanely fast, but deep down, he still worries about the limits of martial arts. According to old records, once a warrior hits a certain level, they face a massive wall blocking their growth. The only way to break through is to achieve true enlightenment, a brutal path that forces almost everyone to give up. This is exactly why martial arts slowly died out, leaving magic to rule the world. In reality, martial arts are just as strong as magic. Watch Lucas here. He confidently declares himself the absolute exception to this rule, focusing his mind as a heavy blue light fills his eyes. With a fierce roar, Lucas unleashes a massive punch straight into the heavy sandbag. A terrifying shockwave explodes outward, instantly obliterating his target into a thick cloud of dust and debris. Standing in the wreckage, Lucas quietly looks at his fist as a floating system window appears. His high-explosive iron fist has reached level 5. He realizes his skill levels are still rising incredibly smoothly without hitting any sort of bottleneck. It is all thanks to the powerful level 9 martial god blessing he carries inside him. From his lightning spear to his quick draw and chaos body refinement, his skills are already at mind-blowing levels. Suddenly, a ringing clock reminds Lucas that his daily training session is officially over. He quickly fixes his clothes because his father, Lord Ran, is returning home for a family dinner tonight. Lucas walks down the mansion's lavish hallways, heads to the main dining room and pushes open the massive double doors. Inside, the entire family is already seated around a massive, luxurious dinner table. Lord Rand suddenly announces that the Allen Magic Academy is opening a martial arts department this year, and he has already submitted Lucas's application. Hearing this, Jeremy clicks his tongue in pure disgust. Their father continues, encouraging Lucas. Martial arts are tough, but I know you can do it. Make sure you prepare well for next week's entrance exam. Lucas calmly thanks his father while Julia happily munches on her food next to him. He reminds himself that no matter the world, getting strong is key to protecting what matters, but to stay out of trouble, he should absolutely avoid standing out too much. Julia excitedly cuts in, telling her father she wants to go to Allen Academy with her brother too. Lord Rand smiles at his daughter's energy, but gently reminds her that she is only 11, which is way too young to enroll. Not back down at all, Julia points out the special elite course that has no age limit and proudly pulls out a bright red envelope. I got a direct invitation, so I do not have to wait, she boasts. Holding the letter, Lord Rand gasps as he realizes Julia's genius reputation has already reached Allen Academy. He is convinced a legendary archmage is about to rise from the Rand family. Lucas quietly admires his little sister's talent. Meanwhile, Lady Catherine gently prays for both siblings to pass the exam safely. But this warm family moment only makes Jeremy burn with absolute jealousy. He gnashes his teeth in anger, hating that someone like Lucas gets special treatment, and dreads how his own reputation might suffer if his useless older brother gets into the academy. Lost in his anger, Jeremy suddenly gets his thigh pinched hard by a purple-gloved hand, making him gasp in pain. It is Jessica Ryan, his mother and the family's second wife. She coldly tells her son to keep his cool. Jessica caresses Jeremy's face, soothing him and telling him there is nothing to worry about. There is no way that loser passes, she whispers. Just wait for the show to begin. She then flashes an evil smile. A week later, departure day finally arrives. Standing by the mansion gates, their mother Catherine holds them close and bids them farewell, telling them both to stay safe. She promises to visit with their favorite pudding once they settle in. Then she hands Lucas a small item, reminding him never to lose the lucky coin his father gave him. It is a coin from the martial era, a period that unified the world 10,000 years ago, which his father won after slaying a magic beast. The front features the first emperor Ma, while the back shows his legendary weapons. Lucas is shocked to realize the face on the coin is the exact same muscular god who appeared to him before. Remembering his father's advice to keep it as a charm, he feels incredibly grateful to have such a great family in this life. Dressed in their neat academy uniforms, the siblings wave goodbye and hit the road. A few hours later, as the sun dips below the horizon, their carriage pulls over near a forest edge to camp for the night. Sitting by the warm campfire, Forden explains that if they set off early tomorrow, they will easily reach Dacktown, home of the Allen Magic Academy, before darkness falls. Julia excitedly asks what fun things await them, and Forden proudly shares details about the annual Magic Dodgeball tournament held every spring. Not only that, but Dacktown is also a famous food paradise packed with delicious treats. Seeing his sister practically drooling, Lucas laughs and tells her to wipe her face before she floods the whole camp. But the cozy fun mood instantly vanishes into thin air. Lucas's ears twitch as glowing magic circles form in his eyes, allowing him to perceive everything from afar. He coldly announces that 12 horses and 13 riders are rushing straight toward them at high speed just 2 kilometers away. Seeing Lucas's intense look, Forden calmly claims the chance of running into bandits here is almost zero. He is way too optimistic, and we all know exactly what happens when someone says that. Thanks to his chaos body refinement, Lucas now possesses mind-blowing defense, insane recovery speed, and incredibly sharp senses. Knowing his senses never lie, he quickly plans his next move. They only have 5 people, including a young child, so they must handle this very carefully. While Julia innocently eats her pastry, Lucas suddenly stands up to sound the alarm. An unknown group is coming at us incredibly fast, so get into position now, he commands. Forden and the guards are still pretty confused since they hear absolutely nothing, but the butler's hand still quickly drops to his sword hilt. Forden barks orders at his men, asking if they are deaf and demanding they prepare to receive their guests immediately. Even though he has no idea how Lucas knew, he knows being overly careful is never a waste of time. Right on cue, a gang of bloodthirsty bandits charges out from the shadows on horseback, leaving the guards completely stunned as they realize Lucas was totally right. The scarred, one-eyed bandit leader bursts into a triumphant laugh, celebrating their incredibly lucky find. He gloats because his prediction was spot on. Plenty of wealthy, clueless nobles are traveling through these dangerous woods right before the Allen Academy entrance exams. Glaring at the siblings, his dark cruelty shows as he plans to capture Julia alive for a high price, while Lucas will make a fine prize for buyers with some pretty twisted tastes. Forden draws his sword with absolute authority. Do you have any idea what happens when you touch a noble? But the bandit leader does not care. He coldly orders his men to slaughter everyone, sparing only the 2 kids. Chaos erupts instantly. The soldiers roar in determination, desperate to help Forden protect their young masters. On the other side, the bloodthirsty bandits charge forward, waving their blades with feral grins. Steel clashes against steel, ringing out through the dark night. One brave guard steps up, driving his spear right through an incoming bandit. His eyes burn with fierce loyalty as he shouts to Julia to leave this to him. Forden tears into the enemy ranks like a wild beast, making them pay in blood for every step. Even amidst the madness, he looks back and urges young Master Lucas to take Lady Julia and run. But a blood-curdling shriek suddenly pierces the air, freezing Lucas in his tracks. One of their loyal guards is completely engulfed in mystical, burning flames, screaming in absolute agony as the fire consumes him. Out steps the bandit leader, a glowing staff in his hand and a twisted smirk on his face. Seeing this, Forden freezes as a chilling reality sinks in. A mage? Since when do bandits have mages? That distraction is all the enemy needs. Another bandit slips up behind him, forcing Forden to shout one final, desperate warning. Run to the forest, young master. A brutal slash tears across Forden, leaving him heavily wounded. Lucas watches in horror. Even battered and surrounded by mounted bandits, the old man stubbornly forces himself back up using his sword. The enemy mage approaches, radiating pure murderous intent as he growls that since Forden killed his men, he is going to burn him alive. Staring down the glowing magic weapon, Forden prepares to defend the young heirs with his very life. But watching from the shadows, Lucas is doing some quick math. Level 2 against a mage is pure suicide. He originally wanted to keep his powers hidden, but seeing the man who raised him like actual family in mortal danger, there is no way Lucas can just stand by and do nothing. Memories of Forden's kindness flash through his mind, tightening his chest. He refuses to watch his family die. Clenching his fists, he tells Julia to hide while he goes to save Forden. Lucas crouches low, ready to move with a totally different aura. Julia nervously tells him to be careful. Right then, the battlefield turns absolutely chaotic. Forden lets out a roar, cutting down another bandit with a desperate swing, but his energy is completely spent. He drops to his knees, gasping for air amidst the carnage. Seizing the moment, a bandit leaps down, aiming his blade right at the old man's neck. But instead of Forden getting cut, the surrounding bandits suddenly scream in absolute terror. What is happening? Tiny stones wrapped in a brilliant golden aura tear through the air. They shred right through the bandit ranks, dropping them instantly while the survivors watch in absolute disbelief. Standing in the dark, Lucas holds a single pebble as a terrifying energy radiates around him. He thinks it is a good thing his wind strike reached level 4 from throwing rocks at birds. With a cold glare, he wonders how these lowlifes ever called themselves bandits. Now watch this. Seeing his crew wiped out in seconds, the mage leader completely loses his mind, screaming to know who did it. Shaking with absolute rage, the mage activates a flaming magic circle with his staff, roaring that the old man is coming to hell with him. A massive destructive fireball erupts, flying straight at Forden. Forden closes his eyes, ready for the end, silently grateful that the young heirs will at least survive thanks to this mysterious helper. But right at the absolute last second, Lucas flashes forward like lightning. He channels every ounce of his power into his fist, physically smashing right into the massive fireball to save his loyal guardian. Forden stares in shock at the boy's back, gasping out his name. The giant fireball is completely snuffed out, leaving the terrified mage scrambling to retaliate. The mage tries to summon a fire serpent to strike back, but Lucas is already in his face. With a devastating explosive punch, he hits the leader head-on, sending him flying into the dirt. The fight is over instantly. Forden just stands there frozen, unable to believe his eyes. A young kid instantly taking down a high-tier mage is something completely unheard of in history. He wonders how this is even possible. Lucas turns back with a smug smile, joking that maybe he just has a natural talent for martial arts. But before Forden can even process this, a suffocating, heavy wave of pure malice fills the air. Sinister, pitch-black vines suddenly erupt from the ground, sending a cold shiver of terror straight down Forden's spine. Colossal skeleton monster with glowing purple eyes and raw red flesh starts piecing itself together. Staring at this horrifying abomination, everyone can only gasp in absolute shock. Where on earth did this failed art project even come from? It opens its jaws, packed with razor-sharp fangs, and unleashes a deafening roar of pure hatred that literally freezes the air around them. Watching the creature wildly swing its deadly claws, Lucas knows he absolutely cannot let young Julia witness something this terrifying. He needs to end this fast. Springing into the air like lightning, he pours all his energy into a golden aura-infused strike, aiming it right at the monster's head. But the monster does not even flinch, releasing a wave of corrupt purple energy instead. Spectral chains shoot from its body, ripping dead corpses straight out of the ground to Lucas's absolute shock. What is this? The beast growls as a strange snake sigil glows in its eyes. Its body mutates, growing massive as a heavy wave of deathly pressure washes over him. Staring at that snake symbol, Lucas realizes this thing can actually control the dead. Knowing standard physical attacks will not work, he decides it is time to switch things up. Physical attacks are useless? Watch this move. Lucas gathers all his power into his palms, unleashing a devastating explosive blast. The golden beam completely vaporizes the monster in a blinding flash. The monster screeches in vain as its body disintegrates into glowing dust. As quiet returns to the night, Lucas stands tall, having decisively brought an end to this brutal battle. With the threat gone, Lucas collapses onto the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Hearing his sister's voice, he smiles to see little Julia running over as fast as she can. She jumps into his arms, praising his epic win. Even Forden is left speechless, wondering when his young master became so insanely powerful that he could swat a giant monster like a fly. Suddenly, a horse's whinny shatters the quiet night. A dark steed slowly emerges, carrying a silver-haired girl who is tightly bound and gagged, her face twisted in pain. Lucas is stunned to see someone else in need of help. Meanwhile, in a dark chamber piled with corpses, a demonic woman with long horns is casually soaking in a pool of blood. Sipping red wine, her sharp eyes flash as she senses one of her minions has been destroyed. Number 4 is gone. She wonders who dared to mess with her toys. Back with Lucas, the rescued silver-haired girl introduces herself as Maya Rasta. Hearing this, Lucas frowns in thought. Rasta, he is pretty sure he has heard that name somewhere before. Julia nods along, agreeing she has heard it too. Forden explains that both the Rasta and the Rand families are high-ranking nobles living near the town. Lucas quickly connects the dots and nods. When a curious Julia asks why she was targeted, a teary-eyed Maya starts recounting the horror from just a few hours ago, when a savage band of robbers ambushed her carriage. Her guards were brutally slaughtered one by one in a sea of flames, all while the bandits laughed maniacally. Even her loyal maid was captured while trying her best to defend her. Maya chokes back tears, remembering how asserting her noble status did absolutely nothing to stop the ruthless attack. The greedy look in the leader's eyes made it clear their actual plan from the start was kidnapping noble kids like her for a massive payout. Seeing Maya trembling with terror, Lucas gently reassures her, "Don't worry, those punks are already history." He falls silent, deeply lost in thought over the bizarre events that just went down. Late that night by the campfire, Forden passes some food to Lucas, letting him know that Lady Maya and Julia have already gone to sleep. Lucas quietly asks Forden what he thinks about Maya's story. The butler points out this must be a highly professional syndicate that has been targeting the children of noble families for a very long time. Lucas clenches his fist, thinking about anyone capable of using such terrifying magic to control the dead. He is absolutely sure about one thing: there is a massive boss pulling the strings behind all of this. Forden promises to report this to his master immediately and contact the Rasta family to start a joint investigation. Lucas nods in agreement, but he also brings up a key suggestion to avoid any unnecessary trouble down the road. The next day, as the carriage rolls into a border town in the Kamina Empire, Julia is incredibly disappointed to hear their sightseeing plans are cancelled. Lucas explains that some of those bandits from yesterday might still have allies hiding out in the area. So, for safety, they have to head straight to the Magic Academy, leaving Julia pouting with regret. Even though she feels a little disappointed too, Maya nods her head in agreement. She tells him he is right. Seeing Julia still sulking over the missed trip, Lucas smiles warmly to cheer her up. You wanted to visit the local food street, right? When we pass by later, I will buy you absolutely anything you want. That instantly brings a huge smile back to Julia's face as she cheers. Really, thank you so much. Seeing their incredibly close bond, Maya cannot help but admire how sweet they are to each other. Right then, Forden announces they have officially entered the bustling border town and invites everyone to look outside. The moment Julia slides the carriage window open, she gasps in pure awe at the magnificent view. This is the second largest town in the entire empire, filled with stunning ancient architecture and busy streets packed with people. Seeing the lively shops and massive crowds, Maya gets excited too. Watching the busy streets, Lucas quietly reflects on how this energetic atmosphere feels incredibly familiar. It reminds him so much of the city where he used to live in his past life. Quiet Ride suddenly gets wild when a clown pops up outside the window, giving both girls a massive jump. To make up for the scare, Lucas buys a bunch of delicious fresh bread and sweet donuts for them. Seeing Julia and Maya happily devouring the treats makes Lucas feel much lighter after all the heavy chaos. Eventually, the carriage comes to a halt right in front of the majestic gates of Allen Magic Academy. Forden stops the horses and softly announces that he can only accompany them to this gate. Stepping down from the carriage, Lucas looks at the dedicated butler and confidently declares, "You can head back. Uncle, I can handle this protection job easily." Julia clings tightly to her brother's arm and proudly declares, "That is right, and I am going to protect my big brother too." Lucas pats her head with a smile. "I am counting on you then. Our genius mage." Julia proudly responds, "Leave it all to me." Watching this heartwarming interaction, Forden smiles with pure satisfaction, while Maya secretly thinks Lucas is a pretty amusing older brother for letting his little sister protect him. As the three children walk through the academy gates together, Maya sincerely expresses her gratitude, telling them both how unbelievably kind they have been. Maya blushes slightly, thinking about how incredibly lucky she is to have met the Rand siblings, but shifting back to last night, Fortune suddenly recalled a shocking detail and revealed it to Lucas. Wait, hold on, Maya was actually his former fiancée? Talk about a small world. The butler remembers how close these two were on the swings as kids, but tragedy struck right after the blessing ceremony when Lucas was rejected by the gods and labeled completely talentless with zero magic, causing their engagement to be cancelled immediately. Now the Grand Allen Magic Academy, located in the south, stands proud as one of the three most prestigious schools in the entire Kamina Empire. Here, all new students must undergo an evaluation test after their first year to sort them into earth, fire, wind, water, and special departments based on their personal abilities. Normally, students need 6 full years to earn their official mage certificate, but exceptionally talented individuals can easily graduate way ahead of schedule. Right now, Lucas and Julia are standing in the academy's main square, gearing up for the big entrance exam. Julia pouts her cheeks, feeling pretty bummed that she cannot take the test alongside Maya. But Lucas reassures his sister that Maya is perfectly safe with her family now, and they will soon meet again as classmates if they both pass. Hearing that, Julia immediately cheers right up and excitedly rushes off to find the registration desk. The arrival of the Rand siblings instantly catches the eye of the surrounding crowd. Everyone starts whispering, praising Lucas's handsome looks and Julia's incredibly adorable charm, with some even getting totally jealous and wishing they had a sweet little sister just like her. Just then, an elegant-looking girl wearing glasses approaches to talk to Julia. This is actually Mina, the vice president of the student council here at Allen Magic Academy. Seeing how tiny Julia is, Mina smiles and asks if she is just sneaking along behind her big brother. Julia immediately puffs out her chest and proudly declares, "No way, I am actually here to take the entrance exam with him." Mina is secretly blown away, realizing this little girl is the absolute genius that the Academy's elite course had specifically sent a special invitation to. Leaning down gently, Mina confirms, "You are Julia from the Rand family, right?" While Julia looks totally surprised, Mina just gives a mysterious smile and offers to lead her over to the registration desk. Getting completely ignored the entire time, Lucas breaks into a cold sweat, sighing and wondering if he is totally invisible to this student council senior. Luckily, Julia suddenly remembers and speaks up, "Wait, my big brother wants to register for the exam too." Mina gasps, realizing she was pretty rude, and quickly checks her records before blurting out, "Wait, I completely forgot who you were. Are you seriously taking the physical martial arts exam?" Her loud comment accidentally triggers a wave of nasty, mocking laughter from the surrounding crowd. Some sneer that it is hilarious for an idiot to come to a magic academy just to train in physical martial arts, while others joke that a fighter is at least slightly more useful than a common magic beast. But watch his face here, Lucas just walks calmly through those judgmental glares. He knows these arrogant mages love to act superior, but deep down they are nothing but fragile weaklings. Whether it is that punk Jeremy or the actual monster he fought before, absolutely none of them compare to his real hidden power. To Lucas, all of these people are basically just bugs, and if it were not for his parents' kindness, he would never waste his precious time in a place like this. Noticing his quiet, serious face, Mina suddenly feels pretty guilty for speaking so loudly and bringing unwanted attention onto him. She sighs to herself, realizing her big mouth got them into this. Calling out softly, she says, Master Lucas, please, come with me. Once we are done registering, I will personally guide you to the exam arena. Meanwhile, Julia does not miss the chance to turn around and stick her tongue out at the crowd to blow off some steam. Seeing Mina's respectful attitude, Lucas is silently grateful that she is one of the very few people who do not judge him. She is definitely a rare breed. He smiles back. In that case, I will be in your care. Together, they make their way toward a massive circular building where hundreds of applicants are gathering to start the exam. Mina begins floating the registration forms through the air with her magic, while handing over their badges. Please submit your forms to the student council staff. And here are your badges. Your exam numbers are stored inside, so make sure to wear them when entering. Next, she breaks down the 3 main stages. First is measuring your raw magical potential with a light orb, followed by checking your elemental compatibility. And the final phase is measuring your raw destructive power directly on some test dummies. Lucas asks if the physical martial arts applicants have to go through the exact same process, and Mina confirms they do, claiming it keeps things fair. Lucas just breaks into a cold sweat at how completely absurd this setup is. He realizes the academy is just way too lazy to create a separate testing system for martial artists. Clenching his fist, he thinks, fine, I will show these people enough of my real strength to completely smash their arrogant prejudices once and for all. Over at the testing area, the headmaster loudly announces the official start of the very first round, instructing the applicants to step up and place their hands on the magical light orb. The examiner stares at the magic orb in complete shock and stammers out, I have never seen anything like this in my life. This is a phenomenon that only happens once in 100, no, 1,000 years. Yet, in stark contrast to his astonishment, the orb in Lucas's hand displays a big fat 0. The surrounding crowd instantly erupts into loud mocking laughter. 0 score is a record nobody has ever achieved. Some even sneer maliciously, saying that martial arts applicant has 0 potential and will never improve even a tiny bit, even if he stays in the martial arts department. Lucas sighs in exhaustion once again. Right after that, it is Julia's turn to step up. The moment her hand touches the orb, a mystical purple glow bursts out, leaving everyone stunned. Purple light? Julia is built different, on a whole other level. That color symbolizes a potential of 7 out of 10, easily placing her among the top candidates in this entire exam. Watching everyone gasp in awe, Lucas thinks to himself, they are already losing their minds over a tiny bit of light. He calls out to his little sister Julia, you do not need to hold back today. The little girl replies confidently, I got it. The examiner standing nearby cannot help but wonder about Lucas's strange advice. Immediately, Julia focuses her mind, and the orb in her hands begins to emit brilliant, intense light rays like never before. Now watch this. A blinding golden light suddenly explodes from the orb, sweeping across the entire plaza and forcing all the applicants to shield their eyes in sheer panic. The examiner is so stunned his entire body is trembling. This is a golden light, just 1 step away from the maximum score of 10. He remembers a student achieving this 2 years ago, but Julia is far younger than that prodigy. He cannot help but marvel at such a truly staggering natural talent. With the test over, Julia happily jumps up and runs straight toward her brother. Brother, did you see how well I did? Lucas gently catches his sister and smiles warmly. You were amazing, Julia. You are definitely going to be an incredible archmage in the future. Amid the whispers about the massive gap between the siblings, one guy tries to mock Lucas for being useless, but his friend instantly covers his mouth, telling him to shut up right now. If you dare insult her brother in front of her, who knows what she will do. Do not make an enemy of a genius just over some trash. Seeing everything play out exactly as planned, Lucas lets out a mysterious smile. Everything is going exactly according to his script. Julia gets defensive over her brother, boldly declaring to the crowd that if anyone dares to bully her brother, she will never, ever forgive them. Lucas silently calculates that if Julia shows off her full terrifying talent, he will be able to enjoy a much more peaceful school life. In truth, over the last 3 years, he has secretly poured all his efforts into using his magic amplification skill to train and boost his sister's talent. All his hard work is finally paying off. The examiner then loudly announces the start of the second round, instructing everyone to head to the spirit hall. Lucas gently pats Julia's head to encourage her. Today is the day all their hard work bears fruit. Slowly, the massive academy gates creak open with heavy, rumbling sounds, welcoming the applicants to their next trial. Lucas holds Julia's hand tightly as they both step forward into the brilliant light ahead. At the compatibility testing site, an unbelievable scene unfolds that leaves everyone completely breathless. Countless elemental spirits, from fire and water to wind and earth, manifest all at once, flying beautifully across the hall. The shocked crowd gasps, look at those dancing spirits. Right at the center of that magical glow, Julia stands tall, surrounded by powerful spirits competing just to get close to her. Witnessing this, another applicant complains bitterly, I received a level 6 blessing from the wind god, but not a single wind spirit even bothers to come near me. Everyone begins to realize the shocking truth. All the spirits are heading toward that single child. Could she actually have maximum compatibility with every magic element? They are forced to admit her talent is absolutely terrifying. Watching from a distance, Lucas is quietly satisfied. Perfect, his self-created mana vein technique is successfully elevating Julia's raw potential to the next level. He tells himself that although Julia is only at level 2, it is more than enough to ace this entrance exam. Right after, a loud announcement rings out. Julia Rand's compatibility score is 90, the highest among all applicants. The examiner smiles in congratulations, and Julia politely replies, "Thank you, sir." However, the overwhelming attention from the crowd starts to make her feel uneasy, as dark figures whisper all around her. "She is so talented and cute, let's go befriend her." Fearing the prying eyes, Julia immediately rushes over, tightly hugging her older brother and crying out for him. Seeing his sister trembling, Lucas gently asks what is wrong. Julia sobs. "Why is everyone staring at me like that? It is scary." Lucas gently pats her head to comfort her, saying it is okay, because you are a genius. "Julia, from now on, you are going to get a lot more looks like this." He continues to soothe his sister, advising her not to worry about what others think, and to slowly get used to it. The little girl nods with determination. "You are right. I need to get stronger because I will protect you." Lucas smiles, thinking she really is the absolute best little sister. That is it. Do your best. However, Lucas secretly realizes he must also train Julia to have a mind of steel to face public opinion. Meanwhile, malicious whispers start echoing from the back of the crowd once again. "With talent like that, I thought she had royal blood at first. But since her brother is such a useless loser, I guess that is highly unlikely." When someone asks about Lucas's compatibility, the only reply is pure mockery. They laugh, expecting another big fat 0. But look what happens when he actually walks by. The elemental spirits scarcely scatter in panic to avoid him. The crowd watches this play out and shakes their heads in disgust, believing even the spirits are repulsed by his presence. Whispers and rumors about Lucas start spreading like wildfire. One applicant whispers to his friend about a bizarre event right after the second round. He claims that the moment Lucas walked past, a fire spirit's arm was violently torn off, leaving him utterly speechless with fear. Although his friend suggests spirits are tiny and he probably just misheard or saw things, Lucas overhears the whole conversation. He silently notes that he did not expect to have an actual eyewitness. Lucas's memory of that second round flashes back. He realizes that since the fire god rejected him, the attitude of the fire spirits toward him was absolutely terrible, constantly making ugly faces to mock him. Even when the exam ended and Lucas turned to leave, one fire spirit went too far, spitting fire right at him. Lucas always holds a grudge against anyone who dares to cross him. Lucas coldly picks up a small pebble. He concentrates his power into his fingertip and flicks it with breakneck speed, instantly shattering the arm of that insolent fire spirit. He thinks to himself, a mere servant of the fire god has no right to act so arrogant in my presence. Back in reality, Lucas gently takes his sister's hand and says, "Julia, let's go to the final test." Julia playfully asks if her brother is planning to take the top spot again. Lucas smiles and jokes back, saying he plans to let his little sister protect him, so he does not need to show off. Together, they walk toward the magic destruction test site, where lines of sturdy metal training puppets are already set up and waiting for them. Watching Julia shine, one student from the magic class grinds his teeth in frustration, wanting to vent his anger on a training dummy. While some worry that the Rand family genius might destroy the target, another boy scoffed, calling it impossible. He explains that these dolls are made of a special metal reinforced with defensive magic, strong enough to withstand any attack below a Calamity class curse. At Julia's young age, he asserts, she could never unleash a strike that actually reaches a curse level. Lucas stands looking at the sturdy dummies ahead, silently clenching his fist. His eyes flare with determination as he realizes this is the perfect chance to test his level 6 skill. He thinks going to school isn't so bad when you get to use expensive gear. Standing in line with Julia, a sharp shout suddenly cuts through the crowd from behind. "Hey, no cutting, wait your turn." A girl with shoulder-length hair struts over, pointing her finger with an arrogant sneer. The rule here is simple: the talentless go to the very back of the line, and the target of her shaming is a quiet, black-haired girl. Out of nowhere, the black-haired girl's eyes flare with a terrifying pressure, freezing her accuser on the spot. The bully gasps, feeling as if an invisible hand is squeezing her heart to dust. After that, the mysterious girl shifts her gaze toward Lucas and Julia. She looks down at Julia, demandingly asking if she is indeed the one who got a perfect score in the compatibility test. Shaken by this overwhelming aura, Julia shrinks behind her older brother, whispering that this woman is absolutely terrifying. Lucas calmly steps forward to shield his sister, coldly demanding to know who she is. The girl holds her head high, proudly announcing that she is Iwa Miranda, granddaughter of the legendary Duke Miranda. That name, it instantly makes Lucas pause. The Miranda clan is one of the 3 most powerful noble families dominating the northern region, place famous for producing legendary mages. Lucas quickly puts the family tree together. This arrogant girl is actually the daughter of his uncle Sen, his mother's younger brother. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he speaks up with unexpected warmth. He asks how old she is, and Iwa snaps back that she is 15, looking completely annoyed. Lucas remains totally unfazed. He casually tells her to drop the death stare since they are actually first cousins. This claim sends Iwa into a total rage. She screams out that he is incredibly rude and she has never heard of having any cousin like him. Determined to punish this liar, Iwa immediately activates a glowing hexagonal magic circle around Lucas. She grinds her teeth, ruthlessly commanding him to strip and dance like a clown so everyone can witness just how utterly useless he is. Lucas just smiles at her magic. He casually mocks her, asking if the great Miranda family really teaches their children to use mind control spells on their own relatives the very first time they meet. Iwa is stunned to find her strongest spell completely useless. Internally, Lucas sneers there is no way a cheap mind trick like that could ever control a martial arts master with an iron willpower like his. Just as the speakers call for Lucas Reen to start his exam, he leisurely walks away, teasingly saying he has to run. Refusing to let it go, Iwa points at Julia and snaps that she shouldn't get smug because she is taking that top spot. A total war. Glancing at the leaderboard showing Julia in first place and Iwa in second, Lucas instantly realizes his cousin came here to declare war. He tells himself that for his own peace and quiet, he cannot let his little sister lose her lead. Lucas pulls out a pill and asks Julia if she wants some candy. She naively pops it in her mouth, but immediately coughs and screams that he lied to her because this candy is bitter as poison. Lucas just laughs. He apologizes and explains it is actually a special magic elixir brewed from rare ingredients and she will feel the effects soon. As the examiner urges him to enter the arena, Lucas waves goodbye, promising to improve the taste next time. Julia can only stare after him in pure resentment, completely done with his promises. Lucas steps decisively into the arena under the watchful eye of the examiner. The instructor commands him to unleash his full magical power onto the test dummy, explaining they will evaluate the sheer destructive force for his final score. He signals for Lucas to begin. Lucas calmly replies that he does not actually know any magic. Staring at the examiner's completely bewildered expression, Lucas clenches his fist and asks if he can just use a physical strike instead. Just look at the crowd whispering and laughing when they see Lucas preparing to punch the test dummy. They really think he's just some brainless fighter trying to flex his muscles. He is going to break his hand. What a brainless martial artist. Hearing all those nasty insults directed at her brother, Julia grinds her teeth in pure anger. She fumes silently. If her brother had not ordered her to behave at school, she would have trashed these gossipers. Standing right beside her, Mina curiously whispers, asking if it is really true that his brother cannot cast a single spell. Even though her mind spell failed on Lucas earlier, Mina still finds it incredibly hard to believe that someone with absolutely zero magical energy could ever pull off anything impressive. She quietly pities Julia, assuming the poor girl has just been completely brainwashed by her brother. After all, in her eyes, a simple martial artist can never achieve anything of value. Yet Julia proudly boasts that while he cannot use magic, he is still absolutely incredible. Suddenly, an earth-shattering blast erupts, unleashing a violent shockwave that blows everything back and covers the entire plaza in a thick cloud of dust. Mina stares in absolute shock at the completely shattered target, gasping to ask what just happened. Rewinding 2 minutes earlier, Lucas had carefully confirmed with the examiner if a physical strike was truly acceptable. Once the examiner nods and confirms that the method of destruction does not matter, Lucas calmly tells him that he will clean up this pile of scrap metal in a heartbeat. Lucas quickly calculates his options. His martial techniques undergo a massive leap in power every 3 levels. His current strongest move, Extreme Flash, had its speed fully maxed out at level 3. And now that he has reached level 6, he knows the power of this strike will be pushed to an entirely new dimension. A brilliant golden aura begins radiating from his body as he stomps his foot hard. He closes the distance in a blink, focusing his entire physical force into a fist that burns like a blazing fireball. With absolute precision, Lucas drives a devastating straight punch directly into the massive dummy. The impact is absolutely devastating, punching through the barrier to create a massive shockwave and leaving a massive deep crater right in the dummy's chest. Watching from afar with her glowing magic eyes, Mina is completely paralyzed with shock, wondering if this guy is literally hacking. High-tier wind magic could barely match that speed. Even wilder, the dummy starts glowing gold, which means that physical strike actually packed curse-level power. While the surrounding students are still cluelessly debating whether a talentless fighter really just blasted the target away, Mina already knows the truth. It seems she is the only person here who actually witnessed Lucas's true potential. She keeps watching him through the security monitor, realizing he is intentionally hiding his true strength, which makes him truly terrifying. Back at the arena, the examiner is still trying to convince himself that this was just a weird accident. He says Lucas got lucky since it's the first time in 10 years a dummy broke, giving him a perfect score. The examiner is way too naive. Our boy basically just hacked the game, guys. Lucas calmly says thank you. Lucas politely asks if he needs to clear away the broken dummy. The examiner waves him off, saying it is far too heavy and he will just use magic to move it later. Lucas flashes a quick victory sign to Julia and walks off. He thinks to himself that not only did he avoid failing, but he also kept his real power hidden. He should honestly thank those idiots who looked down on him. As the exam goes on, people's attention on Lucas quickly fades away, which is exactly what he wanted. Instead, the spotlight shifts entirely to Julia, who is about to show off her mind-blowing natural talent. Standing right in the center of the magic circle, her silver hair whips around in waves of brilliant purple energy. Arcane lightning begins crackling around Julia's body, unleashing a massive pressure that leaves the other students frozen in sheer terror. Julia concentrates all her mana into her staff, loudly chanting her ultimate spell, Thunder God Descent. A massive pillar of crimson lightning strikes down from the sky with destructive power, completely swallowing the test dummy in a blinding flash of light. The crowd absolutely erupts in shock at the sight of actual crimson lightning. Everyone is hyping up lightning magic as the ultimate offensive element, wishing they could reach the level of a special class student before they even graduate. However, as soon as the blinding light clears, the entire crowd is left completely speechless once again. Julia is just sitting flat on the ground, looking entirely exhausted and dazed. Some people even wonder if she accidentally knocked herself out with her own spell. Julia looks down at her trembling hands in absolute disbelief as the scoreboard flashes a nearly perfect 9.5. She stutters to her brother that when she cast Thunder God Descent, those red lightning bolts suddenly crashed down and completely shocked her. After all, even when pushing herself to the absolute limit before, she could only ever summon purple lightning. Feeling this power that is way more violent than normal, Julia cannot help but wonder what caused this strange change. Standing right beside her, Lucas just keeps a quiet, knowing smile to himself. He knows her sudden power boost was all thanks to that magic pill he gave her earlier. Lucas quietly tells himself to hide the rest before his little sister starts begging for candy. He explains that in this world, both mages and martial artists have their own medicinal skills. But while mages need tools to brew potions, martial artists use refining techniques to make pills that absorb directly into the body. But then martial arts slowly declined. This pill refining art was almost completely lost. Having a martial artist create a mana-boosting pill for someone else is extremely rare these days. The simple reason is that refining a pill like that requires reaching at least level 6 in the craft. Right now, only Duke Ruzon, the Minister of Martial Affairs and a level 9 master, can pull this off. Even the greatest mages have to bow down and beg him for a single pill. Knowing this crazy skill would bring massive trouble, Lucas resolves to keep his level 6 rank a complete secret. A bit later, as they wait on a stone bench, Julia impatiently asks if everything is finally done. Lucas gently reassures her, telling his sister to be a little more patient. Once the class list is posted, they will both finally have some time to rest up in the dorms. Just then, Mina shows up and walks over to the siblings with a file in her hand. She smiles warmly, announcing she is here to post the class placements, and offers them a huge congratulations. Congrats to you both, she says. You both ranked #1 in the elite and martial arts classes. Julia jumps up in pure joy, totally shocked to be top of the elite class. Mina turns to ask Julia which department she wants to join next year out of the 5 choices, and suggests that with the Thunder God's blessing, Julia is a pretty perfect fit for the wind department. Before the girl can even react, Mina excitedly grabs Julia's hand and drags her off, promising to wait for her. Lucas just breaks into a cold sweat, realizing how desperate the academy is for top talents. After letting Mina guide his little sister to the girls' dorms, Lucas waves goodbye to Julia and starts heading over to the martial arts department dorms all by himself. Passing by the crowded bulletin board, he hears jealous whispers about Julia Rion's top ranking. The other students complain that this year's entire freshman class is just a backdrop for her genius to shine. But wait, look over there in the shadows. A mysterious dark-haired girl is staring at that list with absolute hatred burning in her eyes. Lucas stands frozen in front of the martial arts dorm. He knew this place was neglected, but this is way worse than he imagined. Staring at the absolute wreck, he wonders if humans can even survive in here. The whole thing looks like it's about to collapse. Still, Lucas quickly calms down, telling himself that at least he'll get a quiet school life here without anyone bothering him. Right then, a tall, silver-haired guy suddenly taps him from behind, asking if he's the Lucas who totally dominated the martial arts test. He introduces himself warmly as Kai Taro. Shaking hands, Kai can't stop praising that insane punch that sent the testing dummy flying, telling Lucas that he is seriously incredible. Lucas signs the registry, humbly replying that he just got lucky. Once they finish up, the manager hands over the keys, letting them know their room is up on the 2nd floor. Seeing room 205 in Lucas's hand, Kai excitedly cheers that they are roommates. But stopping at the door, Kai mutters that room 300 is right here. Opening the door, they find 2 roommates already waiting inside. A green-haired guy smiles and offers a handshake, introducing himself as Colin and welcoming them as their new roommates. The blonde guy behind him also introduces himself as Sap, but Kai's face suddenly goes completely pale the second he catches a glimpse of the room's interior. The place looks like a total abandoned warehouse, covered in thick cobwebs and peeling walls. Kai holds his face and screams in pure horror, asking what kind of trash heap this is. Total culture shock. Kai jumps when he sees a spider crawl past, asking Lucas how on earth he can actually survive in this dump. Lucas watches his reaction, quietly thinking that dealing with an extreme clean freak is going to be a total pain. Suddenly, Kai pulls out a shiny gold coin, shocking Colin and Sap. He holds the coin high, loudly declaring that he will hand it over to anyone who cleans up this disaster. Colin and Sap instantly jump at the offer. Lucas is completely stunned by his friend's wild spending, dropping a sum that easily beats a commoner's monthly wage just for some cleaning. It turns out Kai is actually the young master of the Teroi family. While the other two roommates start scrubbing away, Kai continues to complain, muttering that he definitely didn't sign up to live in a literal garbage dump. Lucas tries to calm him down, saying this is the famous Allen Academy and things will surely get better. But the moment Kai spots another spider, he screams in absolute terror. He yells that this is a literal prison cell, forcing Lucas to warn him to watch his mouth before the student council drags him away for insulting the school. Soon enough, thanks to the power of money, the room is completely sparkling. Kai hands over the gold coins, boldly declaring that no one will dare mess with them now. He proudly boasts about how incredibly famous he is in this town, leaving the other two roommates looking completely amazed by his status. Watching them, Lucas realizes that while Kai is a bit arrogant, he is genuinely generous and pretty hard to hate. Right then, an elderly man knocks and enters carrying their new uniforms. He announces that he is here to deliver their gear, telling the group to change quickly so they do not miss the grand opening ceremony over in the main hall. The second Kai lifts up the outfit. He panics again, screaming about how cheap and terrible the uniform looks. Meanwhile, Colin and Sap quietly agree that it actually looks pretty decent. Lucas remembers hearing about the school's student request system and gets an idea. He tells Kai that if they complain about their treatment at the ceremony, they might get upgraded to better uniforms. Kai completely buys it and rushes everyone out, leaving Lucas to sigh at how incredibly easy it is to trick this naive rich kid. The group leaves their dorm and heads toward the massive hall, which features a giant statue of a wizard riding a broom out front. Lucas throws on his uniform and steps inside. He is instantly blown away by the incredible luxury of the Academy's main hall, where massive glowing chandeliers light up a giant room filled with hundreds of students. Lucas quietly admires how fancy the place is, but Kai just scoffs, proudly claiming that this hall is absolutely nothing compared to his family's massive mansion back home. Lucas looks around and asks where Julia is. Kai quickly realizes what he's doing and points toward the front, saying the elite class always gets the absolute best seats in the house. He admits their uniforms look seriously cool, but reminds Lucas that since martial arts students are forced to sit in the very back, he should go talk to her right now. Lucas looks over at Julia and smiles to himself, thinking his little sister looks absolutely amazing in literally anything she wears. The group heads to the very back, with Kai complaining about how unfairly the martial arts department is treated. Lucas quietly takes his seat, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Suddenly, a massive blast of fire erupts from above, catching everyone's attention. A powerful level 6 spell called Firegate blazes across the room, leaving the crowd in total shock. Surrounded by a sea of fire, a guy with blazing red hair makes his entrance, loudly telling the freshmen to feel honored. He slowly touches down on the stage and introduces himself to everyone as Theo Foramel, the student council president, ready to explain exactly how this crucial academy point system works. Watching that level 6 magic demonstration from a senior who has not even graduated yet, the crowd below goes absolutely wild, whispering in total awe about his terrifying aura and sheer genius. While everyone else totally loses their minds, Lucas just stands there calmly watching him. Theo explains that here at the Allen Academy, points are the absolute foundation of your entire existence. Every single resource at the Academy, from powerful magic skills, rare spellbooks, and materials to direct training from legendary masters, requires points. Theo then begins detailing the exact, highly specific ways to earn them. The first method is manual labor, like mining or cooking, but that only pays a miserable 1 to 5 points an hour, which honestly feels like total exploitation of the students. Theo points out that joining department events pays much better than breaking your back. In fact, he mentions that today's orientation itself is basically a golden point farming ground for the clever seniors. For steady monthly income, you can join the student council. The president bags 500 points, the vice president gets 200, and normal officers walk away with a cool 100. High risk, high reward. He explains that behind the academy lies the Magic Beast mountain range, which is a notorious, deadly place crawling with countless aggressive monsters hiding in the shadows. If students can hunt those beasts and turn in their materials, they get points. Hearing this, instead of shaking with fear like the others, Lucas lets out a highly confident, knowing smirk. And honestly, that deadly mountain range is his personal playground. Just a few hours later, once darkness fully settles, Lucas slips out to set his secret plan into motion. Thanks to a burning stick of soothing incense, his roommates are completely knocked out in a deep sleep. Lucas quietly slips out, grateful that the martial arts department sits at the very edge of the campus, giving him the perfect cover to move completely undetected. Standing behind the buildings, Lucas stares up at the massive wall separating them from the outside world. He knows that once he scales this barrier, he will step right into the jaws of that deadly wilderness. Without a single moment of hesitation, Lucas plants his foot and leaps incredibly high into the air. He glides over the massive wall like a silent ghost, plunging directly into the dark beast-infested woods. Right as his feet touch the ground, a giant purple-skinned beast lunges out from the shadows to attack. Lucas swiftly dodges the beast's sudden pounce, spinning on his heel to deliver a devastating lightning-fast blow. The heavy strike slams directly into the monster's skull, driving it deep into the dirt and shattering the ground beneath. Standing over the defeated creature, Lucas realizes it is a massive black-horned frog. He knows the horn of this venomous species is highly prized for potion making, meaning it will fetch him a ton of points. The real goal here is to farm enough points to purchase the legendary martial god secrets kept deep inside the Allen Academy library. Standing on a rocky ledge under the crescent moon, he quickly scans the surrounding darkness to locate his next targets. Lucas covers his eyes, activating a visual technique that makes his pupils flare with a heavy golden glow. A pulse of spiritual energy radiates outward from him, sweeping through the forest like a radar. Almost immediately, a level 1 shelled rat with thick scaly skin and razor-sharp teeth lunges forward to attack. Lucas does not even flinch, throwing a straight heavy punch that drops the creature instantly. He coldly mutters to sleep well and avoid being a rat in its next life, as his night hunt continues in the dark. Next, he runs into a level 3 phantom leopard, hitting it so hard the ground shatters as the beast drops. Lucas smiles, adjusting the increasingly heavy sack of monster parts resting on his shoulder. It is a massive haul, giving him both point tokens and rare alchemy ingredients. But his satisfaction quickly fades when he notices the entire forest has suddenly fallen into a deathly, unnatural silence. Kneeling down to closely examine the dirt, Lucas realizes all tracks of other monsters have completely vanished. He suspects some highly dominant predator is lurking nearby, a creature so terrifyingly powerful it scared every other beast away. Focusing his mind, Lucas sends out another spiritual pulse to find some answers. Deep inside a pitch-black cave, a thick, threatening haze of purple and blue energy begins to slowly seep out. Glowing purple eyes and razor-sharp fangs emerge from the pitch black, radiating pure bloodlust. Lucas just confidently smiles, knowing he found exactly what he was looking for. He darts through the dense trees at breakneck speed, instantly realizing the beast has already picked up his scent, even from a kilometer away. Dropping into a clearing, Lucas finds himself staring at a massive gray-furred beast. It is a level 6 ice-fire wolf, an apex predator growling with dripping fangs and ready to shred anyone invading its territory. Lucas simply smiles, realizing that as a wolf, its instinct to defend its ground is incredibly intense. The beast lunges forward, but Lucas is ready, telling it to bring it on. The wolf unleashes a blast of bone-chilling frost from its jaws, yet Lucas fearlessly charges straight through the freezing fog. You can actually see a thin layer of frost coating his hands, but the wolf is totally stunned when it realizes this kid is not even fazed by the attack. Seizing the opening, Lucas fires a heavy punch straight into the beast's chest. The impact is so intense it lifts the massive wolf off its feet, sending it crashing hard onto the ground. Watching the creature lie motionless, Lucas sighs, thinking that if he had practiced just a bit more, he would have blown its leg clean off. He calmly brushes the ice off his hands and issues a cold command. Lucas commands the beast to get back up, telling it that it cannot possibly be finished after just one hit. Answering his challenge, the wolf struggles to its feet, blood dripping from its jaws and eyes burning with pure rage, as it gathers roaring fire in its throat to unleash a massive, furious column of flames. Standing right in the epicenter of the blazing fire, the beast's entire body is now wrapped in a powerful, crackling shroud of flames. The wolf roars, burning fiercely as if determined to turn him into ash. Lucas doesn't even blink, tightening his fist as bright spiritual energy pools in his hand, preparing to deliver the final strike. The moment the beast charges, Lucas moves like lightning, throwing a brutal punch straight into the middle of those razor-sharp teeth. That insane impact sends the massive beast flying dozens of meters back, smashing directly into a stone cliff in an explosion of dust. The wolf collapses, its breathing turning shallow and weak after taking such a brutal beating. Watching his defeated foe from a distance, Lucas scoffs at how a beast using both fire and ice still got absolutely wrecked. The monster lies completely flat, its glowing purple eyes slowly growing dim with exhaustion. The wolf's pupils tremble in absolute terror as Lucas's shadow slowly looms over its broken body. Staring down with pressurized, glowing golden eyes, Lucas quietly remarks on how rare of a specimen this beast actually is. In a desperate move, the wolf fires a joint blast of fire and ice energy at the same time. Lucas watches the thick white fog roll in, realizing it created a massive wall of boiling steam. Using the thick screen to block his vision, the wolf spins around and flees deep into the dark. Lucas pursues immediately, shouting that there is absolutely no way he is letting his prize escape. He lunges forward, grabbing the giant creature and slamming it heavily into the dirt. Standing over the beaten beast, Lucas happily mutters that a mini-boss like this is definitely worth the effort, and the points are officially his. But he suddenly tenses up as the monster violently struggles back to its feet. Lucas quickly leaps backward to avoid a massive, sudden explosion of blazing fire magic that erupts from the beast. The crazed wolf continuously spits out massive pillars of fire, burning everything in sight with pure, desperate rage. Lucas effortlessly darts through the waves of intense heat while the monster keeps roaring, unleashing all its fiery power to incinerate him. He drops. Lucas descends like a god, telling the beast to hold still and stop acting up. A massive beam of golden light carrying absolute destruction slams directly into the earth, triggering a violent explosion that sends debris flying and kicks up a thick cloud of dust. Down in the crater, the exhausted ice-fire wolf lies completely beaten, barely clinging to life. In utter despair, the beast wonders if this is where its life ends. Realizing there is absolutely no escape from Lucas's overwhelming power, the creature decides to resort to its very last option just to stay alive. Instead of fighting back, the wolf suddenly curls up, letting out these pathetic, low whimpers while staring up with eyes that show complete and total submission to its conqueror. Two glowing energy spheres, one icy blue and the other fiery red, suddenly drift upward and settle into Lucas's palms. He is pretty shocked to realize these are magic cores, an incredibly rare resource and the actual life source of powerful magical beasts. From what he remembers, if a drop of human blood touches these cores, that magical beast will be forever bound as a fiercely loyal servant. Looking at the whimpering wolf, Lucas asks in a cold tone if it wants to serve under him. He then flashes a satisfied grin. "All right, I accept you." In his mind, he realizes this is an incredibly lucky, unexpected harvest. Even for high-tier mages, taming a level 6 magical beast as a subordinate is almost unheard of. Seriously, does this guy have some kind of cheat code or what? Even though the wolf seems a bit dim-witted for giving up its pride so easily, Lucas still draws a small knife and cleanly makes a quick slice on his finger. The moment his blood touches the two energy spheres, a brilliant flash of light erupts, officially binding their souls in a contract. Once the Icefire Wolf swallows both spheres, its entire aura suddenly shifts into something completely different. Lucas freezes as a voice echoes inside his mind master. It is me. He is completely shocked to realize the soul contract lets him understand its language. Smiling, he gently pats the beast on the head to give it a new name. "Good boy, from now on I will call you Uru." The wolf bows its head in deep, respectful submission. "Understood, master." Lucas silently processes this. Since Uru is his loyal subordinate now, this entire territory basically belongs to him. He wonders with quite a bit of curiosity if this wolf has stored up any valuable treasure from its past hunts. Sensing his thoughts, the wolf nudges his hand and eagerly leads the way. "My treasure is this way, please follow me." Lucas follows along with a smile, praising Uru for being so incredibly thoughtful. Together, they navigate the steep, treacherous cliffs to enter deep into the beast's lair. Stepping inside, Lucas is completely blown away by a massive pile of loot level 6 beast hides, iron arm ape bones, and endless piles of glittering gemstones. He literally drools at the thought of trading all this for a massive stack of points. "Oh man, we are going to be filthy rich!" But Uru just stares at him, looking totally confused. "Master, what on earth are you doing? My actual treasure is not this pile of junk, it is over here." Lucas turns around and stands froze, staring at a pouch packed to the brim with mid-tier magic crystals, including 2 ultra-rare level 6 cores. Uru explains that these are water and fire cores it has been hoarding. In order to level up, it needs to consume cores from beasts that are either equal to or stronger than itself. Lucas is quietly impressed, realizing this means Uru has taken down at least 2 insanely powerful enemies. He pulls out a special pill as a reward. "Eat this, and make sure you work hard for me." Catching the sweet aroma, Uru gulps it down instantly, feeling an immediate burst of raw vitality. Its wounds heal up in seconds. Lucas gives a firm command that is a high-grade recovery medicine for magic beasts. "While you recover, stay here and guard this treasure for me." Uru eagerly accepts the task. "Leave it to me." Standing at the cave entrance, Lucas looks insanely confident. Now what is next? He lets out a mysterious grin, clearly fully prepared for whatever plans he has next at the academy. By the next morning, bright sunlight bathes the majestic academy building. Inside the classroom, the first-year martial arts students have gathered to start their very first day. Sitting at his desk, Lucas can't help but let out a massive yawn. He stayed up all night, but thanks to the soul-soothing incense, his fatigue has completely washed away. He chuckles, remembering last night's hilarious struggle. While he was deeply focused on sorting his mountain of treasure, Uru kept playfully interrupting him with massive, affectionate licks all over his face. The clock strikes 9 a.m., but the classroom remains unbelievably quiet. Lin looks around in confusion, asking the others where on earth the instructor could be. Normally, the teacher should be waiting for the freshmen on day 1, not leaving them stranded like this. Kai yells out in absolute frustration, "Did they seriously forget our teacher? What kind of elite academy operates like this anyway?" Lucas calmly replies that such a mistake is absolutely impossible. Suddenly, rapid, heavy footsteps echo right down the hallway, accompanied by a man muttering curses, deeply regretting drinking way too much the night before. Right after, the classroom door is violently kicked open, leaving the entire class completely startled. A disheveled-looking man with a messy, unshaven beard leans heavily against the frame, loudly declaring, "I am Sigan, your martial arts homeroom teacher. Our class starts right now." Lucas stays silent, eyeing this incredibly messy, deadbeat professor with quite a bit of suspicion. Sigan shuffles to the blackboard, lazily writes his name, and lets out a massive yawn while holding the attendance sheet. Kai glares at the untidy professor with pure disgust, leaning over to whisper in Lucas's ear, "What is up with this sloppy teacher?" Just looking at him is annoying. Instantly, a piece of chalk slices through the air, hitting Kai dead in the forehead and making him scream. Lucas watches Sigan's lightning-fast movements with absolute amazement. A level 6 martial master. This guy is definitely not to be messed with. Sigan coldly warns the class from this point on. "Speaking without my permission is strictly forbidden." Now I will take attendance. He starts calling out names, and a short-haired girl named Tay answers confidently, followed by Lucas. Staring at Tay, Lucas recalls noticing her back during the opening ceremony. She stood out because of her pretty calm vibe, completely different from the noisy crowd. After calling out Sap and Colin, Saigon shuts the register with a snap good, everyone is present. Let us see, today's lesson is, oh, I forgot the textbooks. Tay, I am appointing you as class president, so run over to my research office and bring them back. Tay points at herself in total shock. Wait, me? Saigon nods blankly, yes you. Seeing this, Kai slams his desk, stands straight up, and protests fiercely hold on. The class president should be chosen fairly through actual competition. He smugly brags about his rich family background and raw talent, confidently declaring that he is the only one who truly deserves the position. But before he can even finish, another piece of chalk flies like a bullet, hitting Kai square in the face and sending him crashing backward. Saigon coldly reminds him no talking. After telling Tay to distribute the textbooks and ordering the class to study on their own, the messy professor casually walks out. Tay replies with a firm nod, her heart burning with a newfound determination. She tells herself she will seize this opportunity as class president to completely change her own destiny. Meanwhile, Kai rubs his swollen head, whining endlessly about their insanely violent teacher. Lucas quietly observes, realizing something is seriously off with this teacher. While Kai angrily tries to convince him to report the man to the board and get him fired, Lucas silently watches Saigon's retreating back. Watching his steps closely, Lucas notices the way the man shifts his weight, indicating he must have suffered some incredibly severe, past injuries. Lucas is quietly stunned, wondering if Saigon is this terrifying now. Just how insanely powerful was he before getting hurt? He believes having such a formidable teacher is going to make his upcoming school life incredibly promising. A few hours later, the group arrives in front of the academy cafeteria. All along the way, Kai keeps complaining endlessly about how that terrible teacher forced them to self-study the entire morning. He angrily rants that Saigon is just a totally irresponsible, awful teacher who picks a class president on a whim. Right then, Julia runs over calling out to her brother. Lucas gently pats his little sister's head, asking how her first class went. Julia happily boasts that her homeroom teacher Linda is incredibly kind. She even encouraged Julia to try her absolute best to become the class president by next week. Hearing this, Kai shivers with pure frustration, realizing every other class actually had a proper voting process after their first week, unlike the absolute dictatorship in their own classroom. Julia curiously asks if her brother was chosen as the martial arts class president. Lucas just smiles, saying it wasn't him, and quickly changes the subject to ease the tension, reminding her that finding lunch is way more important. Apparently, the food here is incredible. Lucas dodges the drama as fast as he dodges boss attacks. Hearing this, Julia excitedly drags her brother away, leaving poor Kai to clumsily run after them. And get this, at Allen Academy, even grabbing a bite to eat is strictly controlled by a point conversion system. New students with 0 points can only exchange their cash for academy points once at the very start. However, this exchange rate varies drastically depending on the specific department a student actually belongs to. On the table, plates of delicious pastries and egg rolls release a mouth-watering aroma that makes Julia super excited. She happily munches away and tells Lucas to eat up too, saying it is absolutely delicious. Unlike the wealthy elite class, Kai is stuck chewing on a dry piece of bread in absolute misery. He bitterly realizes the academy's ridiculous unfairness. With the exact same money, the elite class gets 100 points, while the martial arts department only receives 10. It's completely unfair. Kai even rushes to the reception desk to complain, only to get a freezing response from the staff. Those are the rules, and if you don't like it, you can get out. He can only bow his head in helpless silence, facing blatant discrimination against martial arts students, even from the staff. The spectacled staff member keeps adding harsh words, declaring that in this place, whether you are a noble or a commoner does not matter at all. Students without magic talent have no choice but to scrape by and earn points the hard way. Kai tears up while chewing his dry bread, feeling like enrolling here completely stripped away his basic human rights. Seeing his pathetic state, Julia gently slides over a plate piled high with grilled meat, telling Kai to eat some of this too. This simple, warm gesture deeply moves Kai, making him sob with gratitude. She is seriously sweet. Standing nearby, Lucas is completely speechless at his new friend's massive overreaction, but just then a very familiar figure walks right toward their table. Maya Rasta appears with a bright smile on her face, warmly greeting Lucas and Julia, saying they have met again. Julia cheers happily and immediately invites Maya Rasta to sit down and eat with them. Politely declining since she already ate, Maya Rasta pulls out a small bag of fresh cookies, gently explaining she baked them to say thank you and asking if they want a taste. Julia eagerly accepts, showering her with compliments as she enjoys the delicious treat alongside a hot cup of coffee, calling the cookies absolutely amazing. Even Lucas is drawn in by the incredible aroma. While Julia keeps praising Maya Rasta's impressive baking skills, Kai spots the delicious food, immediately lunges forward to grab a piece, and practically starts singing its praises, calling it heavenly. This high quality could easily rival the legendary sweet treats of the famous Teroi family. He proudly introduces himself as Kai Teroi, and Maya Rasta blushes slightly, introducing herself in return. She is highly honored. Kai quickly nudges Lucas's arm, teasingly asking how he got so close to such a stunning beauty. Lucas can only manage a forced smile, silently warning himself never to let them know that Maya Rasta is actually his former fiancée. After waving goodbye and watching her leave, he sighs with relief. He realizes the chances of bumping into acquaintances in this cafeteria are dangerously high. His mind drifts back to earlier when Mina walked up to their table to ask how they liked the cafeteria food. Suddenly, whispers erupt as Theo appears floating near the balcony using fire magic. The freshmen squeal over how cool senior Theo is. Lucas silently judges the student council president for constantly showing off his magic in public. But here is where the illusion completely breaks. Lucas previously caught Theo totally exhausted in a corner, chugging potions just to maintain that flashy level 6 appearance. He had barely managed to channel his level 6 magic, only surviving the show with potions just to look cool for the freshmen. Lucas thinks back on this while chewing his donut. Honestly, he used to think Theo was pretty awesome. Until that hilarious ceremony confession anyway. Suddenly, a rolling wine bottle snaps him back to reality. He spots the familiar figure of teacher Sigan stumbling along with a bottle in hand. Lucas can't help but wonder where on earth their homeroom teacher is heading in such a drunken state. Sigan sways unsteadily beneath the clock tower, his face flushed red as he continuously mumbles to himself. He casually pushes open the academy meeting room door, drawing immediate sighs of annoyance from his colleagues. One teacher groans that it is Sigan again, always keeping the entire council waiting. Others feel deeply disappointed, having hoped he might finally change after becoming the martial arts homeroom teacher. Deep down, they know that after his tragic past, Sigan can never truly return to his former self. Ignoring the judging glares, Sigan casually slumps into his chair with a massive, exhausted yawn. Across from him, a blonde female teacher silently watches her messy colleague with thoughtful eyes. The headmaster taps his hand on the table to restore order, loudly announcing that since everyone has arrived, they can officially begin the meeting. Dead serious. He gets straight to the point, announcing that today's meeting is all about the upcoming monster taming festival. In the Kamina Empire, which is constantly plagued by monster hordes, taming multiple beasts at once is a mandatory skill for all mages. That is why, following annual tradition, the new students of Allen Academy must participate in this taming festival to prove their strength. The Academy has already prepared over 2,000 level 1 monsters for the competition starting in 6 days. However, Teacher Greg speaks up with absolute disdain, suggesting they exclude the martial arts department entirely since those kids know nothing about taming monsters and would just waste time. Suddenly, a deafening slam on the table cuts him off completely. Absolutely not. Sigan glares with an intense dark gaze and firmly disagrees. Greg flinches, stammering a quick excuse about the student's safety, but teacher Linda immediately voices her support, agreeing with Sigan that as long as they are new students, the martial arts department must join too. Even Mina nods along, stating that every student deserves equal treatment. Greg grits his teeth in pure annoyance. Unable to believe teachers like Linda are still backing Sigan, he silently scoffs, wondering if she is still delusional enough to think the drunkard is a level 8 master. Eventually yielding with a bitter huff, Greg says that if everyone is so set on it, fine, though those kids will surely just cry. The headmaster delivers the final verdict. It's settled, the martial arts department will participate. With that, the meeting concludes, and the teachers slowly file out of the room under a heavy shroud of tension. A male colleague worriedly asks Linda if she is truly okay with this, pointing out that Greg's warning makes sense, as the taming festival is notoriously harsh on mere martial artists. Linda smiles gently while gazing out the window, recalling a lesson she was taught long ago. A coward who lacks the willpower to overcome adversity has absolutely no right to call themselves a martial artist. Which is exactly why Sigan decides that any student refusing to participate in the festival will be personally expelled by him on the spot. Standing before his class, he firmly announces that the Grand Beast Taming event officially begins in 6 days. Immediately after this lesson, he orders everyone outside for some real combat training, ensuring they all possess the sheer power required to take down those wild beasts. Kai immediately pipes up, questioning why they even need to participate when the festival is just a class president election, especially since Sigan already made himself their representative anyway. Before he can finish, Sigan brutally shuts up the talkative student with a resounding, bone-deep chop to his head. Staring at the massive lump swelling on Kai's head, Lucas sighs in exhaustion at his spoiled classmates' talent for constantly triggering their teacher. Lucas silently reflects on the upcoming mock battles, keeps reminding himself to hold back one tiny slip-up, and he might accidentally send his classmates straight to the afterworld. Meanwhile, out on the academy training grounds, the atmosphere is absolutely buzzing with energy as eager students begin clashing in mock combat. Looking around, Lucas notes that everyone who managed to pass the martial arts department exam possesses some seriously impressive combat skills. Especially Tay. Lucas figures her raw strength is probably second only to his own. He quietly admits teacher Sigan has a pretty sharp eye for talent, choosing her as their class president. Meanwhile, Lucas casually takes down his opponent with a lazy swipe of his hand, barely breaking a sweat. The session wraps up as Teacher Sigan stumbles over, clutching a bottle of liquor to announce that time is up. Kai collapses onto the grass, completely out of breath, groaning in pure relief that the ordeal is finally over. Colin and Sap walk over, heading to the cafeteria and promising they will bring back some food for him, exactly as agreed. Curious, Lucas asks if Kai just pulled off another shady transaction. Kai smugly explains that he hired Colin to buy Worthu 2 academy points in exchange for 2 gold coins. Honestly, if this kid ever goes into business, he is going to be filthy rich. To him, it is a perfect win-win deal. Colin gets some extra pocket money while he gets to save his precious points for much more important things. Seeing Sap look pretty jealous about missing out on the easy cash, Kai quickly promises him the very next delivery. Watching this play out, Lucas silently praises Colin's cleverness for finding a way to make money while keeping a solid relationship with his roommates. Kai proudly tilts his head, asking Lucas if he thinks he is smart. He even tells Lucas to take notes and learn from his genius completely free of charge. Throwing a friendly arm around Lucas's shoulder, they walk off the field together. Lucas just smiles and declines the generous offer, joking that he will have to pass on this particular venture. Kai watches him walk away with envy, thinking that since Lucas has a sister in the elite class, he never has to worry about points or food. But Kai is completely wrong about that. That night, under a crescent moon, Lucas stands tall atop a massive, freshly slain magic beast. Honestly, even without Julia's elite privileges, he's clearly got zero trouble finding a solid meal. Besides, nature always provides for him. Near a quiet cliffside, a huge slab of juicy meat is roasting over a bright campfire, filling the air with a rich and savory aroma. Sitting alone by the fire, Lucas ponders that if he did not have to accompany Julia, he could have easily used his dinner time to squeeze in some extra training. But the image of Mina deliberately approaching his sister during their meal earlier keeps bugging him. Lucas narrows his cold, sharp eyes. He vows to never let his guard down, and if that girl actually has bad intentions, he will make her regret it deeply. Suddenly, a wagging white tail catches his attention. Uru is staring intently at the roasted meat with sparkling, hopeful eyes and a drooling mouth, practically begging for a bite. Lucas smiles and hands over the meat, telling Uru to go ahead and eat. Honestly, this wolf is incredibly lucky to have such a caring master. Looking at his happy face, Lucas thinks Uru is actually pretty cute, and having a beast companion to fetch free food is not bad at all. But the moment Uru finishes eating, Lucas stands up and cracks his knuckles menacingly. He tells the wolf that now that he is full, they can start training together. He promises not to hurt him too badly, but talk about a free meal coming with a heavy price. Meanwhile, at the Rian mansion, Lady Catherine sits quietly in the garden under the moonlight with a worried expression on her face. Hearing slow footsteps approaching, she remains motionless in the quiet space. Lord Hyan walks over, placing a hand on his wife's shoulder and gently asking if she is worrying about the kids again. Catherine bows her head slightly, sadly replying that she can never hide anything from him. Lord Hyan looks at her warmly, noting that the kids have probably started their academy classes by now. Since she misses them so much, he suggests they go visit. Seeing his wife tearing up, he gently reassures her that since he has business in Daktown anyway, he will take her along with him. Catherine is absolutely overjoyed, thanking him and saying she is incredibly happy to see the kids soon. Meanwhile, over at Count Green's mansion, a bizarre ceremony is taking place in a dark and gloomy atmosphere. Masked figures respectfully welcome a mysterious woman who has just appeared. Showing off her sharp purple nails, she introduces a dangerous new drug called the Emerald Dream Elixir. And get this to demonstrate, she calmly cuts her skin, letting her deep red blood drip into the wine cups as the ultimate catalyst for their dark celebration. The green-haired woman turns around, revealing a glowing magical crest on her back, and announces that today's game is about to begin. The masked figures immediately begin whispering about an 11-year-old girl who wiped out the entire Black Wind gang. After the ceremony, the green-haired woman lies next to Jessica, noting that Julia must have received a level 7 blessing. It turns out Catherine's child inherited the legendary talent of the Miranda clan. Still, she sneers mockingly, asking if a level 7 actually thinks they can beat number 4. She continues whispering toxic words to Jessica, mocking how no matter how hard her own child tries, they will never succeed. With a wicked glare, she asks bluntly if Jessica wants to kill Catherine and her daughter to become the Countess. Without a shred of hesitation, Jessica admits it, asking what she should do next. Smiling in satisfaction, the green-haired woman touches a glowing magic circle, thinking to herself that watching a freshly blooming flower wither is truly a masterpiece of beauty. The very next morning, combat training resumes, leaving the students absolutely exhausted and sore. While Tay clearly announces the training schedule, the students groan and complain non-stop. They whine about their aching bodies, how they couldn't sleep a wink, and how Teacher Sigan is a total devil. Watching this, Tay is quietly surprised by how exhausted everyone seems. Meanwhile, Lucas notices that he and his roommates are completely fine, feeling perfectly energetic. He wonders if their group simply has better physical resilience than everyone else. Kai smugly declares that it is obviously because they are totally overpowered, bragging that he is the strongest in the class. Lucas just smiles secretly to himself. He knows their sharpness is actually thanks to the soul-calming incense he burned in their room last night. Watching from afar, Tay highly rates the stamina of Lucas's group, believing they can easily handle tougher training to become great martial artists. Suddenly, Kai shouts out for them to go, unexpectedly launching himself straight at Lucas to kick off their sparring match. Kai unleashes some high-speed punches, but Lucas stays perfectly calm, easily parrying every single blow. To avoid revealing too much of his real power, Lucas quietly activates his level 5 restraint to keep his strength at an absolute minimum. The two clash in a thrilling exchange of blows. Kai grins with pure excitement at his opponent's toughness, admitting he is not bad. Of course, if Kai knew Lucas was holding back, he would be absolutely shocked. Lucas smirks back, returning the compliment. But wait for it, right in the middle of their match, his sharp senses make him freeze up, feeling a mysterious presence watching from afar. He narrows his eyes toward an ancient tree at the edge of the field. There a white-haired old man sits in quiet meditation, mysteriously watching his every single move. Seeing Lucas suddenly lose focus, Kai looks over curiously, wondering about the old man standing there. Kai immediately charges in with a loud shout, but Lucas swiftly sidesteps the attack, causing Kai to lose his balance and crash face first into the dirt. Kai gets up annoyed, his eyes burning with sheer determination. He barks at Lucas to stop looking away, declaring they will fight until a winner is decided. Lucas calmly agrees to oblige, taking up his guard once again. From afar, old man Otani smiles mysteriously and quietly walks away. A young girl approaches, asking if she should walk him back to the library, but Otani declines, wanting to take a slow stroll alone. In his mind, he is deeply impressed by Lucas, an intriguing young man hiding his true power so deeply that even a veteran like him cannot see through it. He tells himself he will definitely remember the name Lucas. A few hours after training ends, teacher Saigon gathers the class to teach them the vital MAS technique, telling everyone they must memorize it carefully. The results of this MAS training are seriously mind-blowing. Fatigue? Gone instantly. All that muscle soreness vanishes for the students. Lucas figures this will help his classmates quickly forget how only his four-man group has been bursting with energy since sunrise. Once classes wrap up, he decides it is time to buy the materials he needs to construct his very own training ground. Lucas heads over to the Allen Academy Magic Materials shop, which is an insanely massive and luxurious place. Honestly, it looks just like a giant shopping mall, packed with rare items that ordinary people would never even get a chance to see. Just like everywhere else in the academy, cash is useless here. Everything requires points. Staring at the 30-point price tag for a high-grade training dummy, Lucas silently groans at how wildly expensive everything is for his current budget. By his rough estimate, he is going to need around 100 points every single month just to cover his training expenses. Even though Julia is loaded with points, Lucas knows he cannot just keep relying on his little sister. It would be pretty sad if she spent all her allowance on food because of him. In the end, he decides to only buy some magic potions for his bath tonight. The rest will have to wait. He plans to trade the goods stored in Uru's cave next time. Meanwhile, across the busy room, a girl has fallen fast asleep next to towering stacks of books and cold coffee. Lucas slams a heavy sack onto the counter. He casually hands over his card and tells her to wrap everything up. No need to even check the price. After checking the items, the clerk announces that the total comes to 5 points. The moment Lucas swipes his card, the magic orb flashes a bright number 5. Staring at his uniform, the female employee is instantly struck with shock. That is the martial arts department uniform. New students there only start with 10 points, yet this guy is seriously blowing half of his entire budget in a single visit? With the payment confirmed, Lucas happily grabs his massive sack and thanks her politely. As he turns to leave, the clerk cannot help but call out in concern, asking if he is crazy for wasting so many points and warning him not to come crying later. Lucas just looks back with a confident grin, telling her this is actually not enough and he will be back for more. His attitude completely boggles her mind. The martial arts department does not even teach herbology, so what on earth does he plan to do with all this? Spending points like water, he has got to be a rich noble. She sighs deeply, watching him walk away. Seriously, this is the exact reason she absolutely hates nobles. Later that night, in his secret cave, Lucas is having the time of his life. Soaking in a steaming hot bath, he casually tosses the medicinal herbs he just bought straight into the hot water. Lucas realizes that even when diluted in a bath, the healing properties of these herbs do not fade at all. Throwing them out would have been a massive waste. Staring at the herbal water, he chuckles to himself, noting he can hardly force anyone to actually drink his bath water. Feeling completely refreshed, Lucas wonders if he should head out now to grab some raw materials to trade for more points. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, he decides to only bring common Tier 2 materials instead of anything too rare. Suddenly, a strange rustling noise from behind makes Lucas spin around in surprise. His jaw drops when he sees Uru casually lapping up the bathwater from the tub. Lucas panics and screams, asking Uru what on earth he is doing and if he really just drank all of his dirty bathwater. Staring at the giant wolf's guilty-looking eyes, Lucas can only let out a defeated sigh. Still, he quickly realizes this might actually be a win since the medicine will make Uru even stronger. This greedy wolf does not even hesitate to ask for a side of beef next. I mean, you have got to love the absolute shamelessness of this beast. At least it solves his problem of wasting the leftover medicine. No room for mistakes. Over the next 3 days, he plans to secretly move the goods to the exchange center during off-peak hours to keep anyone from getting suspicious. Late that night, as Lucas is lugging his heavy purchases back to the dorms, Mina suddenly appears from behind. Seeing him struggle, she offers to use her magic to carry the load, pointing out how heavy it looks. Lucas quickly declines, insisting he is perfectly fine carrying it himself. Honestly, he is just incredibly relieved that she assumes the package was sent over by his family. That misunderstanding helps him cover up his frequent trips into the Beast Mountains. Time flies, and the Monster Taming Festival is finally around the corner. Down at the training grounds, Instructor Sigyn is absolutely losing his temper. He screams at them, asking if they have any motivation with the festival starting tomorrow. He warns them to stop slacking off, telling anyone who does not want to work to just pack up and go home. He barks out their fatal flaws. Sap's leg is too high and Kai is wobbling all over. With skills this pathetic, they could barely catch a bird, let alone a magic beast. Kai immediately protests, claiming he actually defeated Lucas, Sap, and Colin fairly. But before he can even finish his sentence, the instructor completely shuts him down with a single sharp flick to the forehead. Sigyn turns to the other three, asking if they really lost to this clown. Whether they did not want to offend a noble or just wanted to avoid drama, all three of them nod and quickly say yes. Sigyn rubs his temples in frustration, muttering about how troublesome nobles are useless. To test their actual strength, he orders Tessie to step up and spar with Kai. Kai gets into his stance with absolute confidence, declaring he will not hold back and will prove with raw power that he deserves to be class president. Tessie takes a defensive guard, smiling politely as she asks him to go easy on her. In an instant, Kai charges forward with incredible speed, shouting for her to take his strike. But Tessie's sheer agility completely catches him off guard, leaving him frozen in absolute shock. Without giving him a single second to recover, Tessie closes the distance with elegant yet incredibly lethal footwork. Ending the spar in a flash, she sends Kai flying backward to crash painfully into the wooden fence. The surrounding students instantly burst into shocked whispers, amazed that a giant guy like Kai got wrecked so easily. Watching this, Lucas finally understands why Instructor Sigyn chose Tessie to be their class president. With a cold, intense gaze, Instructor Sigyn warns everyone that real magic beasts will never show mercy. Meanwhile, Lucas notes that Kai's fatal mistake was focusing entirely on attacking, while leaving his defense wide open for Tessie to strike. Tessie kindly asks if he is alright, no response. Kai just stares back in stunned silence. Sigyn loudly announces that tomorrow, every single student is required to tame at least one magic beast. His next brutal threat sends a cold shiver straight down their spines. Anyone who fails will be expelled from the martial arts department immediately. Kai is shaking with absolute terror. Meanwhile, their rugged professor casually walks away, telling them to keep training until the sun goes down. Seeing Kai sitting there dazed, Lucas approaches him to point out his fatal flaw. Your defense was totally left wide open. If you can fix that habit and target the enemy's weak spots, you will be fine. Instead, Kai turns bright red to his ears and screams out a shocking truth. No, that is not it. I think I fell in love with Tessie. I am not even joking. That is his actual confession. Lucas completely freezes as Kai dreamily explains that it is the first time a girl has ever kicked his butt. He even excitedly brags about already choosing names for their future kids. Lucas is completely speechless, silently wondering if this guy is actually just a massive masochist who loves getting beaten up. Does Kai seriously like getting beaten up just to feel something? The next day, the Taming Festival officially kicks off. Loudspeakers echo across a massive arena, telling students to move inside. Staring at the sheer scale of the arena, Kai begins to shake as the terrifying roars of the magic beasts echo from deep below. It is too loud. How many monsters are actually down there? Just thinking about those monsters roaring right beneath his feet is enough to terrify him. Meanwhile, the magic department students standing above them start tossing down arrogant, mocking comments. Martial arts losers participating? They are probably just here to act as bait for the monsters. Suddenly, Sigyn appears right behind them with an absolutely terrifying, dark aura, instantly silencing the arrogant crowd. He coldly snaps at them, warning that if they have time for useless gossip, they should use it to cram the tournament rules into their heads. The terrified magic students scramble away, leaving Lucas quite surprised to see Instructor Sigyn fiercely defending his class. Kai is still shaking like a leaf, terrified of what is coming. Trying to calm his friend down, Lucas offers some pretty wild advice. Just pretend those beasts are Master Sigyn and beat the absolute crap out of them. Picturing himself beating down a super weak version of Master Sigyn, Kai bursts into a smug laugh. This is great, he says. I am absolutely fired up now. Seeing his friend so ridiculously hyped, Lucas can't help but play along. Yeah, you little punks. The teacher heard that. Anyway, Lucas quickly gets down to business, giving Kai some solid tactical advice. Do you actually remember what we talked about yesterday? Low-level magic beasts can't pierce your defense anyway, so as long as you focus entirely on shielding, you'll definitely win. Kai proudly promises he won't repeat yesterday's blunder. It is so impressive that even Master Sigyn quietly admits Lucas gives pretty high-quality advice. Just then, up on the massive arena screens, the announcer officially starts laying down the rules. In this tournament, anyone who tames 10 magic beasts gets a perfect score, but watch-out points are deducted for every beast you accidentally kill. The time limit is exactly 10 minutes. If you get hurt, yell for the instructors outside immediately. Next up, Julia steps forward with total confidence. She is part of the very first group heading into the challenge zone. Stepping through the magical portal, Julia gasps, finding herself in a massive barrier space. Is this some kind of pocket dimension? That explains it. She was wondering how they managed to cram 50 massive magic beasts into such a tiny building. Suddenly, from the shadows, two giant shadow bears with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs emerge. But instead of screaming, Julia just flashes a bright smile. Oh, you're going to love this. Raising her staff, she triggers a brilliant purple magic circle and unleashes thundering. Blinding bolts of lightning blast forward, completely engulfing the beasts as they shriek in pure agony because of a special elixir applied beforehand. Once a beast is fully tamed, a dense cloud of purple smoke will erupt from its body. Outside the barrier, the instructors use magical arrays to monitor the situation, letting them keep track of exactly how many beasts each student has subdued to guarantee a completely fair score. The external judge breaks out in a cold sweat looking at the signals from Sector 5. Is this counter broken? He wonders. How is she done so fast? A loud announcement echoes across the entire arena. Sector 5, exam cleared, task completed, next candidates, please get ready. Julia casually strolls out of the barrier, leaving every single spectator utterly speechless. A blonde instructor showers her with praise cleared in just 3 minutes. That is absolutely mind-blowing. Julia politely bows, thanks her, and immediately asks about her brother's status. Hearing that the martial arts kids in Sector 10 will go last, she decides to head off and grab some snacks to pass the time. But lurking near the dark gateway, a shadowy figure is silently watching Julia with a cold, calculating gaze. She wonders if that martial arts kid is going to pull off another earth-shattering miracle like he did at the opening ceremony. 2 hours fly by, the mood in the arena turns pretty gloomy as struggling candidates slowly trickle out. Yeah, this test is proving to be incredibly brutal. Kai starts shaking again, doubting if their group can even survive in this martial arts department under such insane pressure. Lucas pats his shoulder. Relax, man. When it comes to raw power, we physical fighters aren't inferior to those mages at all. Suddenly, Master Sigyn barks out, completely crushing their self-doubt. Why are you losers whining? If you can't handle a measly rank 1 beast, you might as well pack your bags and go home. He snaps that martial artists are light years ahead of low-tier mages in physical power and close combat, ordering the class to show some damn pride. This rare pep talk leaves Kai and Colin completely stunned since Master Sigyn is usually just a grumpy brute. Right then, Tess returns from her little scouting mission. She reports that most of the other examinees are just exhausted from overusing their mana, so nobody is actually in any real danger. Tess even secured some pretty crucial intel. The barrier strictly limits the beast's movement range to keep everyone safe. She advises that if they hit a wall, they can simply retreat and find easier targets. Just manage your stamina and you're guaranteed points. Yes, running away is a top-tier strategy. Hearing Tess share this brilliant advice gets the whole class incredibly hyped, and they all start chanting their amazing class president's name. Even Master Sigyn is quietly pleased with his choice of leader. But right when things look good, a mocking voice cuts through the air. Well, no wonder I felt some rats eavesdropping around here. Turns out it's just the martial arts trash. Gray sneers, stepping out with a smug face. He scoffs that Master Sigyn's class is so talentless they have to rely on cheap tricks just to scrape by. Then, Gray coldly announces it's finally the martial arts department's turn to enter the arena. He warns them that if they fail, their department will be completely erased from the academy. Honestly, a trashy place like this shouldn't have even existed. Watching Gray walk away laughing, Lucas's eyes darken with pure, cold rage. That arrogant jerk reminds him of the exact bullies from his past life, always looking down on others just because of their status. Stepping forward, Lucas firmly asks to confirm his priority. Since I took first place at the opening ceremony, I get to enter the arena first, right? Sensing the heavy pressure radiating from his student, Master Sigyn suggests sending someone else if he's feeling anxious. Suddenly, Lucas's eyes flare with a powerful golden light. No need, he coldly replies. Just let me go in and trash them all. He vows to get a legendary score to slap the faces of anyone looking down on them. Inspired by his burning confidence, Kai and the rest of the guys roar in excitement. Yeah, let's show them what we can really do. Master Sigyn can only watch from behind, completely dumbfounded by how fast his students' moods just flipped. Kai even reminds him to stick to Tess's advice, leaving Lucas totally speechless at how simple-minded his roommates are. 10 minutes later, in Sector 10, Lucas dashes into the thick fog. He realizes that as long as he dodges these traps, he can perform without anyone watching. When a magic beast acknowledges its master, their souls connect, allowing the master to temporarily borrow its powers. Uru, currently gnawing on a bone, asks in complete confusion. Master, you're already insanely strong, why bother using my power? Lucas doesn't answer, instantly activating the skill. A massive spectral wolf claw wraps around his leg, massively boosting his speed and explosive force. Subduing these low-tier beasts with raw strength is honestly way too easy. The surrounding monsters flee in sheer terror, sensing the sudden arrival of an apex predator. But instead of directly attacking, Lucas realizes that cornering the beasts mentally to crush their will to fight is way more effective. The crushing aura of a high-ranking beast like Uru easily forces these weaklings to tremble in absolute terror. Lucas is pretty pleased to see the magic owl submit so quickly, but he warns himself to be careful. He can't let that purple smoke leak outside the barrier just yet, not until he forces every single beast to submit. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the scoreboard still displays a big fat 0 right next to Lucas Rian's name. Half the time has already run out, and seeing that miserable score, Gray doesn't miss his chance to throw some heavy shade. Scoring 0 means he can't even defeat the weakest bottom-tier beasts. Gray sneers. This is the massive, insurmountable gap between mages and tier fighters. Hearing this, Julia gets absolutely furious and yells out to protect her brother, stop mocking him. He might not have magic, but he is actually amazing. Gray just snorts in response, oozing pure contempt. He scoffs that she has lost her judgment just like Lena, claiming that the scoreboard will soon prove everything. But right as Gray finishes his sentence, a sudden announcement blares over the speaker's 1 point scored. Hearing this, Lucas's friends cheer like crazy, thrilled that he finally secured a point to stay in the department. Gray keeps that smug smirk, thinking a single point is nothing since his own top student already scored 5, but his smile completely vanishes when the digital scoreboard starts climbing, ticking up to 2, 3, 4, and finally matching that 5. Gray is so shocked he is breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to believe a trash martial artist could match his class's highest record. Honestly, his face right now is absolute comedy gold. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Lucas casually stands on top of a massive serpent he has completely tamed. He figures that since he already cleared the chaos and left the magical beasts utterly terrified, his classmates can easily score some points now without facing any real trouble. Now pay close attention because this next move is absolutely wild. Lucas decides to wrap up his show, moving like lightning to smash the 6th, 7th, and 8th targets in seconds. Lucas snatches his 9th point by smashing a demon bat right out of the sky. As for that poor owl from earlier, talk about bad luck, it lands right in his sights again. It's practically weeping as this grim reaper returns to land the 10th and final blow. With his exam officially over, Gray is left frozen in place, speechless. Then the announcement roars across the arena. Lucas Rand scores a perfect 10 points. Julia looks up at the screen with sparkling, proud eyes and cheers out loud. Her brother is simply the best and nobody can top him. Lucas walks out of the arena to the sound of a completely stunned, whispering crowd. A martial arts student getting a perfect score? Is this a joke? Julia happily rushes over and hugs her brother, saying she knew he would be fine. While Lucas gently pats his sister's head, Gray still cannot accept reality. He screams in pure rage, insisting there is no way a martial arts freshman could force 10 magical beasts to submit. Sigan, you definitely used a body double or some cheap trick, didn't you? Instantly, the examiner standing nearby shuts Gray down, asking if he is implying that the staff took bribes and covered up cheating. Gray turns pale, realizing he just crossed the line with a powerful figure and starts shaking with regret. Damn it, he thinks, completely forgetting the examiner was right there. Making enemies of these high-ups is a terrible idea. He quickly waves his hands to excuse himself, claiming he only had doubts because Lucas broke the testing dummy during the entrance exam. The head examiner flatly makes a decision. In that case, let us go inspect the barrier space together. Sigan looks thoroughly annoyed that his martial arts department is being baselessly doubted, forced to do a re-inspection just because they got a perfect score. What an insult. Yet Lucas remains completely unfazed. Just let them do whatever they want, Lucas replies. 10 minutes later, inside the barrier, the magical owl opens its eyes as the magic gate begins to unlock. Seeing the exit, it realizes that terrifying guy is gone and immediately rallies its crew. We are free, that scary guy is gone, run for it. But just as the beasts try to escape, the examiners raise their staffs, instantly activating bright golden magic circles. Glowing chains of light bind the owl mid-air, leaving it totally paralyzed. The examiners note that while the beasts seem pretty agitated, it is not serious enough to change the exam location. One of them still wonders if Lucas actually scored those points in a fair, legitimate way. The chief examiner silently observes, thinking to himself that while there is no concrete proof, something very strange has definitely happened to these beasts. The examiners decide to let the tournament move forward, while the 10 magical beasts Lucas just faced are taken away for a highly detailed inspection. Right after, the speakers loudly announce to the arena that no issues were found with the results. The next contestant is called to get ready. Lucas stands there with his arms crossed, calmly thinking that even though they found no errors, they still do not fully trust his skills. Looking over at Tacy, he smirks and whispers that this is fun, but the real surprises are just getting started. When her turn arrives, Tacy charges into the arena with fierce determination, telling herself she absolutely cannot fall behind Lucas. Stepping inside the barrier, she quickly maps out her battle strategy. If she cannot make an opponent submit within 30 seconds, she will instantly switch to a different target to save time. But suddenly, the magical beast freezes, its eyes widening in pure terror the moment it spots Tacy. Shaking with fear, the beast realizes that her scent and presence feel almost identical to that absolute monster who just brutalized its pack earlier. Panic sets in as it wonders if that terrifying demon is still lurking nearby. Seizing the moment, Tae-si unleashes a devastating punch, leaving the Tier 3 Shadow Wolf whimpering and instantly bowing in submission. She is completely shocked at Tier 3 Wolf going down this fast. But wait, doesn't something feel a bit off here? Looking at her own hand, Tae-si's eyes light up with a sudden burst of confidence, wondering if maybe martial artists aren't actually weak at all. Riding this wave of momentum, Tae-si swiftly defeats a giant lizard, and then a raging wild boar, causing the scoreboard to tick up rapidly. Up in the stands, Kai is wildly cheering his heart out for his goddess. Meanwhile, Master Sigyn silently watches, lost in deep thought. Tae-si's score rapidly climbs from 3 to 4 and right up to 5 points. Throwing incredibly powerful punches, she conquers her 6th and 7th targets in the blink of an eye. Moments later, she takes down her 10th and final target, officially finishing the exam with a flawless, perfect score. The entire arena erupts in absolute shock. Are you kidding me? Another perfect 10? Tae-si's completion time is actually faster than Lucas's, sending Kai into an absolute frenzy of cheers. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the examiners are once again thrown into a state of total panic. What is going on here? Is this another technical glitch? They hurriedly order this batch of beasts to be taken for an immediate technical inspection. Amidst the loud whispers, Tae-si stands proud and flashes a bright smile toward Lucas. She silently notes that just like he said, these beasts are not scary at all, and martial artists are definitely not weaker than mages. The third match ends in a flash as a bat-like magical beast is blasted away by a powerful surge of energy and flashes a bright grin, easily locking in another perfect 10-point score. It looks like the entire martial arts department is literally hacking the game. Right after, in the fourth match, Colin delivers a lightning-fast kick that obliterates a giant ape, securing yet another perfect 10 for his department. By the fifth match, Kai pours every ounce of his strength into a single punch, leaving a saber-toothed tiger weeping in sheer terror before completely submitting. Kai proudly stands atop the beast's fallen corpse, making a highly confident, mocking gesture as his perfect score is announced. On the global leaderboard, martial arts students like Julia Lucas and Tae-si keep sweeping the top spots, sending a massive shockwave that leaves the entire academy completely speechless. Witnessing this utterly mind-blowing performance from his martial arts students, Sigyn lets out a deeply satisfied smile. He slips away into a quiet corner, taking a long, refreshing swig of alcohol to celebrate his students' victory. Meanwhile, after locking the beasts back in their cages for a detailed check, the examiners are shocked to find absolutely no abnormalities with the barrier or their physical condition. Left with no explanation for this insane martial arts sweep, they guess the beasts might have been deeply traumatized by the heavy magic attacks from the earlier classes. The intense, high-pressure, close-quarters combat of these martial artists basically pushed the beasts' lingering fear to the absolute limit. Seeing this, the long-bearded principal thoughtfully ponders the situation before delivering his final, official decision. I see, so starting next year we will have the martial arts department go first, while this year's results will stand. This declaration leaves Gray so utterly shocked that he gasps out, "What?" He cannot accept that martial arts trash could surpass the magic classes to stand alongside the elite at the very top. But under the principal's sharp, freezing glare and his blunt question, yes, that is the decision. Do you have an objection? Gray can only stammer out that he has no objections at all. Even so, he bitterly grumbles to himself, believing the martial arts department only won first place through sheer luck rather than actual skill. Principal Otani coldly dismisses his complaints, stating that luck itself is a form of capability. Since this is not the students' fault, we cannot void their hard-earned results. The other teachers quickly nod in agreement, praising the principal's wise judgment. Gray can only grit his teeth, obey, and stomp away in frustration. Glaring at Sigyn's back, he burns with a bitter desire for revenge, muttering that he will definitely remember this. Over by the beast cages, a high-ranking official approaches Principal Otani, seriously noting that this is a matter of life and death for the martial arts department. As a 9th-tier martial artist himself, you surely realize the real cause behind this, right? The principal replies thoughtfully it is not convenient to discuss, but the academy can rest assured that no harm will come. Looking toward the academy tower, the principal resolves to keep the secret of Lucas's true power hidden just as the boy wanted. Meanwhile, down the hallway, Kai is grinning smugly after scoring a perfect mark. He cannot wait to break the incredible news to his father. He excitedly thinks that taming magic beasts is not nearly as hard as the rumors say, believing their entire group has improved immensely since the entrance exam. Lucas quietly sighs in relief since nobody suspects him, smiling along as he credits their success to Teacher Sigyn's special training. Kai sits down on a bench, excitedly asking the group what they plan to do with their 20 bonus points for taking first place. Colin and Sap plan to save their bonus points to prepare for emergencies, or maybe just to treat the whole group to a meal. Kai immediately dismisses that arguing points should be spent on high-end combat gear. Hearing the term combat training, Lucas cannot help but wonder what it means. It turns out to be the Challenge of Allen Tower, a completely unique training site at the Magic Academy. Inside the tower lies a world of illusions filled with countless races, from magic beasts and beastmen to towering giants. Since everything is just a projection, participants face absolutely no risk of losing their lives. It is a pretty incredible chance to learn how to fight various enemies and build real practical combat strength. Colin worries because only 100 freshmen are allowed in. Since the 12 elite class students already have guaranteed spots, their chances of grabbing any of the remaining slots are pretty slim. Kai confidently throws his arm around Lucas's shoulder, pointing out that players are usually chosen based on the annual taming tournament rankings. Since their whole squad scored perfect marks, they are absolutely guaranteed a spot. Right after that, Colin and Sap excitedly rush off toward the academy shop to grab some training gear. Watching his two friends eagerly rush off, Lucas quietly admires them, seeing how fast they run to train. Their hunger for power is truly intense. He tells himself that secretly helping everyone score perfect marks during the tournament was definitely the right move. While lost in thought, Kai suddenly lunges forward, wrapping his arms around him and begging him to tag along to the shop. Lucas flatly refuses because he has a much more important task to handle. Pulling out an exquisitely carved pendant shaped like a sharp beast fang, he stares at the item Teacher Sigan had secretly handed to him earlier, narrowing his eyes as he studies the strange accessory. Lucas quietly resolves to find out the real secret hidden behind this mysterious gift from their rather messy and eccentric teacher. This is a pretty rare reward that only the 3 top-scoring students in the tournament get to receive. He clicks his tongue in regret, looking at the rankings and thinking if only he had placed lower, this artifact would have gone to Tay. Noticing Kai watching him, Lucas casually tucks the pendant away with a quick smile. "My only real strength is just pure luck, you know." Kai sighs and waves goodbye, deciding to head over to the resource shop to catch up with Anto and the others. Lucas nods back, wishing him a quick goodbye, but soon the news of the entire physical combat department scoring perfect marks is splashed across the academy bulletin board, sending shockwaves of disbelief and jealousy through the school. Leela, a magic class student under teacher Greg, is so incredibly furious that she kicks the brick wall. Gritting her teeth, she screams out in sheer frustration. They were supposed to dominate the exams for 3 consecutive years and stand at the top after the elite course. Glaring with venomous eyes, Lila refuses to accept that her father's 10 years of hard work are being ruined by a bunch of low-life martial artists. Lila's fury boils over when she realizes the martial arts department has snatched 20 precious slots for Alan Tower. Standing beside her, another male student joins in with pure resentment. "Those tower slots belong to mages. Those martial arts thugs stole them right from under us." Even when a classmate points out that the instructors at the Beast Base verified there was absolutely no cheating, it only makes the magic students even more furious. Another student from Teacher Greg's faction sneers coldly, claiming the martial arts department must have bribed the Beast Base instructors. He reasons that this is entirely possible, especially since the wealthy heir of the Toroy family belongs to the martial arts department and can easily buy anything he wants. Pushing up his glasses, Andre's eyes gleam with calculation as he reveals that he saw 2 of the Toroy family's lackeys clearing out the last of the training gear at the campus shop. He worries that once the martial arts squad receives their 20 bonus points tomorrow, they will continue monopolizing all the valuable resources. Lila cold-bloodedly grips her magic staff, slyly pointing out that a physical fighter's mana pathways are actually thinner and more fragile than cheap glass. With a wicked laugh, she decides to break their limbs to stop them from growing any further. That very afternoon, the group plots a vicious ambush against the physical combat students. The first 2 victims unfortunate enough to get cornered on their way are Anto and Desio. Desio screams out, demanding to know why they are being ambushed like this. Beside him, Anto is already severely injured with a massive slash wound running down his back, groaning in agonizing pain. Desio panics upon realizing there is poison laced in the wound, knowing they need medical help immediately. But the magic class students refuse to let them go, mockingly sneering that if they want points so badly, they will gladly deliver some right now. Leela activates her magic circle, unleashing a brutal, ruthless strike targeted directly at the 2 helpless, wounded boys. Heart-wrenching screams echo through the forest as Desio and Anto are violently tortured by demonic vines and freezing frost until they completely lose the strength to resist. Lila stands watching them with completely lifeless eyes, coldly declaring that they should shut up because she has absolutely no interest in their points. Shaking all over, Anto weakly asks why she is treating them so cruelly. Her reply is actually pretty simple. Holding a potion bottle, Leela's face twists into a horrifying, demonic expression as she orders them to crawl back and publicly humiliate the physical combat department, confessing to everyone that they are nothing but trash. Hours later, once complete darkness falls, other students from the physical combat department carry lanterns, searching frantically for their missing comrades. They repeatedly call out for Desio and Anto, their voices lost in the quiet night. Kai wonders why Lucas looks so incredibly panicked, considering it is totally normal for their friends to return late from part-time jobs. But Lucas knows this night is completely different. This is the first time he has ever smelled a scent of blood this heavy on the trail. He locks onto the trace and sprints off, leaving Kai completely bewildered. Trying to keep up, Kai grumbles about Lucas suddenly taking off like a madman, but he instantly freezes in horror when he spots a blood-covered, injured hand reaching out weakly from the dark bushes. A brutal scene unfolds as their two classmates lie motionless in a pool of blood. Kai screams in horror, demanding to know who could do such a thing. Lucas drops to his knees to inspect them. Watch closely because his reaction says it all. The barely conscious boy whispers that Lila from Teacher Greg's class did this to them, ruthlessly destroying their mana pathways. Seeing his comrades broken like this, a cold, dark, and terrifying aura violently erupts from deep within Lucas, completely enveloping the area. Lucas quickly reassures him he is still alive, just unconscious. He immediately takes charge, telling Kai to find medicine while he focuses on stopping the bleeding. Once Kai rushes away, Lucas channels his spiritual energy into his hands, performing emergency first aid to prevent the critical wounds from getting any worse. Checking the victim's body, Lucas is shocked by the sheer cruelty of the damage. A curse has completely shattered their bones into tiny fragments. This is definitely bone crusher magic, a deadly technique typically used by underworld assassins. He clenches his fists, veins popping as rage boils over to hurt them. Using such a cruel method, he will put an end to them. This is not bullying. This is straight-up attempted murder. Below him, his friend groans in delirium, calling out for his parents in agonizing pain. Looking at his suffering comrade, Lucas swears to him, "Rest easy. I will personally hunt them down and get your revenge." In the pitch-black forest, Lucas keeps working on them until Kai finally returns with Tae. Staring at the horrific scene, Tae gasps in utter disbelief. Were Anto and Dezio really attacked? Lucas updates them on their condition. Their lives are not in danger, but they will need to rest for a few days. Handing over the medicine bag, Kai thanks Lucas for his quick work before gritting his teeth in pure fury. "Those absolute bastards, I will never let them get away with this." Kai decides he will head straight to the student council tomorrow, but Tae is pessimistic, arguing the teachers are turning a blind eye, so the council will not care about physical combat students anyway. Lucas cuts her off coldly. "I do not care." His terrifying expression leaves Tae completely frozen in shock. A dark aura suddenly erupts, enveloping his entire body and making Lucas look like a completely different person from his usual gentle self. Lucas grashes his teeth in hatred, vowing to settle this grudge no matter the cost. Meanwhile, at the student council room, the air turns icy as Theo listens to their demands, smirking right in their faces. "So you want to challenge Teacher Greg's class to a fight?" Lucas firmly demands a formal apology if they win, especially from those who attacked their two martial arts members. In return, Lucas will bet his S-rank reward if they lose. But Theo just chuckles with a sinister smile, claiming there is absolutely no proof that Greg's students are the real culprits. He picks up the Beast Fang pendant, mockingly asking if this is the prized S-rank reward they are talking about. Suddenly, Theo drops it directly onto the floor, shocking everyone in the room before offering a totally fake, hollow apology. "Oops, my hand slipped." Theo continues sneering, asking if they seriously think using such a cheap piece of trash as collateral for a formal duel is appropriate at all. Watching Theo insult them like this, Kai grinds his teeth and prepares to charge, but Lucas quickly reaches out to hold him back. Lucas stares directly into the eyes of the student council president, asking what exactly counts as appropriate. Theo pretends to ponder for a bit, then slowly suggests they bet something truly unique, something symbolic of this prestigious academy. Wearing a calculating smirk, he delivers a shocking proposal: the losing class will permanently lose their right to train inside the legendary Allen Tower. While Kai and Tae stand completely frozen, Lucas maintains a terrifyingly calm demeanor. Talk about a massive gamble, but he accepts the challenge anyway. The duel announcement between the martial arts department and Greg's class is posted on the bulletin board, drawing the attention of the entire academy to the upcoming battle in 2 days. This news instantly delights the arrogant freshmen who have always looked down on the martial arts department. They loudly cheer for Greg's class, and Greg himself shamelessly praises the 3 thugs who attacked Ano's group right in front of everyone. In stark contrast to the loud crowd, Teacher Sigan says absolutely nothing. He simply ramps up the intensity of their physical combat training under immense pressure. On the training grounds, Lucas pushes his limpets, eyes burning with silent fury. He is fully prepared to take back justice for his fallen comrades. When the promised day finally arrives, the atmosphere inside the arena is more electric than ever, with thousands of eager spectators waiting for the show. Deafening cheers erupt from the stands. Those 3 are fighting for the martial arts department, so give them everything you've got. Standing across from Lucas's team, Leela smirks smugly and continues her condescending insults. "Since so many eyes are on us, if you beg for forgiveness now, I might just let it slide." Yet Lucas remains absolutely unbothered, wearing a terrifyingly calm look. He looks right at her and coldly responds, "We still do not know how this fight will end." As the referee calls both sides to their positions, Kai bravely steps forward with his glowing short sword drawn. "Let's end this quickly," Kai says, ready for action. His opponent, a smug student wearing glasses and holding a magic staff, calmly pushes up his spectacles and retorts with pure arrogance, "After you." The match officially begins. The mage classmate activates a massive glowing magic circle beneath his feet, summoning a blizzard of sharp ice shards that rain down with destructive force right toward Kai. But Kai stuns the entire crowd using blinding speed to deflect every single incoming strike with ease. Instantly, the four-eyed mage turns pale, sweating bullets in absolute disbelief. How could he possibly deflect every single shard? Amidst the crumbling, melting ice, Kai stands tall, looking down on him with a highly contemptuous glare. Is that all you have? So weak. Kai swings his sword to shatter the remaining ice shards, scoffing at his opponent, but the mage Andre just keeps grinning with smug confidence. He laughs inside. You fell right into my trap, you brainless martial artist. Right on cue, Andre activates a binding cage spell, sending sharp ice pillars shooting up from the ground to lock Kai's feet in place. Adjusting his glasses, Andre sneers at him to just die quietly, calling him a half-baked noble. He raises his staff, channeling all his icy power for the finishing blow. Massive blocks of ice crush down on Kai, leaving his battered body severely wounded in the wreckage. Have you learned your lesson yet? This is the high price you pay for provoking a real mage. He cups his hand to his ear, mockingly asking what he said and telling him to speak up if he wants to surrender. Up in the stands, Leela laughs victoriously, saying trash will always remain trash. If you give up now, I might just spare your pathetic life. Watching his teammate being openly humiliated, Lucas's eyes grow incredibly sharp, radiating a terrifying pressure. Lucas growls, asking how long he plans to spout that utter nonsense. Suddenly, Kai lets out a mysterious smirk, his eyes bursting into bright orange flames as an overwhelming aura surges around him. Clutching a boiling orb of lava energy in his palm, he asks if his opponent's ice magic can actually freeze the molten lava of the Magic Beast Mountains. Up in the stands, Lila screams for the idiot to run. Andre freezes as he realizes Kai is holding lava slime ore right before an earth-shattering explosion rips through the field. Thick smoke and intense heat engulf both fighters. Shaking in terror, Andre yells, asking if he has completely lost his mind to trigger a blast at such close range. But look at this. Out of the thick smoke, Kai suddenly bursts forward, eyes glowing with pure bloodlust. Ignoring his wounds, he shatters Andre's magic shield, drawing first blood. The crowd cannot believe their eyes. A martial artist beating a mage is unheard of. Staring at Kai's completely blackened legs, Lucas marvels at his iron will to blow himself up just to escape that icy prison. Kai smiles proudly through his bloody wounds, remembering Lucas's vital advice. The precise moment an opponent confidently breaks their magic is the exact instant they expose a fatal opening to strike. Andre screams in absolute humiliation. How could a lowly martial artist wound him? He yells that with crippled legs, Kai will never be able to dodge his next strike. Die. He concentrates all his frost mana into a massive orb, but Kai already has another blazing attack primed in his hand. A blinding explosion of light erupts once again at the center. Andre gasps in horror, calling him a complete lunatic. Yet Kai stubbornly presses forward, coldly mocking that he absolutely hates ice users. Terrified, Andre backs away, screaming to stay away from him. Too late. Kai delivers a devastating direct headbutt that completely shatters Andre's glasses. Screaming in pain, the mage instantly collapses with a severely battered face. Andre lies motionless on the ground, still unable to believe his magic shield was shattered by raw physical strength. The referee loudly announces that the martial arts department wins the first round. Kai proudly raises his weapon to celebrate with Lucas. Feeling in absolute peak condition, he has no idea someone secretly slipped a performance-enhancing drug into his breakfast earlier. The next round between Tacy and Leela is about to begin. Lucas confidently reassures everyone that with Tacy's true strength, she will be fine. As the fight starts, massive vines suddenly burst from the ground. The agile class president swiftly dodges the deadly sweep, shivering slightly as she barely escapes being crushed in the opening seconds. Lila begins sneering, mocking the martial artists for their useless moral principles. She loudly proclaims that mages only care about the final results, immediately activating a glowing green magic circle in her hands. Monstrous tentacles wildly swarm the entire arena, but Tacy unleashes an unbelievable burst of speed to close the distance instantly, catching Leela completely off guard in pure horror. One devastating punch straight to the stomach sends her spitting blood, stumbling back in absolute shock. How could a mere level 1 move with such terrifying speed? Tacy locks her opponent's arm, coldly declaring that a martial artist's true code is to teach respect for human life. Lila desperately tries to retaliate with her plant magic, but Tacy shuts her down completely with a relentless barrage of heavy blows. Watching from the sidelines, Lucas is deeply impressed, realizing she is targeting the opponent's magic acupoints with absolute precision. He silently respects her sharp vision and quick decisiveness that sealed this convincing win, while Kai beside him is still completely dazed by her sheer speed. Tacy coldly warns her never to trample on the pride of an assistant master. The referee loudly declares a second straight victory for the martial arts department as Leela lies unconscious. Just then, poison needles slip from her sleeve onto the floor, sparking immediate outrage from Mina. She instantly demands to know why such lethal weapons are even allowed in a school duel, but the supervisor just sips his tea, telling her she is overreacting because, in the end, nothing bad actually happened. Seeing their class president win, Kai cheers excitedly. Incredible job, Tacy. No wonder Teacher Segan chose you to lead our class. This is a huge slap in the face to everyone calling martial artist trash. Across the arena, the magic teacher grits his teeth his plans for the Allen Tower slipping away, whispering that he still has a trump card left to win. The third match officially begins. Lucas steps onto the field, facing down an opponent holding a glowing purple magic dagger. As the bell rings, the smug mage boasts that he has trained in physical combat too, leaving Lucas completely helpless against his high-speed after-image technique. Watching closely, Tae-si grows anxious, seeing Lucas only focus on defending and keeping his distance instead of striking back. Lucas knows he does not need to show his true power, but he should still test the guy. Stomping his foot, he decides to close the gap using just 5% of his strength. His sudden burst of speed leaves the mage gasping in utter disbelief, but Lucas wants this to last a bit longer, so he purposely fakes a miss. Exploiting this opening, the mage smirks, whispering that it is too bad for Lucas. He drives his magic dagger straight into Lucas's shoulder, drawing blood, but the boy just keeps his head down, taking the hit in silence. The mage laughs triumphantly, boasting that nobody can survive his bone-crushing technique. He channels his energy, swearing to shatter every bone in Lucas's body, but his smug grin quickly vanishes the moment he senses something is terribly wrong. Check this out, even with his ultimate bone-crushing magic, he cannot make a single dent in Lucas's steel-hard body. Seeing Lucas seemingly pinned down, Kai panics, shouting in confusion. The mage laughs, convinced his opponent is just a weakling trying to look tough. He roars, gearing up for a final blow to end this. But with a sharp thud, Lucas effortlessly stops the blade barehanded, whispering that he thinks that is quite enough. Lucas slams his foot down, releasing an absolute shockwave that completely shatters the floor and leaves his opponent utterly petrified by this ridiculous, godlike level 1 power. Lucas stares him down, his eyes glowing with terrifying pressure. He tells the guy that now he does not have to worry about anyone seeing what comes next, asking if he is ready. The mage's magic sword shatters into pieces instantly, making him scream. Lucas charges forward like a hurricane, delivering a strike that leaves his enemy howling in agonizing pain. Stepping heavily onto his chest, Lucas mocks him, asking if this feels familiar. Using barely 2% of his power, he inflicts pure agony, asking how it feels to have his own shattered weapon pierce his hand, just like he did to Anto. Lucas follows up with a brutal kick that leaves the severely wounded mage screaming in agony. The mage realizes in horror that he cannot fight back or even cast magic, wondering if that hit severed his magic meridians. Seeing his student utterly crushed, Teacher Greg leaps up from the stands, shouting to stop this instantly. Ignoring the shout, Lucas winds up a devastating punch right for his face. In sheer desperation, the gasping mage croaks out that he surrenders. Lucas stops, quietly staring at the beaten loser at his feet. Far in the stands, Greg is still screaming furiously, asking his student what on earth he is saying when he could have won easily. Lucas feels pure disgust, realizing the foolish teacher cannot even see the severe damage done to his own student. Teacher Segan watches quietly, worried this overwhelming victory might bring serious trouble to the martial arts department. Down on the field, though, the crowd is ecstatic as Kai cheers, celebrating 3 straight wins for their class. Whispers spread like wildfire through the stands. After seeing this, some are actually starting to believe martial artists can take down mages in a real duel. The moment Lucas turns to leave, his opponent suddenly leaps up, charging with a hidden blade. A girl in the crowd screams out, warning Lucas to watch his back. But watch how fast Lucas slips right behind him, whispering that he was waiting for this exact moment before striking the back of his neck without mercy. Drake feels his internal power fading away entirely, realizing in horror that his magic meridians are being ripped apart. Terrified, he wonders what on earth Lucas did to him before collapsing with lifeless, despairing eyes. Standing over him, Lucas asks if he really thought he could use a bone-shattering spell on others without ever expecting the exact same thing to happen to him. Speakers announce an absolute victory for Lucas. Up stands, Iwa sits frozen, completely devastated by this impossible result. Seeing her strange reaction, Julia asks if she is alright. Iwa stays silent, her mind racing as she recognizes that move as the legendary Meridian Severing Strike, a lost technique not seen for 100 years. Her eyes burn with deep suspicion, wondering who Lucas truly is to wield such terrifying power. Meanwhile, the rest of the arena is loudly celebrating the historic win. Iwa proudly calls the mages a bunch of sneaky cowards, boldly declaring she will challenge anyone who dares to look down on her. Tae-si humbly suggests they just had a good day, but before they can celebrate further, Segan looms behind them with a murderous glare, asking if a tiny win has already sent them over the moon. Segan roars at them, warning the class not to get cocky over a couple of early wins. Even when Iwa mentions their previous victory at the Taming Festival, the sloppy professor immediately shuts her down. He snaps that their win at the festival was pure luck because the beasts were already completely exhausted beforehand. Turning away, he coldly notes that only Lucas, Kai, and Tae-si have any real talent. Standing under a tree, he asks if the rest plan to spend their entire lives relying on the strong. Segan points out that even after being brutally attacked like Colin and Sap, if they expect others to do their fighting and surviving for them, they will remain weak forever. He walks away, leaving a final warning. If they find that mindset acceptable, they should quit the martial arts department immediately. His words cut deep into the student's pride. Lucas quietly watches his teacher walk away, silently agreeing that Segan is absolutely right. Martial artists need confidence, but without training, pride will only hold them back. From behind a tree, teacher Linda appears, teasing Sigan that he is finally acting like a real homeroom teacher. Sigan just sighs wearily, admitting he only wants to prevent these kids from making the same tragic mistakes he did. Meanwhile, over at the medical room, Break is in pretty terrible shape. Dark cracks are spreading across his hands like a spiderweb, a terrifying scene that looks exactly like the ancient forbidden technique called meridian rupture. He is slumped on the bed, covered in a pretty dark and evil aura. The kid groans in pure agony as the devastating pain from his shattered meridians continues to tear his body apart. Late at night, a carriage speeds into the academy grounds as the tension thickens. Inside the room, Break's furious father slams his hand on the table, his face twisted in rage as he screams out, "How does a standard freshman duel end up like this? My son's magic meridians are completely ruined and he will never be able to cast a single spell again." He frantically demands blind justice, demanding they dissolve the martial arts department immediately. Just then, a bottle gets smashed to pieces right on the floor. Sigan steps in with a cold stare, questioning if they want harsh punishment for a villain. He points out that the spells Break's trio used perfectly match what hit Sap and Colin. Those three are clearly the culprits who severely injured our students. "Headmaster, we need to handle this strictly by the rules." Standing nearby, Gray is completely shocked, wondering if they actually tried to murder their opponent. But he snaps back, telling them to stop changing the subject. They argue over who is responsible for Break getting hit by that forbidden spell. Sigan stays calm, claiming the spell is not even confirmed, and a rookie martial artist could never cast it. Hearing this, Break's father has to agree, knowing the useless, God-rejected eldest son of the Rand family could never control such an advanced, ancient art. Gray clicks his tongue mockingly, saying only a high-level master can pull off a forbidden art. But the only elite martial artist there was teacher Sigan. Gray approaches him with a sly smirk, asking if he was the one behind it, to which Sigan responds coldly. Sigan retorts that if he could use forbidden magic, he would have used it on Gray first. The headmaster sits up, asking Sigan if he really believes Break was not hit. How else can you explain his condition? Sigan coldly suggests it is just karma, then shares that he personally questioned Lucas about the incident. The boy denied knowing the spell but offered a pretty solid theory. He suspects Break is a spoiled noble who paid shady black market assassins to teach him brutal torture methods. So maybe an underworld powerhouse, afraid of info leaking, took advantage of this match to quietly silence him. Director Otani falls silent, but Break's father screams in absolute rage, asking if Sigan is trying to cover this up with silly rumors. Gray also calls it baseless guesswork. Sigan fires right back, arguing this theory is way more believable than a rookie martial artist casting an ancient forbidden technique. He warns them that a terrifying master is lurking in the shadows, and provoking them is a terrible idea. This technique is truly devastating, capable of destroying even top-tier mages. That night, Director Otani searches the academy library alone with a lantern. Stopping before an ancient bookshelf, he murmurs that he has found it. Looking closely, he notices the dust on the Meridian book has been wiped clean, proving someone recently held it. Flipping the pages, his eyes lock onto an illustration of a hand sign. Just as I thought, the headmaster smiles subtly in the quiet room. Meanwhile, at a hidden hot spring, Lucas prepares the final treatment for his friends. Let's see how he does this. He pours sparkling medicine into the water to begin. Steam rises as Anto and Dezio grit their teeth. Brilliant blue spiritual energy begins flowing into their muscles, forcefully rebuilding their shattered meridians. Watching them struggle, Lucas stays focused and gently reassures them to hold on just a little bit longer. He proudly declares a forgotten truth: martial healers are actually far superior to most average mages. Days later, the Rand family's luxury carriage arrives at the academy gates. Hurrian helps his wife Catherine out, smiling as he says they will see their kids soon, and she softly agrees. Looking up at the massive walls, she notes that nothing has changed here. Seeing her look so deeply pensive, Hurrian calls her name in worry. Catherine smiles and tells him not to worry. She is just remembering the past. Suddenly, the loud sound of galloping hooves echoes nearby. She is shocked to recognize her younger brother, Saint Miranda, who is also Awa's father. He dismounts and greets his sister with a smile, noting how long it has been. This sudden meeting sparks memories of 10 years ago when the Beast tribes launched massive attacks on the Empire border. Horrific wars broke out constantly, filling the skies with smoke and terrifying monster roars. Facing this brutal invasion, humans had to unite to survive. After 3 days and nights of endless combat, both sides suffered massive losses on the battlefield. Right in the middle of that slaughter, a young female mage faced certain death as a massive beast closed in on her. At the very last second, a young knight rushed in like a savior, slaying the monster to catch her. That was the fateful meeting of Hurrian and Catherine Miranda. Surviving life and death together on the battlefield, they swore to bind their lives forever. Catherine's father, Duke Miranda, opposed the marriage, forcing her to cut ties. Sent looks at his sister, amazed that their children have met for the first time at this very academy. Time flies fast. Sent smiles, noting how much Julia resembles a young Catherine, and asks if she plans to go home since their father is waiting. Catherine's smile fades when Scent says only she is invited. Realizing her father still rejects Harrian, her husband gently urges her to go while he heads to the front lines. He warmly tells her that he is glad they let her visit, promising to pick her up once his military campaign ends. Watching him leave, Catherine is deeply grateful. He swallowed his pride to ask Scent for help. Yet Scent worries their father still cannot accept a noble mage marrying a martial artist. He hopes someone will eventually break these harsh social prejudices. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Lucas suddenly lets out a sneeze. Lucas wonders if he caught a cold from overtraining. Julia teases Kai, who is carrying a huge bag of food, calling it pretty rare for him. Kai snaps at her to mind her own business. He grumbles that once Anto and the others fully recover, they owe him a massive feast for his hard work. Lucas laughs it off, but nasty rumors quickly spread among the magic students. They call him a lucky fraud, claiming he only won because of some outside assassin. Hearing their gossip, Julia releases a dark, terrifying aura that instantly sends shivers down their spines. Over in the cafeteria, Lucas notices his little sister's new hair clip and asks if it is brand new. Julia happily brags that it's a gift from Sister Iwa of the Miranda family. Lucas is secretly shocked to see the prestigious Mirandas actively making a move on his little sister. He realizes that with Julia's sheer talent, of course they'd want to recruit her. Since their mother had told Julia to get along with Iwa, the young girl excitedly shares even more. She happily brags about becoming class president and needing to tell mom right away. Just then, Mina suddenly sneaks up from behind, sets her lunch tray down, and warmly congratulates Julia. Mina confidently declares that Julia will definitely become a true pillar of this academy in the future, promising her endless support. Julia blankly repeats the words, wondering about being a pillar, when a quiet figure suddenly slips past and catches her eye. It's a girl with long black hair and a melancholic face, walking silently through the crowded hallway. Now, let's rewind a bit to the faculty office, where the atmosphere is incredibly tense. The teacher sitting behind the desk coldly delivers the final verdict. Although your psychic magic capabilities can rival Julia's, in every other single aspect, Julia completely outclasses you. That is why I think Julia is much better suited to be the class president. Iwa stands there, head hanging low in sheer humiliation and resentment. Stepping out of the room, she grinds her teeth, her eyes burning with bitter hatred. She silently makes a fierce promise: just wait, she will show everyone who is truly the best. Back in the present at the cafeteria, Julia watches Iwa's retreating back with deep worry, noting that she left looking incredibly furious. Since she didn't even eat properly, Julia decides to buy some lunch to bring back to their room. Seeing this, Mina curiously asks if she is close with Iwa. The little girl excitedly confirms they are roommates and showers her with endless praise, saying Iwa's psychic magic is truly amazing and that it was her very first time seeing it. Lucas thoughtfully points out that psychic magic is indeed a rare and exceptional ability. Meanwhile, Mina silently sizes up Julia's brother, noting how sharp he seems. Wait, watch this. Mina casually taps the table, activating a glowing magic circle that wraps around them all. Lucas immediately senses something off, realizing she used a silence barrier for some shady business. Mina just puts a finger to her lips with a scheming smile. She silently notes that overly clever people are always the hardest to handle, then casually offers to show them her own wind magic if they want. Julia happily offers her leftover food to her brother, but Lucas has already seen right through the vice president's motives. He coldly sets his fork down and asks directly if she came here for more than just small talk. Mina adjusts her glasses, silently noting how intensely guarded Julia's brother is, but she believes that winning Julia's affection makes his interference totally trivial. She decides to cut straight to the chase. Praising his sharpness, she gets straight to the point and asks if they know about the dangerous Beast Mountain range behind the academy. Mina lays it out without wasting a single second. She reveals that some highly unusual ecological shifts have been happening there lately. The lower-tier beast population is dropping drastically, and even the once abundant shadow leopards have completely vanished without leaving a single trace behind. Hearing this, Lucas freezes as he vividly remembers riding Uru straight through the dense forest that very night. Mina continues, revealing that just 3 days ago the Imperial investigation team discovered a high-tier beast's hidden lair. Lucas flinches, accidentally dropping his spoon, secretly panicking and praying it isn't Uru's home. He quickly recovers his composure and asks about the difficulty of this field mission from the student council. Mina covers her mouth, her eyes gleaming with mystery as she reveals a massive 100-point reward. Both siblings are stunned by the sheer size of the prize, their eyes practically glowing at the reward. Lucas tells himself that with his and Julia's current strength, this should be an absolute breeze. Meanwhile, over at the Miranda estate, an incredibly suffocating grand banquet is underway. Duke Soa Miranda, the head of the house, casually enjoys his dinner while Sen looks at his father and quietly sighs. He recognizes his father's stubbornness in forcing his sister Catherine to stay in the guest room, even though her old bedroom was cleaned up ages ago. Catherine sits silently across from him, not touching a single bite, which makes the dining hall feel as heavy as a funeral. Suddenly, Duke Soa breaks the silence and calls out to his daughter. He taps his fork on the table and loudly declares that since Julia has the potential of a high mage, he is willing to recognize her as their grandchild. Catherine tearfully thanks him, but the moment she tries to mention that Lucas is also a brilliant martial artist with a perfect score, Duke Soa flatly dismisses it. He asserts with absolute certainty that no matter how good a martial artist is, it is completely worthless to their family. Duke Soa wipes his mouth and emphasizes that the Miranda family only looks for geniuses capable of becoming high mages. Catherine feels deep sorrow, realizing her father's prejudice against martial arts remains unchanged after all these years. Right then, a servant enters to present an urgent letter from the mountain investigation team. The contents make Duke Soa frown in deep thought. A new area has been discovered beneath the lair, with completely unknown danger levels. This grim news leaves both Catherine and Sen deeply worried. They fear that whatever is happening on that mountain will threaten the safety of the academy students. Duke Soa stands up, reasoning that with the teachers and his own subordinates guarding the school, the kids will be perfectly safe as long as they stay inside. He orders Catherine to wait until things settle down before visiting them. Catherine can only bow her head in quiet obedience. Looking down with sorrowful eyes, she silently begs Lucas and Julia to hang in there and wait for her just a little longer. Back at the academy, Mina is utterly shocked when a student council staff member informs her that accepting this mission requires at least 5 people, with one being an official council member. She yells out in absolute anger, pointing out that there was absolutely no rule about party sizes just yesterday. The flustered staff member explains that the president personally changed the requirements due to the new mountain anomalies. Mina grinds her teeth, realizing they are deliberately making things hard. Lucas secretly observes her, realizing this vice president is actually so isolated that she cannot even find 5 people to join her. No wonder she went out of her way to approach Julia during the entrance exams. Seeing Mina on the verge of giving up, Lucas firmly steps forward, telling her to leave the recruitment to them, as Julia cheers. Yes, they will gladly help her out. Mina tearfully thanks them, but she immediately feels a pang of guilt, thinking these kids are so incredibly kind that using them as pawns feels almost dirty. Right on cue, Kateroy makes a grand entrance in shiny iron armor, loudly announcing that wherever his best friend Lucas goes, he follows. He is absolutely dying to show off the high-tier gear his parents bought him. Right after, Masta shows up holding a magic tome and politely introduces himself, saying he specializes in water healing magic and hopes he can be of some help. Honestly, looking at this total rookie lineup, Mina is completely speechless and immediately takes back her earlier compliment. She is terrified these kids are just going to be a massive burden on the mission. Lucas curiously asks his sister why she calls her roommate Maya A instead of Iwa. Julia sighs, explaining that Iwa won't even listen to her anyway. Mina holds her head in exhaustion, reassuring herself that they only need warm bodies to fill the slots, since she and Julia will do all the heavy lifting. She decisively commands everyone to move out. Mina activates a speed boost spell, warning them that even with magic assistance, it is still going to take a solid half-day to reach the beast lair. A few hours later, the party rushes through the forest at lightning speed, finally arriving in front of a dark, eerie cave. Mina coldly announces that they have officially arrived. Standing before the cave entrance, Mina notices that the Imperial Survey team is already investigating the area. Spotting a flag with a thorny rose fluttering in the wind, she confirms it belongs to the Miranda crest. While Mina and Kai inspect the residual battle marks left on the ground, Lucas secretly breathes a massive sigh of relief since they have not stumbled upon Uru's home. Suddenly a wave of pure killing intent hits, causing Lucas to pale. He yells out a warning about an attack from above, just as a fierce winged beast with glowing red eyes dives straight down at them. Without wasting a second, Mina raises her staff to activate a magic circle, calling on the raging winds to become sharp blades. But the onslaught is far from over as more monsters swarm the party from all sides. Shield magic, Mina screams. Kai bravely jumps in, blocking those sharp claw strikes with his heavy shield, shouting out that they should leave the close combat to him and his allies. Lucas joins the fray with a lightning kick, teasing Kai not to steal all the glory. Not backing down, Kai fires back with a challenge of his own, asking if Lucas can even keep up with his speed. Supporting them from behind, Maya unleashes her water barrier, telling them to fight freely while she covers the healing. Together, they execute a highly coordinated defense against the flying beasts swarming overhead. Watching them, Mina feels a surge of pride. It has been quite a while since they fought in such perfect sync. She instantly spots the enemy's weakness and yells that these beasts are weak to wind and lightning magic. Julia, you are up, she commands. Channeling her mana into her staff, Julia triggers a massive spell. Giant bolts of purple lightning explode across the sky, vaporizing the shrieking beasts in a blinding flash. Seeing this absolute devastation, both Lucas and Kai are completely stunned by the raw, terrifying power of Julia's lightning magic. Mina stands frozen, watching the enemy ashes drift away in the gray smoke. Noticing Mina staring, Julia innocently asks if she said something. Mina flinches, sweating bullets as she shakily replies that it was nothing at all. Turning away with a heavily conflicted look, she is forced to admit a shocking truth: she had completely underestimated the true potential of her team. Maya starts casting healing magic on Kai's arm, mending his cuts in a split second. Kai gasps in disbelief, saying it is amazing how the wound healed instantly, calling her a total goddess. Maya blushes deeply, stammering that calling her a goddess is way too much. But secretly, she is already daydreaming about Lucas holding her hand gently, thanking her and calling her his very own personal goddess. That silly thought makes Maya turn bright red with embarrassment, leaving Lucas completely confused by her weird expression. She quickly shakes off the nonsense, telling herself the best way is to keep everyone from getting hurt at all. Moving deeper inside, the party is completely taken aback by how massive the cavern actually is. Julia chirps excitedly, pointing out that this inner chamber is absolutely giant. Kai is equally impressed, noting that an entire small army could camp here comfortably. Meanwhile, Lucas closely examines the rock walls, silently realizing that this structure does not look natural at all. It looks like it was excavated. This underground space must be crawling with beasts. Mina nods, warning the group that things will only get more dangerous, so they must remain highly alert. Suddenly, a pack of wild, axe-wielding goblins charges straight out of the shadows. Julia does not hesitate, she swings her staff, blasting purple lightning that sends them screaming in agony. Mina explains that because these goblins have lived underground for so long, their eyesight is pretty weak. They rely almost entirely on their hearing to hunt. By letting Julia blast them with thunder, she completely blew out their hearing to keep the party safe. Still, Lucas notices the endless stream of monsters, worrying that playing defense like this will soon drain them. Moments later, Kai suddenly charges into the open, waving his arms and shouting to bait the enemies. Julia and Maya coordinate their spells instantly, aiming to wipe them out in one go. Julia's purple lightning merges with Maya's wind vortex, creating a massive tempest of magic. In a split second, the goblins and slimesons are entirely wiped off the map. Seeing this, Lucas is impressed by how effective area of effect spells really are. Kai sits amidst the debris, boasting proudly that he gathered them all up so Julia and the senior could finish them off. You have got to love this guy's confidence. Kai boasts that the plan was brilliant, claiming his premium gear made it possible, before smugly teasing Lucas for stealing the spotlight. Lucas can only sigh, telling Kai that not everyone is as obsessed with attention as he is. After Maya heals up their scratches, they push further inside, eventually stumbling upon a chest overflowing with gold and glowing ancient weapons. Noticing Julia and the others are pretty exhausted, Lucas suggests taking a quick break. Everyone is completely worn out, but Kai chooses to play deaf and completely ignores him. He runs off with his sword drawn, yelling for monsters to come out. Kai is talking pretty big, completely fearless. Julia sighs, realizing he is ignoring them on purpose. But seconds later, Kai comes sprinting back, chased by a massive pack of lizardmen. He yells that he brought the targets and is leaving the rest to them, but his jaw drops when he looks around. The area is completely empty. Where did everyone go? Hiding behind a boulder, Lucas jokes about sacrificing their teammate, while Julia folds her hands, praying for Kai to rest in peace. Maya looks worried, promising to heal him if he survives. Suddenly, a heavy, echoing thud shakes the cavern roof, making Maya look up in terror. Lucas shakes his head, noting that the sound is coming from the very center of the cave. The survey team might have found the boss. They rush toward the noise, but as they get closer, the thick, metallic stench of fresh blood fills the air, making Lucas scowl in deep concern. Mina hands out medicine bottles, telling everyone to drink up for a quick recovery. She assumes the elite survey team has things covered, but insists they must verify the situation just in case. And here is where things take a truly dark turn. The entire elite survey team lies brutally slaughtered before them, surrounded by a thick crimson mist. Shaking in terror, Mina mutters that this is completely impossible, asking how the entire elite survey team could be dead. She instantly orders an immediate retreat, but a violent explosion rips through the ruins and a colossal minotaur with burning blue eyes emerges. The beast roars in pure rage, swinging its massive axe with devastating force, aiming straight for Mina. She is paralyzed with shock, wondering how a disaster-class monster like a minotaur could ever appear here. Lucas immediately spots the anomaly, thinking that a monster this powerful should never appear on a simple school mission. Something has gone terribly wrong. The chilling aura feels strangely familiar, making him wonder if he has crossed paths with this energy before. Look out, Lucas screams. A sudden ice shield blocks the Minotaur's heavy strike, shattering instantly under the immense pressure. Julia rushes over, frantic, checking to see if her brother and Mina are all right. When Lucas asks if she conjured the shield, Mina can only shake her head in denial. His gaze quickly shifts toward the massive hand of the beast. He realizes their savior is the man currently caught in the monster's tight grip. The Minotaur growls in fury, squeezing the soldier and yelling at him to die. Despite his grave injuries, the soldier desperately warns them. He gasps out to call for Imperial reinforcements, explaining that the ancient seal has been completely shattered. The beast responds by tightening its deadly grip, crushing him further. It glares at the party and roars, calling them fools and promising to devour them all. Watching this brutal display, Julia and Maya can only scream out in pure burning anger. Amidst the rubble, a small vial slips and rolls across the floor. Gritting his teeth through the intense pain, the brave soldier activates a massive magic circle, shouting for the monster to back off. A colossal ice pillar erupts, impaling the monster's arm and catching it completely off guard. Falling to the ground, the exhausted soldier manages to choke out his final words. He tells them to run immediately and report what is happening. Mina grabs Julia and retreats, honoring the soldier's desperate wish. Lucas watches the man sacrifice himself, his heart aching with a heavy, painful sorrow. He silently promises to return and avenge him since he cannot save him now. Behind them, the dying soldier still screams at them to escape while they still can, crying out that he has done all he can. But the furious Minotaur easily breaks free from the ice. It bellows in pure rage, insulted that a mere insect had dared to blindside it. The giant Minotaur opens its razor-sharp jaw to swallow the helpless soldier like a quick dessert. Right at the absolute last second, a devastating bolt of purple lightning slams directly into the beast's face, forcing a screech of pure agony. Julia stands tall, firmly holding her staff in front. Her small eyes burn with rage as she proudly declares that the soldier is no insect, he is a truly great warrior. With the monster still highly dazed from the surprise strike, Mina acts fast, using wind magic to rescue the soldier who is currently in free fall. She unleashes a powerful wind bomb spell to push back the air pressure, catching him safely before he hits the ground. Panicked, she screams to demand why Lucas is staying behind instead of running, especially when that brave soldier risked his life just to buy them precious time. Lucas silently steps forward. He tells Mina to escape and report the situation while he holds the beast here. Mina tries to stop him in sheer terror, knowing this is a calamity-class monster that a mere first-year student could never handle. He coldly admits that she is quite right and this will not be easy at all. Meanwhile, the monster roars with intense rage, causing a terrifying tremor that shakes the entire cavern. While Lucas tries to take the burden alone to let them escape, Mina suddenly swings her staff to activate a glowing magic circle. Stepping forward, she loudly commands him to step back. She declares that protecting everyone is her duty as vice president. This brave move completely changes how Lucas sees her, making him realize Mina is actually far more courageous than her usual calculating self suggests. It is not just Mina, either Julia and Maya completely refuse to leave. Julia firmly declares that she will never abandon her older brother and Mina here. Maya quickly sends a distress signal to Kai at the entrance while calling everyone to fight. Honestly, Mina's reaction is just gold, she sighs, wishing Maya had mentioned her communication magic sooner so they could focus on the beast. The giant Minotaur roars fiercely but gets slammed by another bolt of Julia's purple lightning. Despite this, Mina is still pretty worried that even working together, their squad can barely defeat such a terrifying creature. Right then, Lucas's hand glows with a brilliant gold aura as he tells them to trust him. Channeling everything into his fist, it shines like a miniature sun, releasing an absolutely overwhelming amount of pressure. He charges straight toward the massive Minotaur, roaring with pure determination that there is no way they are going to lose to a beast like this. The raging Minotaur roars wildly, swinging down its giant axe with truly devastating power. Totally unfazed, Lucas channels every single ounce of his spiritual energy into his glowing golden fist, unleashing a full-force punch that clashes violently enough to leave the beast completely shocked. Mina yells for Lucas to keep up the pressure so she can strike while he distracts the beast. Lucas quickly calls back with a firm Roger that, furious at being attacked by what it considers mere insects, the Minotaur screams in utter rage, calling them lowly bugs for daring to defy it. Meanwhile, Mina quickly activates a massive magic circle under her feet, ready for action. Right away, Julia channels all her lightning magic into her glowing staff, screaming out at the beast for daring to bully her brother and telling it to eat lightning. A massive strike of purple lightning rains down from high above, completely swallowing the Minotaur as it shrieks in agony. Seizing the perfect moment while it is paralyzed, Lucas unleashes a non-stop barrage of heavy, devastating blows onto its weak points, shattering the cavern ground into tiny pieces. The Minotaur screams in agonizing pain amidst the thick clouds of rising dust. Lucas narrows his eyes with absolute determination, realizing the time has come since he successfully struck its weak point and locked down its movements. Right now, Julia immediately triggers her Thunder Arrowbell spell. Meanwhile, Mina channels her wind magic into her palms, creating a razor-sharp, spinning vortex of air called Winkter. Both girls put everything they have into this, shouting together as they launch an incredibly powerful combined strike directly at the enemy. Talk about a destructive combo. The synergy between lightning and wind triggers a terrifying explosion, slamming directly into the Minotaur as it screams in agonizing pain. Even though it is heavily injured, the monster still grinds its teeth with pure hatred. The beast threatens that once its legs heal, it will tear every single one of them apart. Hearing this, Maya steps forward with highly determined eyes, declaring that she will never let that happen. Telling the beast to take this, she activates her water magic called Water Phone, pouring a massive torrent that completely drenches the monster. Afterward, Maya heavily pants from exhausting all her mana. But Mina is stunned to see something is quite wrong, asking if its legs are already healed and wondering if this boss is hacking recovery. The Minotaur casually swings its giant axe to clear the water, laughing proudly. The beast mocks that cheap water does nothing before promising to eat them alive. It charges straight toward Maya at an absolutely terrifying speed, radiating pure killing intent. Right at the last second, Julia loudly yells out, asking what happens when a wet target gets shocked. She concentrates all her thunder magic into her staff, which crackles with intense purple lightning. Julia roars that the beast must pay with its life for killing those soldiers. A massive lightning strike carrying pure destructive force slams into the soaking wet Minotaur, sending high-voltage currents coursing through its body as it screeches. Watching closely, Lucas is quietly impressed by his sister's quick thinking. She deliberately used the water to heavily boost the conductive power of her lightning strike. Thinking up a perfect tactical combo on the spot like this shows exactly why she is the top student. The monster finally collapses, its smoking body lying completely still in the rubble. Lucas coldly approaches the beast, his hand glowing with that heavy golden aura to finish this once and for all. But just as he moves, Mina senses something is quite wrong and gasps. Suddenly, a sickening red and black aura erupts from the monster's carcass. Talk about a massive plot twist. Mina literally trembles in sheer terror as the overwhelming pressure crushes the entire room, leaving her wondering what on earth is happening. Even Lucas freezes in his tracks as a ghostly black shadow slowly rises right out of the monster's corpse, releasing an evil energy that is far beyond anything they could imagine. Out of the rubble, a towering entity of pure darkness with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth emerges, letting out a chilling, monstrous laugh. At that exact moment, the ground outside the cavern begins to shake violently. Kai, who is still guarding the entrance, panics and wonders if an earthquake is hitting. Sensing that the danger is rapidly rising, he quickly decides his only option is to run for backup. Praying for everyone to hold on, Kai sprints into the dark night to get help. Inside, the transformed beast roars like a maniac, showing its sharp fangs amidst the thick black smoke and a crimson aura. A massive shockwave bursts from that roar, violently blowing away everything in the vicinity. Lucas is thrown far back, rolling hard across the dirt floor from the sheer weight of its power. Standing tall with glowing crimson eyes, the Minotaur is now entirely wrapped in a dark, highly oppressive aura. Lucas touches his ear in shock, realizing that the raw sound waves from its roar alone were actually strong enough to leave him injured and bleeding. He realizes this thing is significantly stronger than it was just a moment ago. Dragging himself up, Lucas desperately calls out to see if everyone is still okay. Things take a terrible turn as Mina, Maya, and his sister Julia are all completely knocked out, lying motionless on the ground with pretty severe injuries. Seeing his little sister lying in the ruins with blood on her lips, Lucas's eyes suddenly turn dead and cold. Overwhelming rage explodes inside him, and he channels every drop of his remaining spiritual energy to prepare a truly destructive counterattack. As the monster roars, he closes the distance with unbelievable speed. Lucas's eyes glow with a furious gold light as he yells out that he is going to absolutely destroy the beast. The monster roars like mad, but Lucas does not back down. An explosion of massive spiritual force blasts away everything around them, leaving a huge wound on the dark creature as Lucas lands, keeping his sharp glare locked onto the opponent. But his expression quickly turns into utter shock as he realizes the beast does not seem to feel any pain at all. He wonders what on earth is going on and why it cannot feel pain. As he backs away to keep his distance, a dark, ominous mist begins swirling around the Minotaur's open wound. He watches in sheer horror as the beast's crushed arm regenerates at an impossible speed. The monster swings its massive axe straight down, triggering a violent, earth-shattering tremor that shatters the surrounding boulders into dust. Even though Lucas dodged in time, the sheer force of the swing is so brutal it makes him cough up blood. Wiping his lips, he curses his own carelessness. Just the wind pressure alone made him bleed. Seeing Lucas still standing, the beast unleashes an even thicker wave of bloodlust. It feels a sick thrill, sensing the boiling blood of a true warrior. Another blast rips through the cave, shaking the stone walls and forcing Lucas to slide across the rocky ground to escape. Giving him no time to breathe, the Minotaur charges with terrifying speed. Its glowing red eyes leave streaks of crimson light cutting through the pitch-black darkness. The earth-shattering impacts cause the cavern ceiling to crack violently, sending massive boulders crashing down to bury everything. Looking up in horror at the crumbling ceiling, Lucas realizes they are in deep trouble. This is bad. The falling rocks are heading right for the others. Bolting through the thick dust cloud, Lucas spots a massive boulder, plunging straight toward where his sister Julia lies unconscious. But Lucas throws himself over her just in time, shielding his little sister from the deadly impact. He looks back at his comrades with pure worry, while the Minotaur roars like a demon inside a storm of red energy. Opening its fanged maw, the evil entity unleashes a brutal roar that forms shockwaves of raw energy, tearing at Lucas's ears and inner organs. Right here, he realizes things have taken a turn for the absolute worst. The horrific sound echoes off the collapsed stone walls, growing louder and heavier. The resonant pressure is too much for Lucas to bear. He collapses to the ground, gasping for air and spitting up blood from his severe injuries. But the Minotaur has no intention of letting him off. It swings its massive arm, shrouded in dark smoke, aiming a devastating, fatal blow right at him from above. With eyes burning red with bloodlust, the beast roars a brutal death sentence, go to hell. But wait for it, Lucas stops that massive axe blade with just one hand, his body suddenly wrapped in a blazing golden spiritual energy. Lucas cannot back down, not when the people he must protect are right behind him. His eyes flash with a resolute blue light as he screams in pure rage, "As long as I am breathing, I will never let you lay a finger on Julia or the others." Before the monster can even react, he quickly snatches the giant axe right out of its hands. Channeling his entire spiritual energy, Lucas slams the heavy axe blade deep into the beast, making it howl in absolute agony. His eyes flare with an angry orange light, his face twitching violently as his rage reaches its boiling point. Without a single second of hesitation, he fires a thunderous punch, shattering the Minoto's jaw. Lucas closes the distance, grabs the monster's colossal body with his bare hands, and slams it hard into the rubble. The battle turns into a brutal one-sided beatdown as the monster is sent flying backward, screaming in despair. Emerging from the thick dust cloud, Lucas stands bare-chested and covered in blood. The crisscrossed scars on his body glow brightly under the insane pressure of his overwhelming spiritual energy. His eyes are now blood red, radiating the aura of a true monster standing proudly over the broken remains of his defeated foe. Driven mad with rage, the Minoto roars and swings a massive fist directly at the tiny figure. Despite the massive size difference, Lucas clashes with the beast head-on, triggering an absolutely earth-shattering explosion of force that rattles the entire cavern. Getting right in the monster's face, Lucas coldly delivers a final death sentence in a deep, dark voice. Time to send you to the afterlife. Around his body, thick bloodlust manifests as countless glowing red symbols of death, swallowing up the space like a grim curse. Terrified and utterly stunned by this sudden explosion of power, the monster stammers out, "What is this?" Lucas's eyes flare with deadly intent as he channels all of his rage into one final, devastating strike. A colossal pillar of energy rains down, piercing right through the Minoto's body in an explosion that rocks the whole mountain. Even outside, under the pouring rain, the earth continues to shake violently from the force of the blast. Julia groans softly, slowly waking up from her unconscious state. She looks around in confusion, wonder we still alive and where's my brother? As the brutal battle ends, Lucas stands tall among the wreckage, the beast completely destroyed, leaving behind a terrifying silence. Squinting through the glowing red haze of the cavern, Julia looks into the distance and cries out with tears in her eyes, "Brother." But Lucas doesn't seem like himself anymore. Strange dark red veins of demonic energy begin to bulge and pulse, slowly creeping over his entire body. Lucas screams out in absolute agony as a dark, malevolent power fights to take over his mind. Right on his chest, a sinister goat-headed pentagram crest suddenly glows with an eerie light. Suddenly, the scenery shifts entirely, bringing us right into a blazing realm known as the Temple of Wrath. Deep within this sea of flames, we can see the faint silhouette of the martial god, seemingly chained down by some evil force. Out of the boiling magma, a colossal hand of pure fire rises, dragging a powerful, godlike entity out from the absolute darkness. A demonic lord with massive horns and rippling muscles crushes the ground beneath him, his eyes burning with intense malice. Sensing the violently fluctuating spiritual aura in the air, he growls out a name with pure deep-rooted hatred. Martial God. This terrifying being is Von Saba, the demon king of wrath. Gritting his teeth, he venomously declares that he will tear him to absolute shreds. But just then, a seductive, mystical voice echoes through the flames. Well, how fascinating. Slithering in alongside a colossal serpent is Yensida, a high-ranking demon queen with long green hair who is as alluring as she is deadly. She smiles, revealing that Vansaba's awakening was triggered by the fury of the key they spent so much effort choosing. Vansaba snorts in deep contempt, staring into the far distance and wondering if that kid truly possesses the hidden potential they need. Yensida smirks knowingly as she watches Lucas's transformation. Resting on his blazing throne, Vansaba smugly claims that at this very moment, the young boy is shattering every single limit to unleash his true, terrifying power. Lucas has completely lost his mind, screaming out in sheer madness that he will kill everyone. But through the choking black smoke, Julia ignores the danger and rushes forward, hugging her brother tight. Sobbing heavily, she begs him to stop and please wake up, while Mina screams out in absolute horror for Julia to get back. Yet, Julia's heart-wrenching cries manage to pierce deep through the dark fog currently consuming Lucas's soul. A single tear falls, sending gentle ripples through his mind which has drifted down to the absolute bottom of a dark abyss. Inside that endless void, his little sister's desperate cries become a guiding light, helping Lucas find his true self and break free from the evil magic. As the dust slowly clears, Julia gazes anxiously at the silhouette standing in the ruins, softly calling out to him. The burning red crests on Lucas's body begin to fade as he slowly regains control. Turning to look at his sister with gentle eyes, he whispers that he is back, apologizing and asking her to step back just a bit. Overjoyed, Julia cheers and immediately does what her brother says. Lucas takes a long, deep breath, trying to steady his breathing and pull back his violently exploding spiritual power. The dark black veins on his skin fade away as a brilliant golden light wraps around the entire area before vanishing completely. The demonic crest on Lucas's chest slowly sinks back beneath his skin, finally bringing peace back to the ruined cave. With the terrifying battle over and Lucas calm once again, Mina and Julia quickly rush over from behind. Julia asks him with deep worry if he is doing okay. Lucas sinks exhausted onto the rubble, replying softly to reassure them that he is fine. Julia throws herself into his arms, sobbing hysterically out of fear, crying that he had absolutely scared her half to death. He apologizes, promising never to do anything that would make them worry like that ever again. Meanwhile, in the dark demon realm, King Von Safa sits silently on his throne amidst a raging sea of fire. Yansita licks her lips with a deeply wicked look in her eyes. She notes that the key named Lucas still needs to endure far more brutal trials if he is ever going to truly awaken, like making him taste the agony of losing his family and so much more. Julia's face flashes on screen, a grim omen of the tragic storm about to tear the Rand clan apart. Elsewhere, voices echo in the dark. "Wake up, Lucas." Lost in his delirium, he mumbles in confusion, "Who is that?" Images of his parents and Julia flash in his mind, but eerie red spots suddenly cover them. Lucas calls out to his family in confusion, "Mother, Father, Julia," but seeing him move, Julia cries out in joy. He is opening his eyes, thank heavens. Suddenly, the surrounding space goes pitch black. Intense pain surges through him, turning his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. Lucas panics as he realizes his own body is moving completely out of his control. He desperately whispers their names as darkness swallows his final shred of sanity. Then, a sudden shout breaks the silence. "Lucas, are you crazy? Why are you blasting me with magic?" Lucas snaps awake in the Allen Magic Academy infirmary covered in bandages. Right next to him, Kai is holding his bloody nose in sheer frustration. Kai growls, "Are you still half asleep? If you weren't hurt, I'd beat you up." Lucas can only whisper his apologies. Still clutching his sore nose, Kai storms out. Left alone on the hospital bed, Lucas touches his face, haunted by that terrifying dream. He wonders if the bizarre power from the cave is starting to mess with his mind. He recalls going berserk, that crest glowing on his chest. He had never lost control like that. Wait, was it anger? Lucas wonders if his mind got corrupted by letting anger take over the wheel during battle. But in a life or death fight, who can truly suppress their own rage? Looking at a glass of water, he thinks about having someone nearby to hold him back during battle. But he immediately rejects it, clutching his head. His training and mission partners are all just students. It is way too dangerous to expect them to stop him when he goes wild. Touching his face, Lucas makes a bold decision. And that wild plan actually makes sense. Meanwhile, down the hallway, the school nurses are whispering about the injured students who just got brought back. One sighs in relief that they survived, while another wonders, even if they are seniors, how did they get hurt on a school mission? Sigyn stumbles by, clutching a bottle of liquor. Protecting the juniors is how they got hurt, the gossip continues. Word is they had to drag along 2 massive deadweights from the Visual Arts department. No wonder they got hurt. Mina lies motionless, bandages covering her face. She paid the heaviest price to protect the underclassmen. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupts. The nurses panic as wind sweeps through. The doors are locked. Where is this wind coming from? Sigyn drops his bottle, shattering it on the floor. His eyes widen in absolute horror as he senses a familiar presence, that high-ranking aura. Is this a joke? Inside the locked room, Lucas channels his spiritual energy to perform an ancient technique. He smiles, satisfied. Great, the cloning technique actually worked. Instantly, 2 identical clones of Lucas appear, standing tall beside him in a glowing aura. Recalling an old library book, Lucas analyzes that a clone's power is at most half of the original. If he splits into 3, his power is divided. That means each clone only gets 1/6 of his real strength. Staring at his palm, he evaluates the skill's effectiveness. This is a bit too weak to stop him if he truly goes berserk. Still, it is enough to buy some time for others to escape. As he calculates, his ears twitch. Someone is approaching. He turns his head and spots his homeroom teacher standing right at the door, Teacher Sigyn. Sigyn steps inside, unusually solemn. His sharp eyes lock onto Lucas as he speaks in a low voice. From the entrance exam to the beast-taming tournament and now this mission. Chaos always follows you. Sigyn steps closer and you know he's not playing around. What are you? Why are you here? Under his teacher's intense gaze and glowing golden eyes, Lucas silently lowers his head. The tension in the room is suffocating. Breaking a sweat, Lucas tries to brush off the suspicion. I honestly do not know what you mean, teacher. Of course, I came to the Allen Magic Academy to learn martial arts and grow stronger. Instantly, Sigyn flashes behind Lucas with terrifying speed, catching him completely off guard. Sigyn whispers with heavy pressure, "Grow stronger? Before we go any further, tell me your true strength first." Lucas touches his chin. He has to admit, Teacher Sigyn is incredibly sharp. Having someone like him around makes school life safer, yet he still feels slightly uneasy. Suddenly, the door opens as an elegant woman steps in and asks, "And who might you be?" Shocked, Lucas blurts out, "Mother." He quickly introduces them to break the ice. "This is Teacher Sigyn, my martial arts homeroom teacher. He just stopped by to give me some extra guidance on a few techniques." He playfully adds that teacher advised against fighting strong enemies head-on. Sigyn sweats. Lucas actually tracked his mother's footsteps early. Catherine smiles. "I see, but since it's a holiday, should you not let him rest? You agree, right?" Teacher Sigyn sighs, knowing he is being politely dismissed. He promises to keep Lucas out of trouble as his homeroom teacher, then takes his leave. Catherine sits down. She warns her son not to make selfish demands that upset his teachers. She reveals that, worried about them after the cave incident, she waited at the Miranda estate for things to settle before visiting. Tears fill Julia's eyes. "So you were nearby all these days, Mother? I wish I could have seen you sooner." With that, she throws herself into her mother's arms, sobbing. Lucas looks toward the door. "Where's Father?" Catherine explains the front lines are worsening, so after dropping her off at Miranda Estate, his father had to march out to battle. Lucas reflects on the stubborn Miranda family who welcome his mother but refuse to acknowledge his father. Next, Catherine pulls out a beautiful wooden box. She announces it is a gift from his father to celebrate Lucas taking first place in the entrance exam. Inside is the sacred sword passed down through generations of the Rand family. Though heavily damaged decades ago fighting the Beastman army and no longer practical, it remains a priceless, deeply symbolic heirloom of their lineage. Holding the heavy sword, Lucas feels the sheer weight of expectation his father is placing directly onto his shoulders. Staring at the worn blade, his gaze grows sharp and determined, silently swearing not to let his father down. Watching this, Julia pouts and mutters that he is just a brown-noser. Lucas gently pats his sister's head, teasing that mother has always spoiled her the most. True enough, Catherine brought a box of beast cores alongside sweet, fragrant donuts just for her. Julia cheers happily, saying she loves her mother most in the world. Watching his sister enjoy her treats, Lucas feels a warm wave of family comfort. Suddenly, Catherine takes out another item, asking Julia to deliver it to Jeremy later. Lucas curiously asks what it is, and Catherine explains it is a beast core from his father. Since Lady Jessica could not make it, she picked it up instead. Despite disliking Jeremy, Julia reluctantly agrees. "I'll do it, even if I can't stand him." After saying goodbye to her mother, Julia heads to the boys' dorm. The top genius of the elite class arriving instantly draws everyone's attention, sparking heavy rumors about why she is visiting her half-brother. Jeremy's crew is absolutely thrilled when Julia shows up. They're hyping her up. They want this genius sister along next time, no matter what. But that praise completely bruises Jeremy's fragile pride. He snaps. Thorny vine magic erupts, attacking his own friends as everyone freezes in absolute horror. Jeremy walks off wrapped in a blazing green aura. Bitter resentment twists his face. His parents never visited, not once. He grits his teeth, squeezing the medicine box in his grip. Jealousy consumes him because all the attention and even the family's heirloom sword went straight to Lucas. He can't stand seeing a loser get all the love. Boiling with absolute rage, Jeremy makes a silent vow: everything Lucas has must belong to me. All good things must end. Lady Catherine has to return to the Miranda estate for family matters. Even if they can't meet daily, Lucas and Julia are just happy knowing she's staying close by. Meanwhile, Lucas rolls up his sleeves to brew a brand new elixir under Uru's watchful eye, hoping to help Mina quickly recover from her severe injuries. To keep his alchemy skills a secret, Lucas asks Julia to deliver the medicine. It's a fake gift from the Miranda family. Mina is blown away by the miracle cure, secretly praising the prestigious family's power. 2 weeks fly by and the academy explodes with excitement for the Grand Allen Tower opening. Kai eagerly claims the iconic tower's glow is just like his own inner aura. Lucas can only chuckle at his friend's massive delusions about a building that's been sitting there since day one. And honestly, you can't help but laugh at this guy's ego. TC quickly restores order, but Teacher Sigan's heavy presence instantly silences the entire room. With a piercing glare, the teacher coldly reminds them, this is a training curriculum, not a playground, and orders everyone to take their assigned seats immediately. Right on cue, the magic students start whispering nasty rumors. They mock the martial arts department as a bunch of dreamers chasing fantasies way out of their league. Kai grits his teeth in anger at the insults, but Lucas calmly places a hand on his shoulder. "Keep your cool, buddy." As expected, the magic teachers are green with envy over the martial arts department getting 20 slots in the tower. They're doing everything to pressure the headmaster into taking them back. Watching them shamelessly claim that martial artists aren't needed in the Empire, Lucas can only roll his eyes at how completely shameless they are. Meanwhile, Teacher Sigan just turns and walks away, totally unbothered about his students' slots. He casually announces that third-year students will enter first to set an example for the freshmen. The booming announcement tells the upperclassmen to prepare. Jeremy grips his weapon tightly, palms sweating from a mix of intense nerves and raw excitement. After 3 years of grinding, he finally gets to enter this legendary tower, but his friends keep teasing him about how he barely scraped into the top 100 to qualify. Julia calls out to Jeremy from behind, making the whole group turn. His friends immediately recognize the Rand family's genius little sister and start whispering in awe. Julia waves with a bright smile, cheering him on. Jeremy blushes and looks down as his friends tease him, warning him not to let his sweet sister down. Truth is, Julia only did this because Mother asked. She thinks he should just quit early if things get too dangerous. Mission accomplished. Meanwhile, Jeremy's determination burns hot. He silently vows to surpass Lucas right here in this tower. The group then steps toward the glowing gate to start the real test. The moment they step inside, a majestic voice commands them to lay their magic staves on the ground and close their eyes. Jeremy hesitates, finding the voice eerily familiar but unable to place it. Outside, a magic screen lights up to monitor the students as they begin meditating inside. Behind the scenes, Headmaster Otani strokes his long white beard and whispers that it has finally begun. He channels his power into an ancient mechanism, making it glow bright gold. His eyes flash with absolute authority. A massive wave of energy instantly floods the entire room. The tower erupts in a blazing sea of spiritual flames. Beautiful, terrifying. Down below, a shocked Lucas wonders who could surpass Teacher Sigan. Then it hits him. That is why Teacher Sigan was so sure they would get in. The one holding the key to this tower is the strongest martial artist in the academy. Inside the tower, a stunningly realistic illusionary space unfolds as Jeremy steps out of a swirling blue portal. He is shocked to find that even though it is just his consciousness, everything feels real. Even his staff carries its usual weight. Seeing his shock, an upperclassman asks if it is his first time here. He explains that the best part of the tower is its mind-blowing realism. But their chat is cut short when another student snaps at them to keep moving. Stop chatting. Go find your teammates. Jeremy scoffs at their bossy attitudes and quietly walks toward the tower, standing deep in the illusionary forest. Meanwhile, back on the outside, Lucas is glued to the glowing magic monitor, closely watching everything going on inside the tower. His eyes flash gold as he realizes something cool. If he tunes into the spiritual energy waves, he can actually spy on the students from all the way out here. You can't help but smirk with Lucas here. Poor Jeremy gets totally shunned by the upperclassmen the second he steps inside. Standing nearby, Teacher Sigan confirms that anyone with strong spiritual awareness can spectate. But before they watch further, the teacher gives them a quick rundown of the rules. He explains that students are randomly scattered around the tower. They can go solo or squad up, but groups are strictly limited to a maximum of 3 people. Teamwork is absolutely key here. He strongly advises it if they want to climb to those higher floors. Kai immediately begs Lucas to team up, but Lucas rejects him since he's planning to join Anto and Decio. He explains that their tournament rankings mean they'll be separated anyway. Kai is completely frozen in shock. Am I too talented? Left out? Sigan quietly observes them with a knowing, heavy look. Suddenly, a bright flash at the gate draws everyone's eyes. Dust clears to reveal a group of defeated third-year students who got knocked out incredibly fast. Sigan explains that the phantom enemies scale their power based on the challenger's own strength. Every year, arrogant kids underestimate this place and get booted out instantly. Lucas stares up at the massive glowing tower. He secretly wonders, how is Jeremy actually holding up inside? Luckily, Jeremy has already met up with his team inside and is heading to floor 2. Watching the screen, Lucas chuckles at how lucky he got. Jeremy and his group step through the portal, officially arriving on the 2nd floor of the Allen Tower. The place looks like a mystical cave, with massive glowing red crystals towering all around them. The team cautiously moves deeper, completely unaware of the massive dark shadows watching them from above with glowing red eyes. Suddenly, Jeremy senses intense bloodlust as a pack of fierce green-skinned monsters with hideous faces lunges down at them with terrifying growls. Jeremy reacts instantly. He swings his magic staff to summon glowing green vines, which instantly wrap tightly around the flying beasts mid-air. The monsters screech in absolute pain as the vines constrict them. Right away, another team member channels mana into his palms and unleashes a powerful earth wave, sending a massive, devastating cloud of dust slamming directly into the trapped enemies. Jeremy's thorny vines erupt wildly from the ground, binding and crushing the monsters in the blink of an eye. Notifications pop up continuously, confirming the defeat of elite skeleton warriors and earning Jeremy 10 precious points. Standing amidst the rubble, the group sighs in relief, realizing the 2nd floor is indeed as dangerous as the rumors said. But they decide to push forward quickly while their mana and physical energy are still pretty high. In the center of the 2nd floor, Jeremy continues to show off his strength, easily defeating a Beastman scout to rack up more points. His teammates are just as impressive, using sharp water blades to rip right through the skeleton army. Fire and water magic attacks rain down continuously, clearing every obstacle in their path. With the challenge over, the team exits the tower in pretty high spirits. One teammate teases his friend about getting eliminated pretty early, but the guy remains optimistic since they did not finish last. Noticing Jeremy has been completely silent the whole way, a curious friend asks why he is so quiet and if he is not happy. Jeremy smiles softly, reassuring his curious companion that he is actually very happy. Looking up at the majestic tower, he realizes his father had to fight terrifying enemies like this every single day. He feels like he is finally getting one step closer to his father's great legacy. A few hours later, the Allen Tower glows brilliantly against the academy sky. From a safe distance, Lucas senses spiritual energy and realizes he can clearly perceive everything happening all the way up to the 3rd floor of the tower. In these trials, illusionary enemies with all kinds of traits will appear, and their overall difficulty increases with every single floor the students climb. Lucas wonders if these illusions are modeled after creatures that actually exist in the real world. If so, the battle experience of the martial artist who created this Allen Tower must have been absolutely horrifying. He glances at Teacher Sigan, thinking the instructor has probably noticed his real strength, yet everyone is just watching quietly without intervening. Lucas cannot help but wonder if the teacher is secretly showing him some favoritism. Suddenly, the announcement blares out, calling the final group to the entrance. Check this out, their moment is finally here, and we are about to see what they can do. While the leading group is already close to the 4th floor, Mina and her elite team, who got the best results in the taming competition, are fully confident they can catch up quickly. Seeing Mina about to enter, Julia cheers excitedly from the back. Julia yells out for Mina to do her best, and Mina turns around with a warm, gentle smile to thank her. A male student then steps up, kindly asking if her injuries have fully healed. She confidently claims she is fully recovered and ready to give her absolute best. Behind her back, jealous whispers start up again about her becoming vice president in her second year and her close relationship with the genius freshman. Mina clicks her tongue at the gossip, but quickly shakes off the negative thoughts. She has to focus on reaching the 6th floor and shattering Theodore's record from years ago. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the Allen Tower, a scorching space filled with flowing lava awaits the challengers. Surrounded by aggressive purple monsters swinging heavy clubs, Mina orders her team to ignore the small fry and sprint straight to the 4th floor. The entire group instantly turns into streaks of light, zooming toward the central tower amid the sea of fire. Can you believe that? In just 30 minutes, Mina's squad is already stepping onto the 4th floor, proving they are the strongest group, 53. Suddenly, they face a giant elite beastman radiating a dark purple aura. Standing twice as large as the monsters below, this formidable beast is exactly why most students end up quitting. A lightning-fast strike earns the group 80 points as they take down the beastman in an instant. Witnessing Mina's incredible growth after their recent field mission, her teammates can only stare in absolute awe. To Mina, a swift kill is the best way to save time, especially since these weaklings are nothing compared to the terrifying Minotaur she faced before. She leaves the rest of the cleanup to her 2 teammates and dashes off alone to find the way to the 5th floor, cutting down multiple Beastman scouts to stack up points. Mina turns into a wind attribute hurricane, clearing all obstacles as point notifications flood in, while she heads toward a tower emitting a fiery red aura. Finally, she and her teammates successfully set foot on the 5th floor of the Allen Tower. Even with dirt on her face, she smiles with satisfaction as they finally reach the 5th floor. Outside, Teacher Sigan looks at the tracker, noting that 3 people have made it to the 5th floor. This result is way better than last year's. Hearing this, Kai feels a heavy pressure weighing on his chest, wondering how he could ever dream of reaching a crazy height like the 5th floor. Teacher Sigan notices his student's anxiety and reassures him, saying there is no need to rush since reaching the 3rd floor is already quite impressive for a first-year freshman. He adds that if Kai keeps improving his skills, the monsters the 5th floor will not be scary at all. Watching his teacher, Lucas realizes Sigan must have been a legendary conqueror of this tower. A moment later, the door slowly slides open, and Mina's group exits the trial, though she clearly did not hit her personal target. She looks down, her eyes welling up with disappointment and shame over failing to break her predecessor's record. Meanwhile, in the student council room, Theodore sits with his feet up on the desk, sipping tea while watching Mina through a magic crystal ball. A smug, satisfied grin spreads across his face. He asks if she gets it now, staring down at her miserable face glowing inside the crystal ball, before muttering that she is dreaming if she thinks she can ever surpass a genius like him. Julia excitedly shoots tiny fireworks from her fingertips to celebrate Mina taking first place in the 3rd-year exam. Lucas also heaps praise on her, deeply impressed that she managed to climb all the way to the 5th floor. But Mina only gives a sad, gentle smile, admitting she still could not beat President Theodore's record. Seeing her senior so down on herself, Julia quickly tries to comfort her, pointing out they both stopped on the 5th floor, so it is basically a tie. Mina shakes her head, explaining that the reality was completely different. The moment she caught sight of the stairs leading to the 6th floor, she lacked even the strength to stand. Back then, Theodore had climbed to the very last steps and almost managed to open the door to the 6th floor. She admits she is still light years behind him in terms of physical stamina, battle tactics, and mana control. After that, Mina pushes her sadness aside to ask about the siblings' team situations. Julia beams and happily announces she will be partnering up with Iwa. Even though the spoiled young lady stands with her arms crossed, looking reluctant, claiming she has no choice since it was her father's direct order. Lucas silently realizes that news of the Miranda family recognizing Julia must have already reached Iwa's ears. He mentions he will be teaming up with his roommates, Anto and Dezio. When Julia asks if they had some kind of argument since they are not grouping together, Lucas explains their rank gap is simply too wide, forcing them into different tiers. Kai immediately rushes over, wrapping his arms around Lucas and sobbing loudly, calling him cold-blooded for abandoning him for someone else. Just as Kai is panicking about who to group with, Tay suddenly appears and invites him to join her team. Tay smiles and says their squad really needs a powerful frontliner like Kai. The moment Kai hears the class president's offer, his attitude pulls a complete 180-degree flip. He confidently slicks his hair back, loudly declaring he will join since everyone is practically begging him to. Watching his friend pull a shameless face flip like that, Lucas is completely speechless at Kai's unpredictable personality. Right after, Teacher Sigan arrives at the training grounds, looking pretty pleased to see everyone has paired up. Sigan glares at the class and roars, demanding they burn with absolute intensity. He knows exactly what kind of trash talk people have been whispering about the martial arts department behind their backs. Those magic students never stop their constant mocking, claiming the martial arts department will get wiped out immediately and that letting them in is a total waste. With a cold stare, Sigyn looks at his students and asks if they want to be looked down on forever. No one wants that, right? Desio stands tall and declares they are going to train incredibly hard to make sure things do not go the way those haters expect. They will prove they belong in the Allen Tower through sheer strength. The entire class roars with burning determination, fully resolved to seize that #1 spot. Teacher Sigyn cleverly flips all that nasty gossip into raw motivation, fueling the martial arts department's fighting spirit instead of letting their resolve waver. His master plan works out absolutely beautifully. To prepare for the smart and diverse illusion beasts waiting inside the tower, the class plunges into some incredibly grueling team training sessions to build flawless coordination. During their short breaks, Sigyn carefully explains the traits of the different races they will encounter, especially warning them about the beastman's terrifying muscular power. He even wears a monster mask himself to play the enemy and spar directly with his students, demanding they fight with the same intensity as if facing a real beastman. Even though every single day is completely exhausting, not a single student complains. They are all locked onto the ultimate goal of conquering the Allen Tower and making a name for themselves. And just like that, the big day finally arrives. An official notice gets posted, confirming that the martial arts department is completely cleared and ready to take on the challenge. Under the brilliant sunlight, the majestic Allen Tower glows with a commanding golden aura waiting for the challengers. Meanwhile, those magic department students keep watching them with heavily biased glares. Before they enter, Teacher Sigyn gives them one last crucial instruction to regroup with their designated teams at the central staircase. If you can run, run without hesitation, but if you cannot, fight like your life depends on it and take at least one enemy down with you. Naturally, the magic students just laugh at his words. They mockingly whisper that even their own homeroom teacher does not believe in their strength. Some arrogant kid even bets that the entire martial arts class will get wiped out in under 3 minutes. Hearing those taunts, Kai just sneers with pure contempt, hearing that they sound like absolute brain-dead idiots. Lucas keeps a terrifyingly calm and composed expression, quietly noticing how much his friend Kai has grown. Right after, an examiner walks over and commands them to follow him. Lucas takes the lead, marching the rookie group forward with an entirely different, incredibly intense energy. Academy Director Otani silently watches Lucas through a magic screen. He softly marvels at the sight, noting it has been many years since this many martial artists entered the Allen Tower at once. He believes the martial god's legacy might finally fulfill its true purpose. Lucas narrows his eyes with absolute resolve, fully prepared to step into the tower. While the other students strictly follow their teacher's orders, trying to slip past enemies and reach the central stairs, Lucas decides to head in a completely opposite direction. He knows very well that most of the first floor is goblin territory and they love using thick fog magic to blind targets before striking. The moment he spots a faint white mist ahead, Lucas moves. Telling Anto and Desio to wait up for a moment, he says he needs to run a quick test before catching up. Stepping deep into the mist, Lucas confronts a lone green goblin breathing out nasty gray smoke. Just as he suspected, the moment Lucas's clone takes down the monster, no point notification pops up on the screen. Lucas realizes the energy powering these tower illusions feels incredibly familiar to him. In fact, it is the exact same type of energy he uses to manifest his own clones. He quietly concludes these illusions were definitely created by the great martial master who first built this tower. Since Lucas's clones and the illusion monsters share the same exact energy source, using his clone technique will remain completely undetected by anyone watching. Lucas's plan is absolutely flawless. He will leave one clone behind to protect Anto and Desio, while his real body sneaks off to climb to the higher floors. Suddenly, a crazy idea pops into his head and trust me, this is where things get really fun. If they share the exact same energy, could he actually reshape his clones into monsters? A bright golden aura wraps around the clones, and in a split second, 2 fierce-looking goblins appear right before his eyes. Lucas smiles with sheer satisfaction, realizing he can freely alter his clone's appearance however he likes. Meanwhile, Academy Director Otani continues to quietly watch him through the magical viewing screen. The director silently marvels, remembering how Lucas always sneaked into the library to study martial arts. Still, he never expected the boy to master such a high-level cloning technique this quickly. He wonders if Lucas will end up carrying his classmates and farming points for them again. He knows that giving too much help can stunt their growth, and silently hopes Lucas understands that as well. Meanwhile, in another area of the tower, some students find themselves in a terrible spot. A massive shadow suddenly looms over them, making them scream in terror to stay back. A giant green goblin with glowing eyes and a pack of minions slowly marches toward them. They know all too well that dealing with just 2 normal goblins is their absolute limit. The beast opens its massive jaws, ready to swallow them whole, prompting desperate cries for help. Right at that critical second, a strange light suddenly flashes from above, catching everyone's attention. Lucas calmly tells them to stay relaxed because the thick fog actually blocks the giant's vision. That is right, the first floor giants are pretty stupid and move incredibly slowly. He sharply orders them to keep their distance from the boss and clear out the small fry first. The group immediately sprints through the dense mist, mentally preparing for their first real battle inside the tower. Thanks to his quick and precise directions, they easily dodge the enemy attacks and strike back, drawing first blood. Instantly, a glowing system alert pops up, confirming they successfully eliminated a goblin scout for 10 points. It is clear their teamwork is finally starting to pay off. They watch in utter shock as the monster crumbles into fragments of pure energy, realizing they actually killed it. Another student excitedly adds that the teacher was right. Cooperation really is the key to victory. Watching quietly from the shadows, Lucas notes to himself that winning requires far more than raw power. Calm judgment and courage are the true keys to survival here. He smirks slightly, wondering if using his monster-shaped clones to train his classmates counts as cheating. Either way, he hopes this trial will show them the true thrill of a real fight. Out at the viewing area, that arrogant magic class teacher sneers with absolute delight when he sees Lucas's team getting completely cornered by 3 monsters in the fog. He casually mocks them, saying their luck has officially run out. The surrounding magic students sneer in agreement, boasting that even they would struggle fighting 3 of those at once. Those martial arts weaklings definitely do not stand a chance. The teacher smugly asserts they will be defeated and forced to flee in no time, calling them idiots who are only in the tower to put on a pathetic show. He glances at Sigyn, silently mocking the man's shameless confidence as completely ridiculous. Sigyn just stands there silently with crossed arms, staring intently at the screen while wondering if they can handle 3 at once. If they can just keep their composure, there is still a slim chance to win. Suddenly, the tower erupts in a blinding, majestic golden aura, making the magic instructor turn utterly pale as he gasps in sheer disbelief. Outside, the students are completely baffled, unable to tell what is going on. With the fog being this incredibly thick, they wonder if the rookies are just trying to run away. What on earth is happening over there? Now check this out, you might think they are toast, but the martial arts rookies are actually sweeping the floor with these beasts. Emerging from the thick white mist, with glowing murderous eyes, they just completely flip the script on this entire battle. The giant green goblin stands completely frozen in shock as its allies drop dead. A razor-sharp sword drives straight into the monster chest with devastating force, finishing it off in the blink of an eye with flawless teamwork. A system notification flashes, confirming the death of the scout goblin and awarding 10 points, proving the absolute dominance of these martial arts rookies. The magic department teacher turns pale, his face twisting in sheer horror at this unbelievable sight. There is absolutely no way those raw physical fighters could take down 2 high-ranking goblins this fast. In stark contrast to all that panic, Instructor Sigyn cracks a proud smile, silently praising them for a job well done. He then loudly announces their very first official victory to the entire class. One of our teams has already eliminated 2 enemies. If you fight exactly like I trained you, the monsters inside the Allen Tower are nothing to fear. Hearing this, the martial arts students get completely fired up, swearing to give their absolute best to keep up with their classmates. The magic teacher still tries to play it down by snidely claiming it was just dumb luck, but someone immediately calls him out, pointing out the ridiculous contradiction in his own words. Even so, Sigyn quietly stares at the glowing tower, deep in thought. Feeling a strange trace of energy suddenly vanish, he cannot help but suspect that Lucas has pulled off yet another one of his crazy stunts. Hidden up in a tall tree, Lucas suddenly lets out a massive sneeze. At that exact moment, he imagines his younger sister cheering him on, telling him that her awesome big brother will definitely conquer the very peak of the tower. Lucas leaps down to the ground only to be spotted instantly by Anto and Dezio. Seeing their friend completely safe and sound, the 2 cheer happily. Phew, Lucas. Thank goodness. You are okay. Where on earth did you vanish to, because we were worried sick? Lucas realizes he got teleported pretty far away, but thankfully, the whole group managed to find their way back to the main gathering point. As soon as Lucas appears, a boy cheers in excitement while a girl congratulates them on making it back alive. Lucas waves back, secretly sighing in relief. He is glad that while everyone is pretty exhausted, nobody is seriously hurt. Looking into the distance, he figures Slight and the rest of the crew will be here very soon. Seeing Lucas stand there spacing out, Anto asks if anything is wrong, but Lucas just flashes a quick smile and says it is absolutely nothing. Lucas gazes up at the radiant tower peak, promising himself that the moment every classmate regroups, the entire department will storm the 2nd floor together. Meanwhile, right outside, the Magic Academy students are still gathered in groups, whispering gossips. They are deeply shocked that the physical fighters have not lost a single teammate yet, but then they quickly laugh it off, sneering that those brainless brawlers must be running away in absolute panic inside. An anxious magic student runs up to ask about the martial arts class progress. Instructor Greg just grinds his teeth in dead silence, sweat dripping down his face from pure unfiltered rage. Damn it, how on earth did they all reach the 2nd floor already? Greg fumes inwardly, knowing even their top magic prodigies usually lose someone on the 1st level, yet those weaklings somehow avoided every single threat flawlessly. Gritting his teeth in deep hatred, he realizes if the martial arts department keeps advancing like this, Soon they will hog all the Magic Academy resources and become a massive threat. Back inside the tower, Lucas hides behind a tree trunk, scanning the area as hideous, green monsters wander all over the place. He mutters to himself that fighting a crowd like this is going to be incredibly tough. Lucas recalls the rules of Allen Tower from floor 2 onward. Teams are randomly teleported based on performance, meaning stronger teams face much harder trials. Deciding his clones need to search for his other classmates. As quickly as possible, Lucas channels his spiritual energy and immediately summons a pack of majestic spirit beasts shaped like glowing golden wolves. Back with the group, Desio anxiously asks how things look on his end. Lucas calmly replies that the enemies are incredibly numerous, and they are hunting in organized packs. Anto agrees that dodging any more fights at this stage is completely impossible. Lucas simply shrugs, noting that after all, the trials in Allen Tower are meant for them to gain real battle experience. Nodding, Anto agrees that they cannot just run forever if they want to pass. Suddenly, a beast spots them, but Lucas swiftly dodges the incoming swipe and tells his friends he is fine. Desio is utterly shocked, realizing he did not even notice 2 enemies sneaking up this close, thinking he would have been knocked out instantly. The massive magic wolf lets out a deafening roar and lunges straight at Lucas with terrifying pressure. Keeping his cool, his eyes remain razor-sharp as he catches the attack in midair with lightning speed. Lucas instantly realizes these monsters are incredibly clever, using a decoy to call for immediate reinforcements. Lucas shouts a warning to his team that this is just the vanguard, and if they do not wipe them out fast, they will be totally overwhelmed by backup. Meanwhile, Desio panics when he notices his dagger has mysteriously vanished. Anto asks what on earth happened, and Desio can only stutteringly confess that he accidentally threw it away in a moment of pure panic. Wait, did you feel that? Lucas senses a sudden wave of killing intent from right underground and screams a warning another enemy is coming from right beneath our feet. Suddenly, a dark green shadow bursts out, lunging straight at Anto. Dodging the strike, Anto mentally agrees with Instructor Segan the monsters on floor 2 are on a whole different level compared to those on the first floor. They are not just stronger but way smarter, knowing how to sneak, attack, and disarm their opponents. The smug green wolf swings the stolen hammer directly at Anto, but the boy simply smirks with absolute confidence. You are going to regret taking my weapon, he thinks. Anto secretly counts his blessings for spending his accumulated points on those awesome Dragonstone gauntlets earlier. Channeling all his power into a devastating punch to the monster jaw, he roars, trying to overpower me. You must be dreaming. Anto is locked in a fierce struggle with the wolf. He bellows out to Desio, who rushes in to back him up, shouting that he is on it. Seizing the opening while the beast is off guard, Anto charges up his glowing fist and signals his partner. With incredibly determined eyes, he roars as he unleashes his devastating rock dragon strike. A system notification pops up right after, confirming the beast is dead and rewarding their group with 10 highly valuable points. Watching his 2 friends work together, Lucas smiles and praises their awesome coordination. While Anto scratches his head with a smug grin, Desio is left totally stunned by how suddenly Lucas appeared. Seeing the monster body dissolve, Lucas loudly encourages them to keep moving forward for the glory of the martial arts department. Their rapid progress leaves the magic instructors completely speechless. They keep wondering why none of those physical fighters have been disqualified yet. With their supposedly weak skills, they should have been surrounded and wiped out the moment they stepped onto the second floor. Some even wonder if Allen Tower automatically lowered its difficulty because the martial arts kids are so weak, but that ridiculous theory is immediately dismissed since the instructors would notice any anomalies instantly. Instructor Greg watches from a distance, his face twisted in absolute fury. He grinds his teeth with deep resentment as he realizes everything is spiraling out of control on the second floor. Massive, earth-shattering explosions keep rocking the cavern, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Anto and Desio are throwing themselves entirely into battle against a horde of skeleton warriors. Despite his bruised face and minor cuts, Anto stubbornly swings his sword, shattering the incoming skeletons. One of the bony monsters sneaks up from behind, but Anto quickly spins around and delivers a decisive blow, smashing it into tiny pieces. Catching his breath, Anto asks how many they have slain, to which Desio replies that it is probably only 3, wondering why he feels so incredibly strong today. Little do they know, Lucas is silently watching from behind to ensure their safety. Seeing that every single member of the martial arts department made it to the second floor completely unharmed, Lucas decides to unleash the Ran clan's secret support technique known as the Hero's Bloodline Roar to help everyone clear this trial. On the magical map, the teams begin moving tactically through Sector B suddenly. A beastman riding a bright blue speed wolf charges straight at them with terrifying speed and a savage roar. Staring down the ferocious wolf pack closing in, Lucas and his teammates quickly set up a tight defensive stance. A sudden blade of light descends from above, piercing the magic wolf in a blinding explosion of spiritual energy. In the rear, a female student draws her bow with full force, firing a barrage of razor-sharp arrows to cover her allies. The golden wolf Lucas summoned stands tall on the mountain ridge, quietly watching as the speed wolves are wiped out. System alerts pop up one after another, confirming each kill yields 10 precious points. Over in Sector C, the team coordinates seamlessly to launch an assault on a giant Cyclops, bringing the massive beast down to claim 25 bonus points. The battle rages on in Sector D, where the young martial artists swing their blades, slicing through the scout goblins, charging madly at them. Point notifications from taking down Vanguard goblins and scout beastmen flash across the magic screen. Lucas is completely blown away by the team's explosive strength, thinking it is absolutely amazing that they could defeat this many enemies. At this rate, they might actually reach the third floor. From a distance, Lucas's golden wolf continues to quietly monitor every single move of his teammates. Watching through his crystal ball, Greg breaks into a cold sweat. He stares in utter disbelief at the glowing dots surrounding the tower, wondering how on earth they all reached the third floor already. Pay attention here. As the system announcement echoes, all 12 martial arts students reach the stairs to the third floor, throwing the magic teachers into a panic. They cannot believe these fresh recruits possess such terrifying strength, wondering what on earth Sigan has been teaching them. Greg grinds his teeth in pure hatred before letting out a dark, scheming grin. He tells himself it is not going to happen, noting that some martial arts students have already hit their physical limits. With a wicked gleam in his eyes, Greg is certain they will be forcefully kicked out of the tower very soon. Inside the Aron Tower, the air turns heavy as exhaustion sets in. Dezio stumbles and collapses, gasping heavily for breath. Lucas rushes over to support him, asking if he can hold on. With a deathly pale face, Dezio weakly mumbles that he has finally hit his limit. Looking at his hand fading into mana, Dezio begs Lucas to leave him behind and keep moving forward. It is not just Dezio, the others are also completely drained, collapsing onto the stairs. A female student exhaustedly announces she is stopping here too, while the remaining members urge Lucas to carry their hopes up to the third floor. They want Lucas to show those arrogant magic students what martial arts can do. Lucas gently pats Dezio's shoulder, while Anto grinds his teeth, determined to reach that third floor. Seeing their unity, Lucas gives a warm, trusting smile. Since they are a team, he urges them to pool their strength so they can all cross that third floor threshold together as one. His words ignite a final spark of energy in everyone. They shout in unison, swearing to squeeze out every last drop of strength to finish this mission. Under the brilliant glow of the Aron Tower, all 12 martial arts rookies push forward together through the glittering crystals. A true miracle unfolds as every single one of them successfully steps onto the legendary third floor. So this is the third floor of the Aron Tower. The real nightmare begins as grotesque purple monsters rise from a sea of flames, charging at them like rabid beasts. Despite his best efforts to fight back, the relentless swarm of monsters quickly surrounds and completely overwhelms him. Outside the tower, eliminated students shiver as they recall the brutality of the third floor. One says there were too many enemies to count, and they got cornered by 5 of them, almost getting vaporized instantly. Watching from afar, Lucas notes that the third floor is the absolute limit for his classmates. To avoid raising eyebrows, he intentionally had his real self pull back. But with his clone still inside, he can use the hero's bloodline roar to support the second martial arts group, guiding them safely all the way up to the third floor. This way, everyone in the department scores higher while he keeps a low profile. Checking the scoreboard, Tae-si, Kai, and Lena are at 55 points while he sits at 43. Lucas smirked, thinking his class might just steal the entire spotlight. This uniform rise sends massive shockwaves through the magic department, leaving those students whispering in sheer disbelief. They refuse to believe the entire martial arts department made it to the third floor, since normally only the elite class could pull off a feat like that. Watching the martial arts department rise, Greg grinds his teeth in anger, sweat pouring down his distorted face. He fumes that they must crush them in both points and floors cleared. The magic class absolutely cannot lose to those physical fighters. Suddenly, a magic rookie gets blasted out of the tower by a surge of green energy while another struggles against flame monsters. Headmaster Otani watches quietly through his magical orb and sighs in disappointment, wondering why losing to martial artists is so hard to accept when they wasted their mana on floor 1. How did they expect to handle the upper floors? The rookies panicking leaves the headmaster deeply disappointed as the scoreboard displays pathetic failures. Teams 3 and 4 are wiped out on the second floor. Even Team 8, their absolute best, gets annihilated the second they touch the third floor. Seeing these garbage results, Greg flies into a rage. He grinds his teeth, realizing not a single student ranked below 40 in the magic class reached the third floor, and some teams were obliterated on the first. Greg furiously grabs his colleague by the collar, screaming that this is a total setup. He rants that the monsters must have been boosted and multiplied just to target his class, losing a match and then blaming the game. Seeing Greg lose his mind, Linda steps up coldly, telling him to stop denying reality in front of the students. She mocks him, asking if he somehow failed to realize the Aron Tower is operating completely normally, or if his own senses have just rotted away. His pride shattered, Greg bites his lip until it bleeds, glaring at Sigan and Lucas with pure hatred. He curses them, thinking those two are a complete eyesore. Meanwhile, Linda smiles and praises the martial arts department for outclassing the mages, saying she always believed in them. Sigan remains calm, humbly giving all the credit to his students' hard work. Noticing the elite class is about to start, Saigon tells Linda to head back, but she casually brushes it off, saying she has zero worries for those kids. She confidently boasts because her own star representatives are already there. Julia and Awa step forward proudly as Julia eagerly brags to the crowd that her older brother is absolutely incredible. If he actually gets serious, he can go way beyond the 4th floor. Her words immediately deflate the surrounding magic recruits, making them feel humiliated before even starting. As the examiner calls Julia's group, Lucas waves from afar, shouting to keep it up and not forget to eat his candy. Julia cheerfully responds before marching through the glowing gate with her team. The examiner pauses in confusion upon hearing Lucas mention the candy, wondering why on earth the boy would bring that up right now. But the moment he sees Julia pop that into her mouth, his eyes nearly pop out in pure disbelief. That is definitely not candy, it is actually an incredibly high-grade mana restoration pill that works at absolute lightning speed. High-tier pills like this are insanely expensive since the masters who can craft them are extremely rare nowadays. Using such a precious treasure just for a basic school trial is the ultimate flex of luxury. Meanwhile, poor Julia is grimacing hard from the incredibly bitter taste. Ugh, she thinks, I got tricked again. The poor girl just grits her teeth and swallows it down while Lucas wears a scheming smile. He knows his little sister already has monstrous mana, but since everyone else is using buffs, he wants her to absolutely dominate here at the Tower of Allen. The second the trial starts, Julia unleashes an overwhelming wave of raw power that strikes absolute terror into everyone. She swings her staff, her eyes glowing with raw authority as she commands the heavenly thunder to descend. Massive purple lightning bolts strike from the empty sky, instantly swallowing the giant one-eyed monsters and mutated beasts in a blinding flash of light. Watching this absolute destruction unfold, Iwa Miranda is completely stunned by her younger cousin's mind-blowing natural talent. She realizes in shock that Julia's control is so perfect she can drop lightning right on the enemies without harming a single blade of grass. Julia turns back to her with a radiant, confident smile and tells her to stay close. Our girl is carrying the entire team on her back today. Up on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Allen, surrounded by rivers of boiling hot lava, brutal lightning strikes rain down from above to instantly obliterate any obstacle lingering in their path. Standing proudly amidst the sea of flames, Julia summons her powerful Thunderbird spell to completely clear the field. She flashes a bright smile, urging Iwa and Derek to keep moving forward before the next wave hits. Derek lets out a massive sigh of relief, admitting his fire magic would have been completely useless against those fire-resistant lizards without Julia. That is the beauty of having an absolute powerhouse carry your team. Julia humbly replies that it is all about their perfect teamwork. Meanwhile, Awa crosses her arms with a prideful look, secretly thinking that in the real world, she could easily manipulate those monsters to tear each other apart. But hearing Julia constantly praise her makes Iwa freeze in her tracks. She bitterly realizes a harsh truth: her mind manipulation magic is completely and utterly useless against these mindless phantoms haunting the tower. Gripping her staff tightly, Iwa feels like an absolute burden to the team since she is reduced to doing basic scouting work. Seeing how pure and trusting Julia is, Iwa actually feels quite touched. Blushing, she turns her head away, loudly shouting that she will let Julia take the spotlight this time, before suddenly sprinting ahead. Julia runs right into Iwa's back, rubbing her nose as she asks why she stopped so suddenly. Is there an enemy nearby? Iwa replies with a nervous look, saying it is probably just her imagination. But internally, Iwa is deeply suspicious because she keeps sensing a strange presence that does not feel like a monster or a classmate. Julia just happily chimed in, telling her to find the safest route on the 4th floor. An announcement suddenly echoes across the entire academy, declaring that the first 3 students have reached the 4th floor. Watching them secretly, Lucas breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he was almost discovered. Mind mages? Seriously sharp. Outside, the crowd is going absolutely wild over the first freshman group to break this record in 30 long years. Teacher Linda proudly takes all the credit, boasting about her elite teaching skills. However, the other teachers argue that this is purely due to the students' extraordinary hard work. Watching from afar, Lucas quietly smiles. He knows the pill only boosted her mana pool, and how far she can go depends entirely on her own strength. He tells himself that his only job now is to quietly watch his little sister grow. Back inside the tower, Julia focuses deeply, purple lightning swirling around her staff. Suddenly, Iwa screams a warning for them to look out because 4 enemies are approaching quickly from their back right. These are Bis archers, hideous skeletal monsters with deadly bows. A massive burst of red flames suddenly erupts to block their incoming volley. Derek steps forward, brandishing his staff, and calls upon his fire magic. He shields Julia, telling her that she must be pretty exhausted after carrying them through the 3rd floor. He confidently tells her to let him handle these guys, unleashing a barrage of explosive fire spells against the monstrous archers who are frantically firing their arrows. A massive magic circle glows beneath his feet, burning the monsters to absolute ashes in a split second. Overjoyed with his success, Derek turns back to show off, asking how they liked his performance. He asks if his fire magic is pretty cool, but Iwa completely ignores his bragging. She coldly warns that a massive wave of enemies is closing in, urging everyone to move immediately. Left hanging, a grumpy Derek can only chase after them while Julia and Iwa are already sprinting ahead. Iwa tensely warns that there are about a dozen enemies charging straight at them at terrifying speed. Iwa agilely dodges several lethal strikes, but suddenly massive iron gates slam down from above. The entire path is completely sealed off, trapping the group inside a giant steel cage. Emerging from the dark shadows, a massive minotaur-like beast with a pig head looms over them. Standing right beside it is a vicious white wolf with glowing red eyes, growling menacingly. Facing these high-level monsters, Iwa is completely paralyzed with fear. She grits her teeth helplessly as she stares at the sturdy bars, declaring that they are in deep trouble because only a metal mage could possibly break through this heavy steel. No way, Julia says there's another option. Instantly, she swings her staff to activate her lightning barrier skill. Brilliant purple electricity explodes outward, blasting back the pouncing wolf and leaving it completely paralyzed in agonizing pain. Realizing extreme heat can melt metal, Iwa quickly takes charge. She assigns the roles everyone else hold off the monsters, and Derek needs to focus on melting this cage down. The giant boar roars and charges alongside the wolves, putting suffocating pressure on their magic defense. Amidst the chaos, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes in Julia's mind, pointing out that the fourth monster on the left is the fastest but also the weakest link. Julia immediately sharpens her vision and focus, instantly blasting the weakest target in the charging pack to piece after piece. Activating her mind magic with a glowing red sigil on her forehead, Iwa screams that there is no time to explain. She tells Julia to take 3 on the left and 2 on the right. Julia confidently replies on it. Massive purple lightning bolts rain down with explosive force, causing the monsters to scream out in agony. Iwa keeps her psychic pressure up, perfectly marking the targets for her teammate to strike next. But she is shocked to realize these monsters are somehow insanely durable. If these were third-floor enemies, they would have been blown to pieces long ago. Look at that, the enemies on this 4th floor are on a completely different level. Iwa screams out to take down the right side first, but after so many continuous attacks, poor Julia is starting to flag. She pants heavily, admitting she is pretty close to running completely out of mana. Julia apologizes, explaining that she can probably only paralyze the giant beast right now. Iwa grits her teeth with determination, telling her to find any opening to finish off the wolf. Summoning her last bit of strength, Julia unleashes a massive wolf-shaped lightning bolt that completely consumes their foe in brilliant light. The magical wolf lets out one final scream before turning to ash amidst the ruins. Standing in the middle of the absolute destruction, Iwa finally takes a deep, relieved breath. She gasps that they actually managed to beat them all. Since the giant is still paralyzed, they are finally safe. Honestly, that was way too close to a game over screen. Julia smiles brightly and asks if she can brag about protecting everyone like a real class president once they get out. Iwa just sighs, telling her not to get ahead of herself, which only makes the playful girl giggle. But letting their guard down quickly costs them dearly. Suddenly, a massive purple monster breaks right through the barrier and lunges straight at them. Iwa is horrified, realizing she was too distracted to notice a new wave of enemies sneaking up. As Julia screams in terror, Derek leaps into action, shielding them and yelling for everyone to run while they still can. Julia cries out in absolute despair as she watches her classmate risk his life to shield her. Derek uses every ounce of his remaining strength to blast open a small escape route, begging Julia to run. Even though Julia stubbornly insists on staying to fight, a sweat-drenched Derek refuses to let her. He does not want her wasting her precious mana on this floor, putting his own life on the line to hold off the evil beast. With his eyes blazing with absolute fury, Dirk screams at Julia that she must keep moving forward no matter what happens. An earth-shattering fire explosion erupts, swallowing the entire space in a roaring sea of red flames. Over at Allen Tower, the tension is sky-high after 2 team members got wiped out, leaving only one survivor struggling on the 4th floor. Dirk tells himself that in that chaotic moment his instincts took over to protect Julia because she was their only hope to advance. They actually did pretty well. Iwa calmly walks away, stating that she is simply returning a favor. She mutters that if this were not Allen Tower, where spirit mages are at a massive disadvantage, she would never have lost to anyone. Glancing back at the exhausted Julia, Iwa calmly walks away. Up in the monitoring room, Principal Otani watches through his magic orb, offering quiet praise. With a scout tracking phantom movements and an engineer disarming traps, they understood their own strengths and made the absolute right decisions. It is absolutely outstanding. And that level of coordination is just as true for the remaining 2 inside the tower. Right then, deep in the burning library, Lucas quietly adjusts his cuffs after completely wiping out every monster in the area. Looking at the tracks left on the ground, he realizes that Julia has already cleared this area too. She is pushing herself to the absolute limit, racing against the clock. Gritting her teeth, she tells herself to reach the safe zone before her mana runs dry. But hordes of monstrous ants and wild beasts are already surrounding her from all sides as she remembers her fallen comrades. Wait for me. Julia screams to get back as she releases a violent burst of purple lightning, obliterating the giant scorpions surrounding her. Standing in the smoking ruins with lightning sparks still crackling, she makes up her mind her team's sacrifices will not be in vain. Suddenly, this strange, glowing wave of energy washes over her, and somehow all her exhaustion just vanishes. That is actually because Lucas secretly activated his hero bloodline skill, boosting his little sister's attack and defense stats by 30% for the next 10 minutes. Lucas notes that with this buff, Julia should easily clear the 4th floor. He knows that once the exam ends, Allen Tower will seal shut, making this his final chance to explore the higher floors. Stepping onto the 5th floor, Lucas is instantly submerged in a vast, endless ocean. He dives deep into the dark waters where giant lanternfish with razor-sharp teeth are prowling the shadows. He decides to avoid unnecessary fights to save his energy for the 6th floor. Nearby, a massive merman holding a trident stands guard alongside minions with bizarre, bulging eyes. Realizing these sea monsters are not exactly geniuses, Lucas uses a decoy clone to distract them and swiftly slips past to find the way up to floor 6. Just 5 minutes later, Lucas bursts from the water like golden lightning, delivering a devastating blow that crushes a sea beast's skull. Meanwhile, 20 minutes pass, and Julia finally reaches an ancient monument. Complete exhaustion. Julia collapses heavily onto the floor of the safe zone, but she smiles through the pain, whispering to herself that she actually made it. Seeing his little sister safe, a proud, relieved smile plays on his lips. Lucas stands tall in front of a portal swirling with burning red energy, slowly reaching out to touch the dark, gathering mist. The second he steps through, he feels himself free-falling through an endless cosmic void surrounded by thousands of glittering stars. Sailing through the eternal dark, he officially reaches the 6th floor of Allen Tower, but he is immediately stunned by the sight of massive stone platforms floating in the middle of deep space. He whispers in disbelief, asking if this is really the 6th floor. He steps carefully, feeling the strange lack of gravity on a drifting chunk of asteroid. Turning around in pure confusion, he finds the entire place completely deserted, absolutely no monsters, no landmarks, not even a real sense of space. The only thing existing in this endless void is a massive, glowing stone monument. He steps closer and oh, this is bad, the stone monument is literally sucking away his combat aura. A circular crest of crossed weapons flashes brightly on the stone, catching Principal Otani's eye back in the control room. He murmurs to himself, amazed that the kid actually managed to climb all the way to floor 6. This has to be the legendary legacy of the martial god. His expression quickly darkens as he glances at another screen, noting that Lucas's little sister is rapidly hitting her absolute limit. Down on the 5th floor, Julia is currently squaring off against a savage giant deep-sea fish monster. Principal Ota silently hopes that how much she can absorb before the tower closes is entirely up to Lucas now. Standing frozen before the monument radiating a burning orange heat, Lucas is suddenly struck by a terrifying sharp gaze flashing inside his mind. A dark, shadowy entity with a glowing red core screeches in pure hatred, telling Ma that he won this round, but they have already scattered seeds across the world, promising to return even if it takes 10,000 years. Facing down the vast darkness, Martial God Ma radiates a majestic golden aura, gritting his teeth in pure annoyance at the enemy's desperate threats. Talk is cheap. The hot-tempered martial god channels all his inner spiritual energy into a fist that glows as bright as the sun, unleashing his ultimate destruction strike to wipe out his opponent with a massive shockwave. Swallows the evil entity in a blinding flash of light, the sheer force of his punch ripping through space to shatter the enemy's energy core into absolute dust. Lucas snaps back to reality, completely drenched in cold sweat. He wonders if those intense visions were actually real memories from the martial god's ancient battles. He ponders the dark entity's threat about planting seeds across the world, wondering if corrupted beasts like that Minoto monster he faced earlier were actually the result of their evil. Realizing how serious this is, Lucas decides he needs to look into this much deeper. He slowly reaches out to touch the ancient glowing runes on the monument. Just as he leans in closer, a massive golden hand rips out of thin air. He dives out of the way, panicking, but get this, that terrifying hand is not even targeting him. It is aiming straight for the ancient stone monument. A single devastating blow shatters the stone to pieces. Lucas watches in horror. The legacy was the real target. With the monument gone, there is absolutely no point in staying in Allen Tower anymore, and Julia has probably finished her trial too. Sitting on the ground, Lucas suddenly feels a strange, powerful change coursing through his body. He wonders if this power is the direct result of witnessing the martial god's ultimate move in that vision. Right then, the tower's massive gears grind to a halt. Principal Otani quietly watches Julia on the 5th floor, silently hoping she will keep training hard to unlock even greater power. The announcer's booming voice declares the exam officially over, stating the tower will be sealed immediately now that the last student is out. Amidst exploding confetti and fireworks, Julia walks proudly out of the portal, raising her staff high with a wide, confident smile. This booming announcement echoes across the academy, officially honoring Julia Rion as the first freshman in history to reach the 5th floor of Allen Tower. Inside the quiet library of Allen Academy, the principal is speaking with a prestigious guest who seems extremely displeased. The visitor points out that this year's magic freshmen performed terribly, with 18 of them failing to score a single point. Principal Otani remains calm, arguing that the number is only slightly higher than last year and still falls within an acceptable margin. But when the guest points out that only half as many students reached the second floor compared to last year, Otani coldly replies that he should take that up with the magic class homeroom teachers. I seriously want to know how they raised a student to lose their cool like this. You focus too much on magic to notice the chaos in the martial arts department. Right after the trial, 4 martial artists actually broke past their limits and are actively pushing to level up with Master Sigen's direct help. Hearing this, Otani is totally stunned, realizing the Allen Tower might have a hidden trait that accelerates their growth. The guest is worried that if this secret leaks out, it will send shockwaves through the entire world. After all, countless martial artists out there are desperately searching for a way to shatter their own limits. He admits that if he was not looking for a talented martial artist to become the next manager of Allen Tower, he would have never reopened this place to the public again. Otani demands absolute secrecy until they can confirm this for sure. Meanwhile, the magic students outside are still loudly cheering, celebrating that a mage has claimed the new record after all. Fresh student Julia is definitely a real magic genius. But Jeremy walks away in absolute fury, unable to accept that she has such a useless martial artist brother like Lucas. He grashes his teeth and clenches his fists in pure jealousy. Damn it, we might have different mothers, but I am still her brother too. Why does Lucas get all the spotlight? Why does a useless trash like Lucas get to be her real sibling? Just then, the academy cafeteria erupts as student council president Theodore Foramel makes a flashy, glowing entrance. Hearing those cheers, he smirks with arrogance, thinking that no matter what Julia broke, he is still the ultimate school idol. Talk about a massive ego. But Theodore's smile instantly dies when he sees everyone crowding around Julia instead. They are all cheering for her while the little genius is just happily stuffing her face with food, completely ignoring the hype. People cannot stop gushing over how cute she is. Someone even points out that after winning 1,000 bonus points at the Allen Tower, spending 500 points on lunch is basically pocket change. Theodore glares with sheer envy. Meanwhile, Lucas gently tells his sister to eat as much as she wants. Out of nowhere, Theodore suddenly cuts right in front of them. Lucas flinches, instantly on guard against his insane speed. That is the student council president for you. Lucas coldly demands to know what he wants. Honestly, look at this jerk sneering at Julia, warning her not to get cocky just for reaching the 5th floor. But Julia just keeps chewing, innocently asking what he even means. Theodore breaks into a cold sweat as her massive mana suddenly begins leaking out of control. Fearing he will completely lose face in front of the crowd if things escalate, he quickly turns tail and runs, throwing out a sad threat to save himself. Julia just blinks as the president runs away in a cloud of dust, wondering if the guy is crazy. Lucas casually wipes his mouth, telling her to just ignore him. Deep down, Lucas is just laughing at how foolish Theodore is for trying to threaten his overpowered little sister. He actually secretly cast a hero battlecry buff on Julia, boosting her attack and defense by 30% while clearing all her fatigue. Watching Theodore run off without even boasting about his rank like usual, Lucas finds it a bit hilarious. Right then, Julia cheers happily as Mina walks over to congratulate her on her insane record. But Julia remains totally humble, giving all the credit to her teammates instead. Mina suddenly asks if they will be participating in the Goddess Memorial Festival, leaving both siblings staring blankly because they have absolutely no idea what she is talking about. Seeing their confusion, Mina explains it is a grand event bringing together the 3 top academies of the Kamina Empire: the Allen Academy, Kyoto Magic School, SOS, and Holy Magic School. Every year, 9 of the best freshmen are picked from these prestigious academies to clash and prove who is the absolute #1 genius. Mina is positive that with Julia's insane strength, she will definitely represent their school. Hearing this, the young girl actually gets pretty serious about this massive competition. Lucas watches quietly from the side, thinking this event sounds pretty interesting while wondering if his little sister is actually up for a challenge like this. Over at the elite female dorms, a loud alarm blares to shatter the quiet morning, but Julia is still buried under her covers, messy hair flying as she mutters sleepily. Suddenly, she gasps as she remembers her brother's cold warning to wake up on her own from now on. She opens her eyes in panic, realizing she is officially on her own. She kicks off the blanket, grabs a piece of toast in her mouth, and dashes out using her Thunderdust spell. But in her wild rush, she slams headfirst into Awa, sending books flying everywhere. Awa scowls in irritation, snapping at her to watch where she is going. And honestly, that icy glare would make anyone shake in fear. Later in class, a dark cloud hangs over Julia because she forgot her textbook. Next to her, Awa sits with a cold, unbothered expression, completely ignoring her struggling roommate. Suddenly, Awa slams her book down and slides it over, bluntly telling Julia to share with her so she stops making that depressed face. Even at the library, when Julia is struggling to reach a high shelf, Awa silently grabs the book for her and walks away without saying a single word. Back in the cafeteria, Lucas watches them while eating his bread, wondering if Awa is actually a demon or just a secret guardian angel in disguise. During magic practice, an old professor shows off delicate mana control by conjuring beautiful blue water birds. He tells them that mastering control makes life easier, drawing gasps of admiration from the class. Spotting Awa nearby, Julia hides behind a wall and concentrates her mana to make her own bird. But since it is her first try, the magic spirals out of control, exploding right in front of Awa's face. Talk about a total disaster. Late that night, Awa walks down the dark hallway with a lantern and enters Julia's room. She finds Julia fast asleep and drooling, completely unaware that anyone is even there. Sighing at her hilarious sleeping face, Awa notices a small box left on the table. It is a cookie box with an apology note. Julia writes that she is really sorry about earlier, offers to hang out tomorrow to make up for it, and asks her to enjoy the homemade cookies. Awa smiles softly and writes back, telling her that good cookies do not mean automatic forgiveness, but she will agree to go tomorrow anyway. The next day, Awa is waiting at the academy gates, looking pretty annoyed. But when Julia runs up to apologize, Awa completely freezes upon seeing that Lucas is tagging along too. Julia excitedly says Lucas came along to treat them to lunch. Awa is screaming inside since she wanted a private day for the two of them, and Lucas definitely notices her obvious annoyance. Just then, Maya walks by and spots them. Julia instantly invites her along, and the moment Maya hears that Lucas is joining, her face turns bright red from blushing. Maya happily agrees to come, making Awa even more furious that her original plan is totally ruined. Julia just cheers, leading the group straight to the food street of Daktown. Watching the three girls run ahead, Lucas can only sigh deeply, realizing his wallet is going to take a devastating blow today. The second they arrive, Julia starts cheering with excitement. She yells that they are going to eat everything in sight. Watching his sister dance through the busy streets, Lucas just sighs, deeply weeping for his rapidly emptying wallet. It feels like a straight-up punishment game for Lucas. His plans for a quiet hangout with Julia are completely ruined. Instead, his cousin Iwa tags along, and to make things even more awkward, his former fiancée Maya shows up too. While Iwa keeps up her cold, proud act, Maya is secretly thrilled to finally talk to Lucas outside the academy grounds. Julia doesn't notice the tension at all, excitedly dragging both of them toward a gorgeous building nearby. "Look," she yells, pointing at a super famous sweet shop nearby. Iwa steals a quick glance at the cakes in the window but immediately acts like she couldn't care less. She coldly says she has zero interest in childish shops like this. But Julia's excitement is instantly crushed when a sign reveals there are only 2 entry spots left for the day. Just like that, the poor girl completely crumbles. She slumps to the ground, whining about how this was the one place she wanted to visit. Sensing a golden opportunity to get Lucas all to herself, Maya quickly lies, claiming she has to avoid sweets on medical orders. She gently tells Julia and Iwa to head inside while she waits out here with Lucas. Wow, what a smooth play. Maya definitely knows how to seize the moment when it counts. Even though Iwa still looks pretty reluctant, Julia bounces right back. She happily drags her cousin inside the shop, completely oblivious to Maya's actual master plan. Left alone, Lucas gently hands Maya a drink and apologizes for his little sister's childish behavior. Maya just smiles warmly, saying she's just happy seeing him and his sister get along. Sitting on a bench in the festive town, she starts remembering their childhood. She mentions how bright and cute Julia is, saying it really reminds her of the old days when the two of them used to play together as kids. Seeing his confused look, Maya brings up how they once snuck away from the adults to see a shadow wolf exhibit in this very town. She asks if he really forgot about that rainy afternoon when a memory flashes through her mind. Back then, a terrified little Maya backed away from a snarling wolf behind bars, but Lucas bravely stepped in front of her to block the beast and keep her safe. He promised to protect her. Snapping back to the present, Lucas awkwardly laughs, pretending to remember that something like that might have actually happened. Deep down, he's totally lost on how to handle memories from before his soul transmigrated into this body. Maya clutches her cup, looking at him with sad eyes, and softly asks if he still holds a grudge over their broken engagement. As he stays quiet, she spills all her bottled-up feelings. She admits she felt like he was actively avoiding her. Her family calling off the engagement right after he was rejected by the gods must have hurt him pretty deeply. With tears in her eyes, she confesses she was way too young back then to truly understand what was happening, leaving her completely speechless when they met again. She hesitantly asks if they can just be friends now. Touched by her genuine sincerity, Lucas smiles warmly, realizing there is absolutely no way he could ever turn down a request like that. He reassures her that he never held a grudge against her for even a single second. Extending his hand, he says he would gladly be her friend. Maya smiles brightly, her tears vanishing as they share a meaningful handshake to seal their peace. Meanwhile, over in a different part of town, Julia and Iwa are fully soaking up the lively festival vibe, complete with glowing blue butterflies and flashy magic shows. Julia happily munches on a giant cotton candy, talking about how sweet it is while a blushing Iwa stands beside her. The energetic little sister even spots some matching accessories and begs her to get them. "Let's buy matching items," she suggests. Still acting cold, Iwa just sighs and lets her do whatever she wants. But right as Lucas and Maya are sharing their warm handshake, Julia and Iwa suddenly burst back onto the scene. Catching them in such an intimate moment leaves Julia completely stunned. Maya immediately panics, waving her hands frantically and trying to explain that it's not what it looks like. While Iwa glares at them with pure disgust, muttering a sharp comment about their lack of manners, an embarrassed Lucas quickly tries to change the subject to break the tension. He hurriedly suggests they head to the food street to clear the awkward air. Soon the group wanders into a bustling shopping district. Julia takes a bite of a star-shaped lollipop and notes it tastes pretty average. But the candy suddenly glows with a brilliant pink light, making her squeal with excitement that a delicious treasure must be nearby. Leave it to Julia to chase a glowing light. While I was left totally baffled by the candy's weird power, the group follows the pink trail through several side streets until they stop before a grand ancient hall. Lucas asks about the place, and an excited Julia explains it's actually a dojo owned by a legendary treasure collector. She drops a highly tempting piece of information to the group. If they can make it inside and beat 5 challenges, they will get a crack at winning an incredibly rare magical artifact. While Lucas hesitates since their goal today wasn't to challenge some dojo, both Maya and Iwa seem super interested in finding actual magical treasures. Faced with his little sister's begging and sparkly eyes, Lucas can only sigh in defeat and agree to go in. But the moment they reach the stairs, a booming voice orders them to halt. 2 massive guards in red uniforms and dark sunglasses suddenly step forward, completely blocking their path. The guards coldly state this place isn't for kids looking to waste time. Totally unbothered, Lucas calmly steps up and places a hand on the lead guard's shoulder. He tells him flat out they are here for the treasure and politely asks them to move. The guard instantly breaks into a cold sweat. He feels a terrifying, overwhelming bloodlust radiating from Lucas and wonders who this kid actually is. Meanwhile, Lucas is quite amused to realize even the lowliest gatekeeper here is already a level 4 martial master. Smiling faintly, he asks if they can enter. Crushed by the heavy pressure, the guard immediately folds, nervously welcoming them inside and stuttering that strong challengers are always welcome here. This sudden attitude flip leaves Iwa and Maya completely dumbfounded while Julia just celebrates their easy entry. As they step through the doors, a loud echoing voice welcomes them to the 5 sacred halls. They are told that the first trial is the beast test. Up in the brightly lit arena, a purple-haired guy lounges casually on top of a massive magic circle. Wearing a sly smirk, he declares that beating his pet is the only way to pass, ordering his fire cat to enter the stage. A massive lion covered in roaring flames and glowing red eyes emerges with a deafening roar. Seeing how savage the beast looks, a worried Maya warns everyone to stay extremely careful. The tamer instantly activates the magic circle, shouting to release the beast's magical chains. With the heavy iron links shattering, the fire lion roars savagely, its burning gaze locking onto Lucas and Julia. As the monster charges wildly with its jaws wide open, Lucas immediately steps in front of his little sister to shield her from the impact. But just as the fiery beast is about to leap, it stops dead in its tracks, leaving the beast's tamer completely stunned. Let's see how the king of beasts handles a real predator. A massive shadow wolf aura erupts behind Lucas, releasing a terrifying pressure that leaves the fire lion shaking in pure fear as shadows veil Lucas's face. The tamer frantically whips his beast, screaming at it to attack. Instead, the terrified lion turns and runs for its life, completely trampling its own master out of the way in a panicked rush to escape. Scratching his head, Lucas awkwardly asks if this counts as passing. Julia cheers excitedly for her amazing brother while Iwa watches him closely with a deeply suspicious look in her eyes. She can't wrap her head around how he did that without even lifting a single finger. Heading up the stairs to the next floor, Iwa still can't shake off how utterly terrified that lion was of him. Julia leans in to whisper if he's still using his secret cheat skill. Lucas just puts a finger to his lips, giving her a quiet, knowing smile. Shh, it was just pure luck. The group stops in front of a majestic hallway glowing with bright blue magic circles. Suddenly, an old man wearing a monocle appears, announcing this is the second stage, the Corridor of Wind. The rules are simple. You have to shoot an arrow right through all the moving circles and pop the balloon at the very top to finish the quest. The old man explains that this test challenges both precise mana control and sharp judgment, and to make it way more dramatic, he is going to control the hallway environment directly through a magical control board. Julia eagerly steps up to take the first shot. Seeing her fiery spirit, the old manager just smiles, chuckling that she is absolutely bursting with energy. Time to start then. Instantly, a magic arrow flies out, gliding past those glowing circles. Chewing her candy, Julia focuses her mana and confidently tells everyone to watch her. She guides the winding arrow with masterclass precision, threading it straight through every circle. Watching that incredibly smooth and twisty shot, Awa cannot help but cry out in sheer disbelief. Incredible. Those curves were just so incredibly smooth. Maya, standing nearby, silently admits the young girl's raw talent is undeniable. Even the old man nods in quiet praise of her skills. Ho ho, quite impressive for someone so young. But let's end the warm-up right here. With that, he decides to ramp up the difficulty, hitting a button on his magic board. Magic blocks begin to float and spin, building a challenging maze right there in midair. The old man watches with a smirk, muttering that things are finally getting fun. But wait, did she really think it would be this easy? The old man squints with a mocking grin. As he turns up the heat, Julia strains to guide her arrow through the spinning circles. She quickly realizes that just keeping the arrow airborne is draining every last bit of her strength. Smirking, the manager tells her to just give up, throwing fire and water magic into the mix to completely throw her off. The magic blocks constantly shoot blinding barrier beams, transforming the entire arena into a chaotic battlefield filled with clashing elemental hazards. Watching closely, Lucas realizes this is no ordinary test. It is a highly complex combination of physical obstacles and high-level magical interference. As Julia struggles to find a way out, she suddenly remembers some crucial advice her brother gave her during training about how to handle disrupted mana. With a confident grin, Lucas told her the only way was to smash the source of interference directly. Right then, Julia's eyes flare with sudden, fierce determination. Biting down hard on her candy, she channels everything into her ultimate spell, Mega Thunderstrike. It vaporizes every obstacle, leaving the manager completely speechless. Watching this insane devastation, Maya quietly remarks that it feels more like a real war than a basic test. Even with Awa teasing her for going completely overkill, Julia happily takes the compliments from her brother after officially clearing the second stage in style. Quickly regaining his serious expression, the old manager leads the group into a room crammed with ancient books and mysterious potion bottles. He warns them that raw brute power will not solve every trial. Soon the third stage appears, the alchemy workshop, where absolute focus and precise control are valued far more than raw combat strength. A female mage with brown hair and goggles smirks at them, challenging them to a potion-making speed contest where being slow means instant failure. Their goal is to brew a legendary elixir called the Tears of Chivia. Showing off a table loaded with 108 rare ingredients, she drops a chilling warning. The formula is highly volatile, and a single tiny mistake will blow them to pieces. Staring at 108 items without any exact measurements, Awa complains that this is just a game of pure luck. Lucas silently agrees that such delicate work is a terrible match for offensive fighters like them. Suddenly, Maya timidly speaks up, asking if she can try. The alchemist is stunned by her sheer boldness. "You want to try? Well, aren't you brave?" Instantly, she sits with her special goggles, tracking measurements down to 0.01 grams and timing a cooldown step to exactly 0.5 seconds. Watching her move, Lucas is completely blown away. She is not just lightning fast, her mixing precision is on a whole different level. Julia calls out excitedly for her brother to watch Maya. Stepping up, Maya starts her turn by touching a necklace glowing with blue spiritual energy, gently floating the ingredients in the shimmering light. She notes that this stardust is packed with mana and is a bit salty, so just a pinch should do. Wait, is she brewing a potion or cooking dinner? Lucas is stunned by Maya's knife skills. Every cut is lightning fast and precise to the millimeter. Once prepped, the shining magical ingredients gracefully melt into her glowing cauldron. Focusing deeply, Maya tells herself to let it melt slowly over a low fire, just like melting cheese. Catching a bitter clashing scent, she adds a sweet ingredient to perfectly balance the potion's final flavor profile. Maya gently pours a sparkling essence into the cauldron, whispering to herself that this will smooth out the harsh elements of the brew. Just look at her go. Julia gasps in awe, saying Maya makes this look as simple as cooking soup. Even Awa admits her flawless rhythm feels like conducting a grand symphony orchestra. A massive swirl of magical energy violently sweeps through the room. "Done," Maya announces with a bright smile, as her cauldron radiates a deep, mystical purple glow. She holds up the sparkling vial, leaving the master alchemist utterly dumbfounded. Checking the mixture with trembling hands, the woman cannot believe her eyes. That purity, it is a legendary Tears of Chivia. In a panic, the alchemist grabs Maya's shoulders, demanding to know her secret. Reaching this level takes decades. "Are you the apprentice of some legendary grandmaster?" Maya can only stammer back, stammering that she isn't. Maya awkwardly explains that this is actually her first time making the Tears of Chivia, guessing it might just be because she cooks on a daily basis. That innocent answer leaves the alchemist, Lucas, and Awa frozen in sheer shock. Maya happily adds that she always focuses on the scent of ingredients to find the best balance, so alchemy is basically just cooking to her. Smiling brightly, she claims making this is as easy as cooking soup. The alchemist is left completely speechless by the ridiculous comparison. "You are comparing a legendary potion to simple soup?" Julia happily chimes in, saying that explains why her sweets are always so amazing. "Those cookies Maya made last time were so delicious," she almost cried. Even Awa praises Maya's incredible culinary instincts, adding that she is both sweet and a great cook. Whoever marries her in the future is going to be one incredibly lucky guy. The sudden compliment turns Maya's face bright red. She flusteredly waves her hands, insisting she only cooks for fun. Heart racing with embarrassment, she sneaks a quick glance at Lucas, wondering what he thinks of her. Lucas rubs his chin in thought, reasoning that besides brewing potions, having a brilliant cook on the team would do wonders for group morale during their long journeys ahead. Seeing Lucas's clueless expression, Awa lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh. What an absolute idiot. While Lucas and Julia remain completely clueless, Maya just smiles happily, glad they cleared the challenge together. Meanwhile, the master alchemist silently mocks herself, feeling a bit silly that the mixing techniques she spent half her life perfecting just got defeated by a young girl's cooking skills. She lets out a relieved chuckle, admitting that being completely defeated feels surprisingly refreshing. She carefully hands the vial over to Maya, telling her it belongs to her now. Take this Tears of Chivia, she says. Holding the priceless potion with trembling hands, Maya hesitates, saying she cannot possibly accept something so immensely valuable. The kind mage reassures Maya that she made this potion with her own 2 hands, and during a life-or-death moment, it will definitely save her. Lisa smiles warmly too, telling her to take it, as that potion is proof of her own incredible talent. Hearing his words of encouragement, Maya blushes with joy and nods in deep gratitude. The group then continues down the grand glowing hallway, bracing themselves for whatever dangerous trial lies ahead. But from the shadows, an eerie, mysterious laugh echoes through the cold air. A mysterious woman cloaked in black with glowing purple eyes is closely watching them through magical cards burning with dark energy. A wicked smirk creeps onto her face as she whispers to herself that this group of challengers is actually going to be quite fun to break. Welcome to the 4th trial, a place known as the ultimate training ground for your mental strength. The mysterious cloaked woman slowly fans out the cards in her hands. She tells them they will be playing a game that is highly popular among the Imperial elite, famously called the Monarch's Lie. The rules are pretty simple. Each player draws 1 card, and whoever gets the higher number wins. Simple enough, right? But there is a twist. The lowest card, the assassin at number 1, can actually defeat the highest card, the monarch at number 9. Even crazier, players can use magic to change their card's number, but the bigger the change, the more mana it burns. If someone gets caught lying, the real value of their original card decides the winner. Also, if your fake number matches the actual card your opponent is holding, you instantly lose the match. This trial is a brutal battle of wits. You and I both know it is all about who can spin the most convincing lie. While Lucas and Maya are sweating because mind games are definitely not their thing, Julia cannot even remember these complicated rules. Unlike the others, Iwa is incredibly excited since this is the exact playground where the Miranda family always dominates. With her eyes shining, she quickly notices that the woman opposite her has a special magic circuit around her eyes to help her read the table. The woman smiles, admitting she already foresaw the arrival of some elite challengers, and confidently declares the game has begun. At the same moment, both of them throw their magical cards onto the table, officially starting this intense battle of minds. The mysterious woman gives a challenging smirk, wondering if Iwa can actually deceive her eyes. Together, they slam their cards onto the table, which lights up with brilliant magic circles. The dealer reveals the monarch number 9. Meanwhile, Iwa is holding the archbishop number 8. Julie screams in excitement, yelling that Iwa's number is higher, which means they won. But Iwa looks incredibly serious. She can feel her opponent's faint mana fluctuating in a highly unusual way. Immediately, she activates her special eye technique, the Empress's Eye, making her eyes glow with a powerful hexagon symbol. The dealer gasps as her disguise is ripped apart under the technique's pressure. The true card slowly shows itself, the assassin, number 1. The dealer claps slowly with a sarcastic smile, saying she is impressed Iwa saw through the disguise, but she still loses anyway. She flips her card to reveal another layer burning with dark energy, but Iwa suddenly smiles with complete confidence, saying she knew the dealer had placed a second disguise on top of it. Talk about a brilliant play. Iwa points directly at the card and boldly tells her it is also a fake. The dealer's face goes pale with shock. She cannot believe her wiped clean magic traces were exposed so easily. Iwa coldly points out that she is not the only one who knows how to hide mana. I knew you would pull something like this, so I watched your hands from the very start to ensure I got a specific card. Iwa reveals her real card and proudly announces that her actual card is the assassin. The fake card and the real card have the same number, the fake one loses. The dealer admits Iwa's strategy was brilliant, first disguised as the archbishop to bait her, then using a double bluff with the assassin if a monarch was played. Even so, the mysterious woman praises her for an amazing game, and her cleverness in perfectly disguising everything from the lowest to the highest card. Though she looks proud on the outside, Iwa secretly admits to herself that her mental strength has hit its absolute limit. The mysterious woman smiles with deep meaning. With this kind of talent, she will surely be remembered by history. As Lucas's group prepares to leave, the woman suddenly drops a bombshell telling them they are all bound by fate. In the near future, when a massive disaster strikes this continent, they will be the ones to save the world. Lucas silently ponders this apocalyptic prophecy, knowing her serious look means he cannot just ignore it. While Julie is completely thrilled by the idea of becoming world-saving heroes, Lucas quickly drags everyone back to reality to focus on finding the actual treasure. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rips through the air, and out of the thick smoke steps a massive, muscular man with spiky hair and eyes glowing with a terrifying red aura. Cracking his knuckles menacingly, he growls that they finally arrived and he was getting tired of waiting. The absolutely terrifying pressure radiating from this stranger makes Iwa tremble, wondering if this monster is even human anymore. But look at Lucas. Instead of running, he just grins. Oh, you know things are about to get absolutely wild. The insanely muscular man is doing a crazy workout, using just one finger to lift a massive barbell while constantly count 99,899. He states he has been waiting for the elite of Allen Magic Academy, adding that since they made it here, they clearly are not just spoiled kids. The giant then announces the rules. He challenges all of them to attack him at the same time, promising that if they can make him take even one step back, they win. A blazing aura of fire suddenly erupts around his body, his eyes glowing with malice. He laughs that if they fail, it is his turn to beat them up, and they will trade blows until one side collapses. Maya trembles as she stares at his massive hands, terrified that she will not even be able to survive a single one of his strikes. The man coldly warns them that he will not go easy on anyone, so they should leave if they do not want to die. Ignoring his friend's fear, Lucas bravely steps forward with a bold proposal. Please let me fight you alone. Lucas silently notes that this guy's bloodlust is even stronger than Master Sigyn's, proving he is a true powerhouse. Julia anxiously begs her brother to just give up. Maya wants to fight alongside him too, but Lucas firmly refuses, explaining this test is for martial artists and he wants to push his own limits. The giant bursts into a loud laugh. Since this is a battle between men, he says he will not hold back at all, warning Lucas he will leave with far worse than just a few broken bones. Suddenly a robotic bird flies in, calling the giant Bajan and demanding he put on magic gloves to avoid paying for hall repairs again. Bajan grumpily agrees and tosses a matching pair of gloves to Lucas. He explains these gloves will create a protective barrier, ensuring their surroundings will not be destroyed no matter how brutal the fight gets. Lucas quietly puts them on, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he slides into a fighting stance. Focusing all his strength, Lucas unleashes a devastating punch straight into the giant's chest, but he is shocked to see Bajan does not even flinch. He grits his teeth in disbelief, wondering how his battle aura did absolutely nothing. Bajan smirked arrogantly, praising his stance but telling him he is still way too weak. With a massive blow crashing down, Lucas can only gasp that he is in deep trouble. Sent flying, he crashes hard into the rubble, coughing uncontrollably as Maya watches in pure terror from behind. Bajan towers over him, declaring that it is way too late to surrender now, kid. Lucas glances at his sacred sword lying on the floor, quickly grabs it, and roars with fierce resolve that he is not done yet. A brilliant golden aura suddenly erupts around his blade. Lucas unleashes a powerful glowing slash straight at his opponent. Faced with his strike, Bajan steadily focuses his breath to meet it. He lets out an absolutely earth-shattering roar, unleashing an incredibly terrifying pressure that violently slams Lucas straight into the dirt. Suddenly, a massive and majestic green lion spirit manifests right behind Bon, making the entire Grand Hall shake violently. Bane glances down at the tiny scratch on his chest, admitting that Lucas did a pretty decent job, but it is nowhere near enough to defeat him. Struggling up through the rising dust, Lucas raises his head, eyes flashing with determination. Not done yet, Lucas channels his spiritual energy straight into his legs. Suddenly, he whips out a magical rope that tightly binds Bon's massive body. Pulling the rope hard, Lucas shouts, "Got you, you chicken!" Wait, look at this. Bon doesn't even flinch. Even as Lucas pours all his strength into a blazing fist and shouts, the giant just drops a chillingly simple remark. Suddenly, a violent blast of fire spiritual energy erupts from the giant's body, instantly incinerating the magic rope and sending Lucas flying. Bon admits Lucas has impressive wits and courage for constantly switching tactics, but he declares that against absolute power, all petty tricks are completely meaningless. He roars this ends now, then he lunges forward to deliver the final blow. In this split second, Lucas closes his eyes. He knows, raw strength is not the key to victory. Memories of the martial god's phantom on the 6th floor of Allen Tower flash before him, recalling how the deity embedded a mysterious technique into every single strike. Focusing his mind to keep his heart completely still, Lucas snaps his eyes open. He effortlessly deflects his opponent's strike and unleashes the ultimate art of the martial god style. Bon gasps in absolute shock, realizing Lucas was hiding such a terrifying technique all along. Channeling the ice crystal form, Lucas unleashes a devastating punch, slamming it directly into Bon's chest. The terrifying pressure of the martial god technique violently shakes the surroundings, shattering all the glass nearby into tiny pieces. Shocked by the devastating scene, Julia cries out in panic, "Brother!" Bon freezes, staring down at the bleeding wound on his chest. Unbelievable. He demands to know if Lucas is Otani's disciple. Lucas calmly pulls his fist back and simply replies no. Bon stares deep into the boy's eyes, demanding to know why he held back since a full power strike would have crushed several of his giant ribs. Lucas flashes a sly, calculated grin. "It is my first time using that move," he says. "If I accidentally killed you, no treasure, right?" Bon freezes. Then he bursts into hearty laughter. "I admit defeat, you win," Bon says. Seeing Lucas bleeding, Ma frantically rushes over with a precious medicine vial, begging him to please drink these tears of Chivia right away. But Lucas firmly stops her, refusing to waste such an incredibly expensive remedy. Pulling out a cheap healing potion, he insists on using the regular stuff to save money. Once he gulps it down, a warm green aura wraps around him. He quietly notes that this cheap potion works almost exactly like the spiritual elixirs he usually brews himself. Meanwhile, Julia excitedly reminds everyone that they cleared all 5 trials and are ready for their grand reward. Bane scratches his head in sheepish embarrassment, admitting he only opened this trial zone to kill some free time. "The girls? Furious." They demand he keep his promise and hand over the loot immediately. Under intense pressure from the kids, Bon reluctantly pulls out a glowing red crystal rabbit and hands it over. Lucas blankly wonders if this is just a useless piece of home decor, but Bon instructs Julia to channel magic into it. Instantly, the treasure radiates a mesmerizing, brilliant pink energy. When the crystal rabbit suddenly starts moving in Julia's hands, she squeals in absolute delight, cheering that it is moving and looks incredibly cute. In stark contrast to her excitement, Lucas looks utterly disappointed, grumbling that they beat 5 brutal trials only to get a stupid toy. He feels completely ripped off, even if he has to admit the rabbit looks incredibly real. Ban throws an arm around Lucas, seriously explaining that this is no ordinary toy. Far from it, it will become incredibly useful once the boy grows up. Leaning in close, he warns Lucas that while he does not know where he learned that martial god technique, he must never use it unless his life is threatened, warning that careless use will bring massive trouble. Lucas can only nod in shock. I understand, Lucas replies before curiously asking if Bahan knows Principal Otani. Bahan explains they were not exactly close friends, just old comrades who fought side by side against the beastmen on the battlefield before urging the group to leave before dark. Stepping out of the hall, Julia hesitantly asks, is it really okay for her to keep this gift? But Mina quickly reassures her, saying it suits her perfectly. Meanwhile, Lucas quietly ponders Bond's heavy warning, wondering why the giant was so incredibly specific about not using that martial god technique. Suddenly, Julia gasps, spotting a massive commotion ahead. Thrilled by the chaotic crowd, she excitedly rushes over, shouting about a fight and wanting to watch. Lucas and Mina frantically try to stop her, warning that this path leads straight into the dangerous black market, but she is determined to see. Julia suddenly freezes, realizing the person in trouble is her brother Jeremy. He is absolutely furious, screaming to get his money back after being scammed with a fake spellbook. How dare you sell me fake stuff? Give me my money back, Jeremy yells. A vicious thug stomps Jeremy's hand hard. He sneers that this ancient forbidden book is actually the real deal. He mocks Jeremy, saying he simply lacks the talent to learn it and should stop complaining. The thug contemptuously turns away, leaving Jeremy to scream in agony that every single spell inside the book is a fake. Fueled by sheer rage and humiliation, Jeremy summons a glowing blue magic circle to attack from behind, but the thug easily dodges and unleashes a brutal counterattack that sends the boy crashing into the dirt. He mockingly sneers that someone with such pathetic magic power trying to learn forbidden spells is just a joke. With a cold look, he orders his lackeys to step forward and finish Jeremy off. And then boom! Just as they are about to tear him apart, a massive bolt of purple lightning strikes down from the heavens, leaving everyone completely petrified. What is this? They cry out, sudden lightning out of nowhere. Jeremy looks up in shock, realizing his rescuers are none other than Lucas and Julia. Humiliation. He grits his teeth, forced to let the very people he despised witness his pathetic state. In contrast to his frustration, Julia feels incredibly proud of herself for keeping her mother's promise to watch over Jeremy. The thugs prepare to charge the 2 meddling kids, but a thunderous shout from the city patrol forces everyone to instantly halt. Guard Patrol Captain steps forward, demanding to know what is going on. The black market boss instantly shifts his tone, playing the victim and shamelessly accusing Lucas's group of trying to steal from him. He even shamelessly slips a heavy coin pouch straight into the captain's hand. The captain sighs in sheer annoyance, complaining about how students from the Alan Magic Academy are always causing trouble lately. He coldly orders the arrest of everyone present. Even when Iwa tries to pull rank using the Miranda family name, the captain casually declares that down here his word is the absolute law. Lucas narrows his eyes at the corrupt captain. A silent realization hits. They might have to fight their way out of this mess. Right as the tension reaches its peak, a commanding voice booms out for everyone to freeze. All eyes turn to 2 highborn figures who have just appeared with an incredibly noble presence, Lord St. Miranda and Lady Catherine. Sen glares directly at the sweating captain and mockingly questions his guts. You certainly have some nerve trying to lock up kids from the Miranda family, Sen sneers. He then turns a freezing glare toward the market boss, asking how he dares scam Alan Magic Academy students and sell stolen goods. It is time to clean up this entire corrupt patrol team, arrest every last one of them, he commands. The terrified captain drops to his knees. Mercy, he begs, but he is instantly shut up. He is completely done for, and crying won't help. Iwa approaches her father, curiously asking that if he already knew the black market was a crime den, why he has not shut it down completely. Lord Sen places a hand on his daughter's shoulder, explaining that the slums operate on their own rules. They have tried everything to stop the collusion between low-ranking guards and the black market, but it is an endless game of cat and mouse. He gently reassures Iwa not to worry about the dirty business of adults, while Lady Catherine comforts Lucas, warmly telling him that Mother is here now. Julia excitedly rushes forward to embrace her mother, squealing in delight. Catherine tenderly strokes her daughter's hair, praising the wonderful spell she cast earlier, saying it is exactly what she expects from a child of the Rian family, leaving Julia beaming with pure happiness. However, Catherine's gaze suddenly softens as she turns toward Jeremy, agony. She gently asks if he is hurt badly anywhere. Jeremy grits his teeth, trying to act tough by saying he is fine. But Iwa does not hold back at all, mockingly asking how he could be fine when his head looks completely messed up like that. Feeling his pride wounded, Jeremy snaps at her to shut up, claiming he was just blindsided. Iowa keeps twisting the knife, reminding him that a student from the prestigious Allen Magic Academy should not be losing to mere weaklings, especially when his little sister Julia had to protect him. Those brutal words turned Jeremy's face bright red with sheer embarrassment, leaving him to scream helplessly that he really was caught off guard. Iowa shows zero mercy, mocking Jeremy's foolishness for believing a real forbidden spellbook would just be sold at a slum stall when even a child can spot a fake. Seeing his daughter crossing the line, Sen steps in to stop her. Telling her that is enough, the kind-hearted Maya also steps forward to offer some help, asking Jeremy to let her heal his wounds. But Jeremy completely rejects her kindness, roaring out in absolute humiliation. He screams at her to stay away, rejecting her pity before running off in a frenzy. Inside, he is utterly consumed by bitter jealousy, certain that Lucas is mocking him behind his back. Dark, ghostly figures with glowing red eyes haunt Jeremy's mind, constantly mocking him for being a pathetic loser. Watching Jeremy run away, Lucas can only stand there in silent contemplation. Burning with deep hatred, Jeremy swears to eventually take back everything he thinks Lucas stole from him. Sensing the heavy mood, Sen suggests they leave Jeremy alone for a while so he can calm down. He quickly changes the subject by suggesting the group celebrate their successful trials at the 5 sacred halls with a feast at a secret restaurant. As they prepare to leave, Iowa suddenly pauses and stares into a dark alleyway with a suspicious look, sensing a strange presence that has just vanished, leaving her unsure of what it was. Under a blood-red sunset in the forest, Jeremy furiously vents his rage on an old tree, punching the trunk while screaming in bitter tears, cursing Lucas with all his might. The absolute worst part of having the entire world turn against him is having Julia, the sister he desperately wanted to beat, step in to save his life. How could a highborn noble like him be utterly humiliated by a magicless loser like Lucas? It makes no sense. But right when his mind is darkest, look at this, a sinister black entity suddenly materializes right behind Jeremy. It whispers a chillingly sweet taunt, calling him a pitiful child. Jeremy spins around in shock on high alert. Out from the shadows, Yensida, a high-ranking demon queen, slowly steps forward with a malicious smile. She begins weaving sweet, deceptive lies, claiming his mother sent her to deliver a special gift because she knows about all the struggles he is currently facing at school. Yensida opens her hand to reveal a glowing green orb, promising that this relic will grant him the power to easily reclaim his stolen pride. Meanwhile, back at the Rand family estate, Lady Jessica is furiously smashing her furniture in an absolute fit of rage. She grits her teeth, screaming Lucas's name and swearing she will ruin anyone who dares to look down on her beloved son Jeremy. Suddenly, a seductive voice echoes in the room. Calling her anger absolutely delicious, Yensida mysteriously appears, casually eating cherries while a shocked Jessica watches. Hearing her worried servants knocking from outside, Jessica screams at them to get lost and stay out. Yensida approaches the broken woman on the floor, whispering seductively that she is here today to grant her deepest wish. Presenting a brilliant green orb shaped like a coiled snake, she calls it an adorable child. She promises to give this to Jeremy, assuring her it will become a massive, insurmountable wall that their hated enemy will never be able to cross. At the exact same time, deep in the twilight forest, Yensida is directly tempting Jeremy with the exact same relic, whispering that once he wears it, no one will ever look down on him again. Clutching the artifact, Jeremy lets revenge completely cloud his mind, resolving that if he defeats Lucas, Julia will finally have no choice but to recognize him. Meanwhile, in a dark and damp dungeon, old Greg is busy conducting a very shady transaction. A hooded henchman hands over a sparkling spiral object while grumbling about just how difficult it was to obtain. Greg grins cruelly while holding the mysterious slow snail relic, proudly declaring that with this, he can easily turn every single student in the martial arts department into total cripples. His eyes gleam with pure, unfiltered malice. He cannot wait to see the despair on Master Sigan's face when he watches his own students get ruined. A few days after the Allen Tower trials, the academy is buzzing with intense gossip. Magic class students crowd around the bulletin board, whispering in utter shock and asking if what they are reading is actually real. One anxious boy asks if this shocking news was officially confirmed with Master Greg, only to receive a bitter reply from his purple-haired friend. Apparently, the teacher claimed the martial arts department results are completely normal with absolutely zero irregularities. Even if they deny it, the harsh truth is staring them right in the face as the magic class has been surpassed by 2 whole ranks. What confuses them most is how the martial arts students unlocked such incredible power during the trials. Lai hangs her head in bitter frustration, terrified of the upcoming Goddess Memorial Festival being held at their academy this year. Other academies will laugh them out of the room if they find out about this. Just picturing that humiliating scene makes these magic students want to run away and hide. But right on cue, Greg approaches with a sinister smirk to reassure them. Don't worry, he says those martial arts trash will only enjoy their victory for a brief moment. Gritting his teeth, Greg resolves to take matters into his own hands to fix this mistake, declaring Sigan's class must be entirely erased. Meanwhile, on the training field, Lucas and the others are still working hard. Even though it is already late and classes are officially over, an intense training atmosphere still fills the halls as every student willingly stays behind to practice more. Quietly sweeping the empty classroom, Tay smiles warmly at her hard-working friends outside. Suddenly, her broom strikes a hard object under one of the desks. Curiously bending down, she discovers an incredibly exquisite golden ornament shaped like a tiny snail. Realizing the expensive item does not belong to Master Sigan, Tay assumes some wealthy noble student must have dropped it. She decides to put it in the lost and found box, completely unaware that she just helped old Greg place his snail trap in the perfect spot. The day of the Goddess Memorial Festival finally arrives amidst an incredibly lively and energetic atmosphere. Bright flags and fireworks fill the academy grounds as flocks of doves soar across the clear blue sky. Amidst the massive crowds arriving for the festival, Kai stands at the main gate looking incredibly annoyed. He keeps complaining about being stuck on welcoming duty for over 30 minutes now, without a single guest showing up. Seeing Kai quickly losing his patience, Lucas quietly tells him to stay calm because their important guests are already appearing down the road. A majestic, luxurious carriage procession slowly enters the school gates amid colorful exploding fireworks. Regular cavalrymen in gleaming armor lead the procession, creating a truly magnificent scene. Standing right in the center, Principal Jerica of the Allen Magic Academy speaks up to warmly welcome the crowds. He offers his sincere gratitude to all the delegates who traveled from afar to attend this year's festival, but suddenly the lively and warm atmosphere turns incredibly cold out of nowhere. Light snow starts to fall, making a student shiver in shock. All eyes turn toward the sky as a massive ice dragon, glowing with a brilliant blue light, slowly glides down to land. Standing proudly atop the dragon's head is a white-haired boy with an extremely arrogant attitude. This is the top-tier genius of Kyoto Magic Academy's freshman class. Watching this dramatic and loud arrival, Theod narrows his eyes at his rival, quietly criticizing him for being such an over-the-top show-off. He silently notes that making such a flashy entrance will definitely draw a lot of unwanted attention. Instantly, a blazing burst of fire magic erupts from below as a gorgeous girl with long vibrant hair holds up a flaming folding fan. A massive fire phoenix is summoned. The Kyoto Academy genius turns around in shock, staring at the one who dared challenge his ice dragon and asks, "Who are you?" From the blazing smoke, a girl holding a fire fan proudly steps out of a luxurious carriage. She is the top freshman genius of the Holy Magic Academy. Wearing a wicked smirk, she lets out some incredibly condescending sarcasm. "So you are the top genius of Kyoto Academy?" The giant ice dragon of Kyoto Academy has just landed, and it is instantly surrounded by a raging sea of fire. The girl from the Holy Academy smirks arrogantly, waving her golden fan as she coldly challenges her opponent to keep showing off his skills. Sparks of fire rain down like a brilliant meteor shower, leaving the crowd completely amazed by this powerful display. Yet, the white-haired genius of Kyoto Academy keeps his cool, looking completely calm and indifferent. He narrows his eyes in annoyance and demands, "Hey, you trying to steal my spotlight, lady?" Instantly, his ice dragon unleashes its maximum frost energy, directly clashing with the fire phoenix's flames to trigger an absolutely earth-shattering elemental collision in midair. Completely unfazed, the Holy Academy girl leaps from her carriage, her eyes glowing with intense killing intent as she realizes her opponent is ready to go all out. She snaps her fan shut, channeling all her fire magic into her next attack, and loudly warns the white-haired boy that he will definitely regret this decision. A terrifying explosion erupts in the sky above Allen Academy as fire and ice violently collide. Watching down from below, Lucas quietly stares at the epicenter of the blast with a deeply analytical gaze. He quietly admits that with such terrifying mana and supreme elemental control, both of them truly deserve the title of genius that the world constantly praises them with. The fierce battle between the Fire Phoenix and Ice Dragon continues to rage. The white-haired boy from Kyoto Academy stands proudly atop a massive block of ice, looking down mockingly interesting. "Let's see if you can actually shatter my frozen defense." The clash between the Fire Phoenix and Ice Dragon gets more intense by the second. But check this out, brilliant purple lightning bolts suddenly crash straight into their elemental duel. Julia appears with a staff in hand, her entire body covered in powerful surges of electrical energy. With an excited face, Julia yells out, "Let's go. Let's burn this whole school down." A massive thunderbird glowing with purple light soars high into the sky. The collision of these three ultimate powers creates a brilliant rainbow stretching across the academy sky, leaving the entire audience in complete awe. The crowd endlessly praises this spectacular performance, believing that these three are truly the new hope of the Empire. The Empire actually trusts these three troublemakers. We're doomed. Even the Kyoto Academy boy and the Holy Academy girl are left utterly stunned by this powerful intrusion. Julia just giggles mischievously, asking if she can join in on the fun. Witnessing such an incredibly impressive welcome right before the festival even starts, the distinguished guests are completely amazed. Even the headmistress of the Holy Magic Academy, Sinwentaran, looks highly amused by the display, silently noting that this school year is definitely going to be wild. Dane folds his arms and watches, silently realizing that although his Allen Academy opponent is still young, her raw power is genuinely formidable. But just as he is about to drop a sarcastic comment about this sudden display of power, a silent spell instantly locks his mouth shut. The headmaster of Kyoto Magic Academy, Articus Rosso, quietly walks away after leaving a single warning. In the sudden silence of the square, shimmering golden feathers begin to drift down from high above, slowly covering the entire academy ground. The crowd watches in utter confusion as the golden feathers fall, wondering what could possibly happen next. Upon touching the ground, they release a brilliant glow, turning the entire academy into a sea of magical light. From the center of the glow, a masked woman with massive angel wings slowly descends to the ground. Everyone is completely stunned by her otherworldly beauty, gasping in sheer awe. Seriously, she is absolutely gorgeous. Someone get her contact info. This mysterious arrival even makes Don of Kyoto Academy put his guard up. He silently vows to win the tournament just to get a chance to challenge her. Meanwhile, Aurora cannot hide her admiration either, blushing as she promises to do her best to catch this senior's attention. As the masked woman touches down, even Sinwentaran bows in deep respect to welcome her. Smiling warmly, the masked lady greets everyone, assuring them that with the goddess's blessing, this year's festival will be absolutely spectacular. The headmistress loudly announces that all distinguished guests have arrived, instructing the students to move to the grand banquet hall as the crowd begins dispersing for the upcoming events. Kai marvels that since even Sinwentaran had to bow, she must be an incredibly powerful figure from the capital. Lucas calmly replies that he is far more curious about her magic attribute than her social status. He silently thinks that with Dayan Aurora, and now this new expert showing up, things are getting seriously intense. Meanwhile, the pre-festival banquet kicks off in a grand hall filled with all kinds of exotic delicacies. However, the spotlight quickly shifts to Dayan, the top genius of Kyoto Academy. Whispers and gossip ripple through the crowd around him. They think he is far too arrogant, as even his own schoolmates do not dare approach him. In stark contrast to his cold shoulder, Aurora, the representative of the Holy Academy, is acting incredibly friendly. She actively approaches two Allen Academy freshmen to ask about Julia's hobbies, hoping to strike up a friendly connection. Now here's the crazy part. The two boys are initially blushing and totally flustered by Aurora's striking beauty, but then their expressions suddenly do a complete 180. Going from bright, happy smiles to deadpan coldness in a split second, they leave her completely shocked. Aurora narrows her eyes, sensing that someone was actively manipulating their minds just now. While Julia happily enjoys some sweet pastries next to her brother Lucas, Aurora silently vows to dig up every single piece of information on this girl to prepare for her next move. Right then, Iwa quietly walks past with her eyes glowing, displaying a powerful hexagonal emblem, revealing that she was the one who used mind magic to intervene and prevent any info leaks about Julia, leaving those two boys completely dazed and clueless about what just happened. Watching everything unfold from the head table, Sinwentaran, the headmistress of the Holy Academy, cannot help but highly praise the outstanding mind magic of Iwa. Daughter of the prestigious Miranda family, she notes that using such talent just to block information is truly a massive waste of potential. Sitting right nearby, Articus Rosso, the headmaster of Kyoto Academy, takes a slow sip of wine and remarks that although this party is meant for relaxation, the shadow war between these young geniuses has already begun behind the scenes. With an incredibly arrogant look, he asserts that this year, the championship will definitely go to Kyoto again, and other schools should only bother fighting for second place. This headmaster is definitely boasting the loudest in the hall. At the VIP table, the atmosphere grows tense, as Sinwentaran of the Holy Academy regretfully recalls how they almost grabbed the victory last year. Articus Rosso of Kyoto Academy immediately fires back that there was a clear gap in strength last year, asserting that when it comes to the will to win, nobody can surpass his school. Seeing his two colleagues argue, Headmaster Jerica of Allen Academy quickly speaks up to keep the peace, suggesting that all three schools have their own unique strengths without needing to obsess over first place. His words make everyone smirk slightly, remembering that Allen Academy finished dead last year, so they can't really boast anyway. Sinwentaran suddenly shifts the topic to the troubles in the magical Beast Mountain range, curious about this year's final round venue. Typically, to let students unleash their full power, the finals are held in a quiet forest far from the city. The chosen forest has been thoroughly prepared with protective magic circles to prevent wild beasts from entering, ensuring the matches run completely smoothly. Headmaster Jerica takes a sip of wine, reassuring everyone that all issues have been resolved through the cooperation of Academy staff and the Royal Army. Preparations at the Illusion Forest are fully complete as planned. Just hearing that name spells absolute disaster. Jer steps up to the mic, loudly announcing the final order of business. It's time to draw lots for the preliminary matchups. The three headmasters clink their glasses together, toast the spectacular success of this year's festival, and let the cheers ring out. By the next day, the Goddess Memorial Tournament officially kicks off right in the central arena of Allen Academy. Rules for the prelims say each school gets 10 representatives, but as last year's reigning champions, Kyoto Magic Academy gets a special pass to bring 11 competitors to the field. Up in the stands, students are already growing restless waiting for things to start. One girl lets out a massive yawn, only to get nudged by her friend telling her to stay awake. This is a rare chance to scout their competition. Lucas glances over at his drowsy friend Kai, wondering why on earth he is so exhausted. Kai just grumbles back, telling Lucas that if he wants to stay awake, he should pinch himself instead. Right on cue, the speakers blare to life. The very first match officially starts as Dian Aslan of Kyoto Academy steps out onto the dirt, radiating an intense freezing aura that suppresses the entire crowd. Standing opposite him is Derek Ignis from Allen Magic Academy. Whispers break out through the stands about Derek's terrible luck having to face Kyoto's #1 student in the very opening match. Still, Lucas observes that since Derek is a fire mage, he should be the natural counter to ice. On paper, that means both fighters still have an equal shot at winning this. Wasting absolutely no time, Derek unleashes his mana to summon a towering colossus of pure flame that completely envelops his body. With his eyes burning with lethal intent, he channels everything into his fire avatar technique, throwing a massive, blazing fist carrying destructive heat straight at Dian. Facing that terrifying attack, Dian just scoffs with a cold smirk. Natural enemy, please. With a quiet grunt, a massive wall of ice erupts from the ground, freezing and snuffer out the giant flame in a fraction of a second. Derek stares in absolute horror as his ultimate move is completely neutralized. What do you mean his fire avatar just got frozen solid? See that? Dian gives him zero breathing room, releasing a freezing wave that triggers a massive ice explosion, blasting Derek back until he collapses, completely broken. The announcer bellows over the crowd, declaring the winner of the opening match to be Dian Aslan of Kyoto Magic Academy. Dian looks down at his fallen foe with pure, unadulterated contempt. Is this really the level of Allen Academy's top 3, he asks, calling it a total disappointment. Down below, Kai and the other spectators can't believe their eyes. The match ended so fast, and Dian didn't even take a single step. Lucas narrows his eyes in deep concern. Even Julia might not stand a chance against this guy. Julia rushes over in a panic to check if Derek is okay. Derek can only bitterly admit that he was pathetic, failing to even force his opponent to use a fraction of his real strength. Moments later, the second match is announced: Aurora Phoenix of the Holy Academy versus Iwa Miranda of Allen Academy. Julia feels her chest tighten, knowing her friend has to face another school's top genius. Standing in the massive arena, Iwa narrows her eyes with fierce determination. This is no longer a test inside the Allen Tower, she tells herself, declaring that this time she will definitely reclaim her honor. Up in the stands, the crowd erupts with deafening cheers for Aurora, screaming for her to win and crush her opponent. Hearing the roar, Aurora waves back with effortless grace, thanking everyone for the love. She promises to deliver a beautiful victory today and asks them to cheer as loudly as possible. Truly the spotlight queen of this festival, she flashes a confident wink while shielding her haughty face with a folding fan. Opposite her, Iwa narrows her eyes, feeling the staggering weight of her opponent's pressure. Her mana is massive, making her a worthy foe, and Iwa resolves to prove her strength to everyone right here. The speaker blares once more to mark the start of match 2. Seeing Aurora still playing up her elegant persona, Iwa snaps, telling her to cut the theatrics and just get on with it. Instantly, Aurora snaps her fan open, unleashing a raging sea of fire that completely floods the arena floor. Calling Iwa incredibly rude, she whispers from behind her fan, her eyes flashing with sharp, lethal focus. Seeing that Iwa managed to raise a glowing red magic circle in time to defend herself, Aurora looks quite surprised. Realizing she used mental strength to form a barrier, Aurora muses that this might actually make for a fun way to kill time. She strikes. Calling on her Phoenix aura, a massive pillar of fire crashes down on Iwa. Iwa grits her teeth, putting everything into her barrier to withstand the sweeping firestorm. Watching her opponent struggle inside the inferno, Aurora looks down from her high ground, tossing out a mocking insult. She notes that Iwa seems far too busy defending to even think about mounting an attack. Giving her opponent zero room to breathe, Aurora channels more mana into her fan, preparing to unleash her next spell named Phoenix. But wait, is it actually over? A colossal explosion swallows Iwa in a crimson blaze, leaving Aurora giggling behind her burning fan as she claims victory. Deep within the flames, Iwa's eyes suddenly glow with the powerful hexagonal crest of the Miranda clan. She coldly fires back, telling Aurora not to celebrate early and to see who really gets knocked out. Instantly, Iwa triggers her high-tier mental magic, Phantom Forest, dragging Aurora into a terrifying illusory space. Aurora gasps in horror as she finds herself burning alive in her own flames, screaming out in absolute despair. She panics, wondering why she is burning her own self. Standing amidst the illusory flames, Iwa loudly declares that Aurora shouldn't expect to escape her mind magic so easily. Out in the real arena, Aurora suddenly throws her head back and laughs like a maniac. She casually issues a challenge for Iwa to taste defeat, as a massive burst of spiritual energy shatters Iwa's mental barrier from the inside. The magic crest on Iwa's forehead shatters, forcing her backward in shock as the illusion is violently broken. Shaking amidst a ring of very real fire, she simply cannot believe her eyes. "It is impossible," she mutters, insisting Aurora should be trapped in her illusion. Watching from the stands, Lucas narrows his eyes as he picks up on something strange and begins to analyze their clash. At first, Iwa had intentionally played weak to lower Aurora's guard, planning to use her illusion to force out an ultimate move and completely seize control of her opponent's mind. Yet Aurora escaping that control and flipping the table so fast was something nobody saw coming. She sneers down at her opponent collapsing at her feet, telling Iwa that her little tricks are useless and to stop acting. Calling her arrogant, Aurora admits that if she hadn't seen Iwa's magic during the pre-festival events, she might have fallen for it. Iwa is left stunned, realizing her opponent had been secretly scouting and planning all along. Suddenly, the speakers announce the end of the match. Aurora Phoenix claims an absolutely overwhelming victory. Watching the aftermath from afar, Lucas silently wonders how Aurora could possibly break through Iwa's mental magic. Could she possess a similar spiritual power? He immediately brushes that aside, knowing such a thing is completely impossible in this world. He reasons that magic only works when blessed by the gods themselves. For over 1,000 years, the absolute rule has been that each person can only receive a blessing from one single deity. In other words, casting different types of magic at once is simply impossible. Lucas remembers that hardening the mind through physical martial arts can build a fierce resistance to mental magic, just like how he protected Julia before. He narrows his eyes in suspicion. Could Aurora have undergone martial arts training too? Meanwhile, a heavy dark gloom settles over Allen Academy. The students groan in disappointment, already dreading another last-place finish like last year. All across the stands, tired yawns begin to echo one after another. Dozens of students suddenly look completely drained, falling into an unnaturally deep slumber. One girl tries desperately to cheer everyone up, pointing out that their top genius hasn't fought yet, but she too collapses into sleep. Lucas registers this bizarre, sudden drop in energy around him, quietly wondering why everyone is suddenly drifting off. The magic students are busy blaming the martial arts department for ruining their spirit, but they are actually falling into a mysterious state of exhaustion. Hidden in the dark corner, Old Gray grins wickedly as his evil plan works out perfectly. Stroking the cursed artifact on his chest, he mutters that they will all lose their power and die here. Shortly after, the two matches between Kyoto Academy and Saint Academy officially come to an end. While Lucas calmly keeps a close eye on everything, Kai stands right next to him, constantly yawning from sheer exhaustion. The speakers blare that the fifth match belongs to Julia. Her opponent is Tegan Valentine, a major threat from the Kyoto Magic Academy. Both of them step onto the arena, facing off in a tense showdown. The moment the start signal echoes, Tegan strikes first. He swings his staff and yells out, "Welcome to my giant construction site." Julia's purple lightning explodes violently to counter his opening attack. She narrows her eyes, focusing hard on his every move as Tegan covers his body in heavy stone armor. He looks pretty exhausted, but his magic is still extremely powerful. Lucas notes that Tegan launches attacks fast and hard. Without some defense prepared beforehand, Julia would have been knocked out instantly. Lucas tells himself his sister should really avoid a direct clash right now. Tegan's eyes glow with calculations. He triggers massive creation magic, raising a giant stone pillar right in the center of the arena. Unfazed by the massive rock, Julia channels all her lightning mana into her hand. Smash! Tegan's stone pillar is shattered completely to pieces. Thick dust covers the arena. Julia stares down at the deep crater she made and mocks him for hiding so well. Suddenly, her eyes go wide as a bright yellow light strikes her from behind. Caught completely off guard, her entire body begins to freeze in solid stone. Tegan proudly declares that this is fossilization magic, designed to slow down any opponent's movements. Tegan thinks to himself that although Julia has incredible raw power, she is still far too green when it comes to real combat. He believes that locking down her movements guarantees his victory. Tegan immediately unleashes heavy earth magic, summoning colossal boulders that crash down on Julia with terrifying pressure. The rocks close in like a cage, swallowing Julia whole. Crash! Her staff drops to the floor, leaving the crowd in absolute shock. The crowd screams Julia's name in panic as she stands completely frozen. They worry Allen Academy is about to suffer their third straight defeat if this keeps up. Tegan grips his staff, believing he's won, but hold on. Look at the crowd pointing at the ruins in absolute shock. Inside the stone, Julia smirks. She says it is her turn to clean up his house, declaring that since he hid so well, she is starting her search right now. A brilliant sphere of purple energy explodes, shattering the stone chains and shocking Tegan to his core. He screams in disbelief that she can still cast such high-level magic while completely bound. With eyes glowing with power, Julia unleashes a massive bolt of reddish-purple lightning. Boom! Tegan screams in agony as the devastating energy swallows him. In sheer terror, he wonders what kind of crazy power this is. As the dust clears, Julia stands proudly in the ruined arena, looking down at her defeated opponent lying motionless in the crater. With a smile, she reveals she was gathering mana before he even hid. Hide and seek is way too tiring, she says. Let us just end this quickly. In the crater, Tegan realizes Julia walked right into his trap on purpose. Bitter defeat. He is completely outplayed by her brilliant and calculating strategy. The announcer proudly names Julia Rand the winner of the fifth match to cheering crowds. This first victory for Allen Academy brings hope back to all their students. Naturally, fans start arguing about the top 3 schools. But get this, since fire beats ice and ice beats lightning, they think Julia is actually the weakest. But that logic is quickly thrown out since Dane defeated a fire mage in the very first round. Lucas quietly watches the crowd. He looks thoughtfully at the fast-asleep Kai, sensing that something is seriously wrong. Julia and Iwa leave the arena together, showered in congratulations for the upcoming finals. Suddenly, a paper airplane flies out of nowhere and lands in Julia's hands, leaving her confused. Late that night, once Iwa is fast asleep, Julia slips out of the dorm to a forest meeting point. She rushes over to apologize to Lucas, explaining she had to wait for Iwa to sleep. She curiously asks why he called her out here so late, secretly hoping for some praise after her victory. She proudly boasts that she won without using his magic pill, proving her strength has improved immensely. Under the moonlight, Lucas still stands in quiet silence. He looks his sister right in the eye and asks a serious question, Julia. Do you actually want to win the upcoming finals? Under the dim moonlight, Julia firmly declares she must win. No excuses. Lucas gently pats her head with an approving smile, saying that is his girl. But his face instantly turns serious. He warns her that if she faces those two geniuses right now, her chances of winning are absolutely zero. Lucas bluntly admits that Aurora and Dayan are far ahead of her in both magic levels and combat experience. He warns that Dayan especially has absurdly high magic resistance built from countless real battles. For a lightning mage like Julia, even scratching him would be a massive challenge. Hearing this, Julia determinedly asks if he has any way to help her win. Lucas wears a mysterious smirk. Yes, but it is brutal. Without a single second of hesitation, Julia declares she can endure any pain for victory. Lucas snaps his fingers, starting their hellish training. Suddenly, Uru charges out from behind and rams Julia with a blow that sends her flying in complete shock. She panics, asking if Uru lost his mind. Immediately, sharp ice shards erupt from the ground, forcing Julia to dodge quickly to avoid getting seriously hurt. Standing proudly atop the wolf, Lucas compares himself to a lion, pushing his cub off a cliff so she can grow strong in this harsh training ground. Surrounded by a glowing aura, Lucas declares he won't hold back, urging his sister to go all out. He waves his hand, releasing a freezing blast of sharp ice pillars that chase Julia down. Stunned by the impossible sight, Julia screams, asking how her brother can even use magic. Lucas calmly explains it is all thanks to his master-servant contract with Uru. He reveals that when contracting with a high-level magic beast, the master doesn't just get pills, they can borrow the beast's magical energy directly. Lucas explains that by touching his contracted beast, he can freely harness its powers. Uru is a level 6 beast that controls both ice and fire, and combining its ice magic with Lucas's skills multiplies their strength. Instantly, a massive ice wolf with razor-sharp teeth is summoned, lunging straight at Julia. A colossal block of eternal ice rises up, swallowing the young girl whole. Seeing the brutal attack, Uru worriedly warns his master to hold back a bit, fearing Julia won't survive. Lucas replies he is already holding back, warning Julia to learn to break ice and build resistance, or freeze to death. Pushed to the limit, Julia roars with pride, telling him not to underestimate an angry genius. Today I will show you what I can really do. A brilliant burst of purple lightning tears straight through the thick ice. Julia breaks free with a smug grin, asking if that absolute masterpiece of a move was enough to carry them. But before she can even catch her breath, Julia looks around in sheer panic. She is completely trapped inside a massive icy labyrinth. From high above, Lucas coldly announces the next wave of attacks, warning her to run fast or lose her life. Riding atop the wolf Uru, he keeps pressing forward relentlessly, leaving a terrified Julia screaming as she faces down this suffocating, life-threatening pressure. Julia struggles hard to dodge her brother's relentless onslaught. This brutal, endless chase goes on, leaving both the poor girl and Uru so completely drained they look practically dead. Barely whispering, Julia admits she is completely out of mana, sighing with relief because she thinks this hellish training is finally over. But right then, Lucas shoves recovery pills right into his sister's mouth and the wolf's mouth to keep the nightmare going. With an incredibly sinister smirk, Lucas holds up another pill and asks what on earth she is talking about. The real hellish training, he says, is only just getting started now. Realizing her brother has absolutely no plans to stop, Julia cries out in total despair, calling him a literal devil. Lucas tells himself this is all for her own good, while poor Uru can only whine for help. Hours later back at the dorm, Iwa anxiously looks around with no sign of Julia anywhere. She wonders where on earth the girl could have gone without leaving even a single note. Right then, a pair of shaking legs stumbles in wearing completely ruined shoes. Iwa goes to greet her but freezes in shock. Julia is a total mess with shredded clothes, a filthy face, and her whole body trembling. Julia weakly whispers good morning before collapsing right into Iwa's worried arms. As Iwa panics and demands to know who did this, Julia forces a weak smile, explaining it was just some extreme training for the finals. She even brags that her ice resistance is now 200%, so a blizzard is basically nothing. Tucking Julia into bed, Iwa grits her teeth in absolute fury over Lucas's cruelty, forcing his own sister through such sheer torture right before the biggest match of her life. Julia closes her eyes with a satisfied smile, promising she will absolutely win tomorrow. But suddenly, her eyes flare with terrifying rage as she vows to make her two opponents suffer every single bit of the agonizing pain she just went through. From weakling to assassin overnight. Now watch this, the grand finals are finally here and the tension is absolutely unreal. Right now, both Holly and Kyoto Academies are leading the board with 2 points each. Meanwhile, poor Allen Academy is still stuck in last place with just a single point to their name. For For this highly decisive final match, each school is sending out their absolute best representative to go head-to-head. The arena today is a very special zone called the Forests of Illusion, where contestants can unleash their strongest magic without worrying about destroying the surrounding environment. Standing in the glowing magic circle, Principal Jarik loudly tells everyone to finish preparing. Dayan just struts forward with insane arrogance, coldly declaring that he doesn't need preparation because his strength is already a cheat. Seeing his incredibly cocky attitude, Aurora provocatively licks her lips. She thinks to herself that his arrogance only makes her crave victory more, especially when it comes to crushing that weak Allen Academy representative. In complete contrast to her tense rivals, Julia is standing there yawning, completely exhausted. Seeing her look so incredibly groggy makes the crowd behind her lose all hope. They whisper that she has zero chance and should just surrender to save face. Hearing them badmouth his sister, Lucas does not hesitate to chop them right on the head. He thinks to himself that after that brutal hell training, even he and the Wolf Uru had to soak in medicinal baths for half a day just to recover. Even with the recovery medicine, Julia slept like a log all day yesterday to regain her energy. Of course, the other students have no idea about that, but their constant negative talk about quitting is seriously starting to annoy him. Noticing his classmates looking pretty worn out and unstable lately, Lucas decides to pull out a bottle of custom strengthening pills and hands them over. Meanwhile, near the entrance, Iwa worriedly checks on Julia since she skipped meals and slept all day. Julia just beams, saying she is more than ready to carry the entire match. Iwa gently hands the red crystal rabbit back to Julia. The girl excitedly explains she left it behind at the dorms, terrified she would lose it during that mountain training. Hearing the words mountain training, Iwa is stunned, highly suspicious of what Julia actually went through. Meanwhile, Lucas's pills work absolute wonders after a single dose, turning the groggy Allen Academy students into a fired-up mob ready to fight. They cheer together in loud unison, completely convinced that Allen Academy is going to win, and Julia will easily crush those two elite rivals. Watching everyone's sudden, extreme shift in energy, Iwa wonders what on earth Lucas actually did to his sister. Before Julia steps into the teleportation circle, Iwa gently pats her head and tells her to stay safe. She promises that no matter what happens, Julia is already an incredibly special mage. Julia proudly vows to bring home the victory and make everyone proud. She proudly steps forward as the magic circle beneath her feet flares to life. In a flash of brilliant light, Julia is officially teleported straight into the Forest of Illusion. Remembering her brother's advice to camp in the bushes to avoid getting absolutely wrecked, she hides behind a giant tree. But wait, look at Aurora flying through the forest at terrifying speed. Her sharp eyes scan every single corner, hunting down her prey. Hiding behind the tree, Julia holds her breath, her heart pounding in fear of being discovered. Up in the stands, students whisper as they watch Julia immediately go into hiding. They pray Aurora does not spot her too early. Aurora glides right past her spot, pausing with suspicion before moving on. That is weird, she thinks on high alert, because she was positive she heard someone nearby. Suddenly, an earth-shattering ice explosion erupts in the distance, shaking the entire sky. A wicked smirk spreads across her face as she recognizes the familiar energy. Only Dane would be arrogant enough to expose his own position so openly like a challenge. Without a second thought, Aurora whips out her fiery fan and leaps toward the freezing blast. Meanwhile, Julia is still just chilling flat on the ground under her tree. Strangely, a faint purple electricity is swirling around her body, completely masking her presence. Up in the stands, the crowd watching this is stunned. What on earth is that? How can a lightning mage hide her presence so flawlessly? Lucas just laughs out loud at their confusion. It turns out that during her hellish training, she was so exhausted and desperately wanted to escape her brother's brutal pursuit that she literally learned how to completely erase her own presence. Deep in another part of the woods, Dayan and Aurora finally clash amidst a freezing, murderous mist. Watching through a screen, Lucas smirks, highly satisfied to see everything going exactly as planned. He knows that once the battle between those two geniuses ends and they have drained their strength, it will be the absolute perfect moment for Julia to step in and finish things. Dane stands calmly atop a massive ice tower as fiery sparks rain down on him like a waterfall. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts as fire and ice violently collide. Through the smoke, Dane coldly notes that only Aurora showed up, mocking her by asking if she is alone. Aurora just smirks back provocatively. Waving her burning fan, she mocks him, asking if Allen Academy's top student is actually a coward. Undeterred, Dane activates his blue magic stone as sharp ice armor coats his body. He confidently claims he wanted to take down both of them at once. But fine, a quick finish works since he is busy. Aurora fires back with absolute intensity, declaring that she will be the one to shatter his undefeated streak. Instantly, she swings her fan to unleash her legendary Phoenix Strike. But Dayan suddenly charges forward with lightning speed, throwing a devastating ice-clad punch to clash directly with her roaring flames at point-blank range. Massive shockwaves of energy explode in every direction. Watching this insane clash, the students in the stands are completely left in utter shock. Turns out those earlier fights? Just a total act. Absolute madness. Look closely at how incredibly tight his defense is. He is fighting with the brutal close combat style of a real master. Watching through the screen, Lucas quietly analyzes the match. Dayan chose the mage path for better growth, but he secretly trained in physical martial arts too, just to reach the absolute peak of power. He highly respects Dayan's open-minded approach to seeking power. If only everyone thought like him, martial artists wouldn't be treated so terribly in this world. When Kai asks who will win, Lucas narrows his eyes and gives his analytical verdict. Based on pure strength, it might be Dayan. But Iwa doesn't think it is over yet, believing Aurora is definitely still hiding a dangerous trump card. Suddenly, a student gasps as the match is decided. Dayan stands proud and arrogant among the shattered pieces of ice. Seeing Julia approach, he casually remarks that she is late, even though the match was pretty impressive. Julia warily asks if he really managed to defeat Aurora. Dayan arrogantly boasts his ice magic is the strongest in the world, claiming nobody else can win this festival. Giving her a cold glare, he coldly declares that he will end everything right here. Julia immediately raises her staff to activate a lightning shield for defense. Dayan responds by summoning a massive ice dragon, slamming it down directly onto her with terrifying force. The impact instantly freezes and shatters the trees, blowing Julia away. As she struggles to get up through the freezing mist, Dayan suddenly appears behind her, launching a lethal ice strike. A giant block of ice crashes down, but Julia barely dodges it in the nick of time. She focuses intensely as powerful purple electricity begins to surge across her entire body. Julia realizes that compared to her brother's brutal attacks during their hellish training sessions, Dayan's current movements look incredibly slow. Channeling raw energy into her legs, she dashes like lightning to prepare for a decisive counterattack. Dayan watches her retreat, mockingly asking if she plans to run forever. But Julia has no intention of stopping, gliding smoothly across glowing purple magic circles that appear under her feet. A massive magic circle suddenly spreads across the ground. Gigantic ice pillars erupt from the earth, forming a towering fortress of pure ice right in the middle of the forest. Julia watches in utter shock as a massive fortress called Ice Prison forms before her. Standing proudly on top, Dayan declares he deliberately chose a place with underground water veins just for this moment. Calling it his ultimate strategy, he tells her to watch and learn. Dayan waves his hand, summoning a sharp, giant star-shaped ice block from the magic circle above. The massive ice block crashes down with heavy pressure, threatening to crush her completely. Standing in the storm, Julia grips her staff tightly, focusing all her strength for one final strike. Standing proudly on top of his towering fortress, Dayan arrogantly declares that this is what a true powerhouse looks like. A giant magic circle glows above, pouring deep blue energy into his creation. Looking down, Dayan notes that Julia has moved much better than in the prelims. She just managed to glide through purple sparks to dodge his lethal strike. He realizes Julia was smart enough to use her lightning to deflect his strike at the very last second. In truth, he admits he totally underestimated the raw power she has been hiding. Julia grits her teeth, putting everything into her staff to hold off the massive ice block falling on her. Not wanting to waste any more energy getting bogged down here, Julia leaps backward to escape. Dayan just snorts coldly, looking down on her pathetic efforts. But as soon as her feet touch the ground, she is shocked to realize even the floor is part of Dayan's trap. Frosty chains suddenly bind her legs as another sharp spike launches a surprise attack from a blind spot. Her eyes widen in shock at the absolutely terrifying speed of his attack. No way, how is he this fast? The devastating blow lands, triggering a massive explosion that completely swallows her in dust. Charging up a freezing orb, Dayan shows absolute cruelty as he vows to freeze her very soul. Instantly, a massive path of solid ice explodes forward. Julia desperately tries to defend, but the brutal cold blasts her away. Watching this from the stands, Lucas remains dead calm, his eyes narrowing in careful analysis. He realizes that if Dayan can control a massive ice dragon, then managing a few clones on top of that is honestly child's play for him. But our main guy Lucas is pretty chill. He personally boosted his sister's ice resistance by 200%, so this cold won't break her. Sure enough, she slowly gets up. Dayan is pretty surprised to see that even his bone-chilling cold hasn't completely broken Julia's fighting spirit. He gathers more power, his eyes shining cruelly as he demands to see her struggle in deep pain. But Julia just grips her staff tightly, making it roar with purple lightning. She shivers from the cold, realizing Dayan has turned this entire forest into a frozen wasteland. Suddenly, giant ice clones carrying massive weapons rise from the mist surrounding her. One massive clone swings a giant ice axe with terrifying weight, aiming straight for her head. But Julia's eyes are burning with determination. She yells out that a little cold and a few fake clones will never be enough to bring her down. Violent purple lightning erupts from her staff, obliterating the ice giant in a flash. She fires another massive bolt straight at the tower's peak, forcing Dayan to jump down. He smirks, calling her pretty decent but still green. Shockingly, the shattered clones instantly piece themselves back together right away. She unleashes a massive chain lightning strike, clearing the crowd with exploding electricity. But the endless pressure is too much, and another giant swings a sharp blade right at her. Julia grits her teeth to block, pure exhaustion finally showing on her face. Watching the screen, Kai angrily realizes Dayan is just trying to drain Julia's magic. Lucas hopes her early defensive play will give her the opening to flip the tables. But Iwa looks pretty worried. She doubts it will be that simple with such a massive gap in strength. Meanwhile, Julia gasps for air in exhaustion. She notices the clones are regenerating much slower now. Dane strolls over, mockingly asking if she is out of mana and should surrender. Even though he's tired, he admits she is surprisingly strong. However, everything is already set to crush her completely. He confidently declares that he will end the match right here, his freezing aura glowing brighter than ever. Julia pours everything into her glowing purple magic circle, refusing to yield as she fights to the very end. Dayan keeps his terrifyingly cold expression, calmly asking Julia how she expects to survive as long as she is trapped inside his frozen domain. Suddenly, a massive explosion of purple energy violently erupts right in the middle of the arena, hidden deep within a massive, powerful ice golem. Dayan coldly claims that even with cold resistance, the freezing temperature will soon eat away at her. Curling his lips in a cruel smirk, he declares that her stubbornness will only lead to her demise. He cannot wait to see the absolute despair on her face. Dane immediately commands his massive ice golem to strike, forcing Julia to constantly leap and dash around the arena just to evade the giant frozen monster. Julia notices that her opponent's movements are finally slowing down, and he has stopped setting any new freezing traps. Looking closely at Dayan's face, she realizes his mana is completely bottomed out, yet he is still stubbornly forcing this extreme cold domain to stay active. Julia suddenly flashes a confident smile as bright purple lightning crackles all around her. Channeling her remaining power straight into her magic staff, she mockingly challenges him, asking if he is really that confident in his victory. Julia slams her staff hard onto the ground, loudly invoking her electric field technique. A roaring sea of purple electromagnetic energy violently erupts, completely surrounding and tearing directly into Dayan's giant ice construct. Even as his ice armor gets violently shocked by the electrical surge, Dayan stubbornly yells out that her efforts are useless, because ice will always block lightning. But his eyes suddenly bulge in sheer shock when a brilliant purple lightning rose blooms right in front of his face. Julia coldly counters, telling him that if ice blocked lightning, then his lightning simply was not strong enough. Her eyes glow with immense authority as she declares that true lightning cannot be stopped by any amount of ice. In that instant, a cataclysmic torrent of destructive purple lightning surges forward with absolute fury. Dayan watches in complete horror as this lightning completely defies his calculations, instantly shattering his strongest defense. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he has to get out of this electric field right now before his armor crumbles into dust. Just as he finds a small opening to regroup and strike back, Dane suddenly freezes in sheer terror as the magical energy in the air begins to shift wildly. Julia coldly explains that within this unique electromagnetic zone, her lightning magic resonates to reach a whole new level of power. She raises her voice, telling him not to blink because the ultimate move is coming right up. She unleashes a colossal blast of destructive purple lightning directly at him. The brutal torrent swallows Dayan whole, leaving him screaming in absolute agony as tens of thousands of volts of electricity surge through his entire body. The entire crowd in the stands watches in stunned silence as the shocking battle broadcasts live across the giant magic screens. Among the spectators, the students begin whispering in disbelief. They start questioning if lightning magic is actually weaker than ice magic like the textbooks say. After all, this display of power is way beyond what any normal freshman should be capable of. One student turns to Jeremy, teasingly asking if this is the same lightning he usually gets hit with, which leaves Jeremy completely speechless and shivering in fear. At the epicenter, the thick smoke clears to reveal a massive crater with Dayan lying defeated in the dirt. Julia gasps heavily, completely drained, and looks up with a soot-covered face to ask if it is finally over. Julia walks over to the edge of the crater, worriedly calling down to see if he is still breathing. Barely conscious, Dayan mutters a weak apology to his older sister in his delirium, devastated that he failed to bring her glory. In his mind, he sees his powerful older sister looking down on him with cold, judgmental eyes, calling him completely useless for giving up and accepting a pathetic defeat so easily. Then a terrifying dark figure with glowing red eyes and heavy bloodlust roars inside his hallucinations. It demands that Dayan must win at all costs, even if he has to sacrifice his own life, because there is no room for a pathetic loser. Julia looks down at Dayan's motionless body, suddenly feeling quite anxious since any injuries sustained inside this illusory forest will directly damage their real physical bodies. She is completely horrified that he is still standing after taking her ultimate lightning blast head-on. Is this guy a monster? But watch his body now, a sharp, ice-cracking sound echoes, and her eyes widen in absolute shock. Dayan slowly stands back up as dark, sinister energy wraps around his entire body. Sneering coldly, he asks if she is really that surprised, claiming he also trained hard to resist lightning. With bloodshot, glowing red eyes, he screams that he will never be defeated by some cheap electricity. Sharp shards of jagged ice suddenly erupt all around, forcing Julia to desperately leap back to avoid his relentless and deadly assault. Suddenly, Dayan appears right behind her, sending a shiver of terror down her spine as the purple lightning around her starts turning extremely chaotic. A massive explosion of absolute zero energy erupts, blasting away everything nearby. Standing among the debris, Dayan coldly declares that his very next strike will officially put an end to this. He grits his teeth in sheer hatred, vowing to finish her off with his ultimate spell. Charging forward like a rabid beast, Dayan ignores the purple lightning striking all around him. Julia grits her teeth in disbelief, wondering what on earth is wrong with this guy. He is clearly out of mana, yet he is still charging straight at her. Even as his skin burns from her lightning, Dayan relentlessly presses forward, forcing Julia to brace herself against the suffocating pressure. Even though his entire body is heavily scorched by lightning, he refuses to take a single step back. Julia is stunned to realize the icy chill radiating from him now is actually stronger and more brutal than before. Pinning her down, he forces her to grit her teeth as exhaustion finally begins to take its toll. Julia trembles, wondering how she can possibly defeat someone so completely insane. Dayan slowly walks toward her with blood-red eyes and a sharp, deadly sword of ice gripped tightly in his hand. Remembering how her brother Lucas has never misjudged an opponent, Julia summons every last ounce of her strength to stand tall. Telling herself she cannot fail, a massive magical circle suddenly blazes to life right beneath her feet. She funnels all her remaining mana into a highly destructive ball of raw lightning and fires it straight at her enemy. However, Dayan nimbly dodges the blast, closing the distance to stand mere inches away from her. With eyes glowing with pure malice, Dayan launches a devastating split-second finishing blow, but right at the absolute last second, a surge of energy slams directly into Dayan's face, leaving him wide-eyed in total disbelief as his plan shatters. Julia pours every ounce of her magic into this decisive blow. She declares that this condensed lightning strike is 10 times more powerful than anything she has ever unleashed in her entire life. Even with half of her face completely frozen over, Julia flashes a confident smile at her opponent. She admits he is incredibly strong, but boldly declares that she will be the winner today. Dayan stares in absolute disbelief, roaring in complete shock, demanding to know how someone like her could possibly pull this off. In an instant, the purple lightning roses explode violently, sending tens of thousands of volts directly through his body as Dayan screams in agonizing pain. He collapses onto the arena floor, his charred body smoking heavily after Julia's devastating attack. Watching the ice on her face finally melt away, Julia sighs in deep relief, whispering that it is finally over. She knows that without her brother Lucas's hellish training sessions, she never would have survived this fight. While Julia stands completely exhausted, and Dayan mutters weakly in his delirium, raging flames suddenly erupt out of nowhere, swallowing the entire arena in fire. Aurora makes a grand entrance holding a golden fan, looking down at the fallen Dayan and mocking him for being such a waste of time. With a sinister smirk, she delivers a mocking greeting to Julia, saying it has been a while. Watching this through the magic broadcast, Ava is completely stunned to realize that Lucas's prediction was totally wrong since Aurora is somehow still alive. Ava nervously wonders how Julia can possibly handle this, considering how easily Dayan got tricked. While Lucas silently watches with a serious expression, Aurora instantly teleports onto a high branch, looking down at the battered girl to mock her. Mockingly asking if she is frozen in fear, Aurora laughs as Julia breaks out in a cold sweat. This is the nightmare scenario her brother warned her about. Pouting at Julia's silent, guarded stance, Aurora complains that the girl is far too cold. She then asks if Julia wants to know how she easily fooled Dayan and hid herself this whole time, smugly promising to reveal her entire trick. But then Aurora's next sudden move makes Julia panic, waving her hands frantically to stop her. Seeing her opponent start unbuttoning her clothes, Julia blushes furiously and screams in total panic, "Hey, keep some decency. I didn't mean it like that." Aurora just gives a sly grin, teasingly telling the poor girl she looks pretty adorable when she is flustered. She pulls out a glowing pendant set with a brilliant red gem called the Oath of Rosro, revealing it is her secret to turning the tables. With this legendary relic, Aurora is entirely immune to any mental attacks while using its stored magic to manipulate her helpless opponents. However, its sole weakness is that once the energy drains completely, it takes a full day to recover its power. Julia is completely stunned, realizing Aurora used this very trick to fool Dayan into thinking she lost before slipping into the shadows. It also explains why high-level mental magic from Iwa was totally useless against her during their clash. Aurora admits Dayan had an incredibly powerful will, draining the gem's mana in a single activation, but she casually points out that at this level, the method does not matter, only the final victory counts. Julia replies with sheer disgust, stating that was never her own genuine strength anyway. Hiding her face behind her fan, Aurora softly tells Julia to just surrender the match already. Her theatrical act is top tier, mocking her opponent for being completely out of mana and helpless, which is the only reason she shared her secret. Aurora claims she does not feel like wasting any more energy, but the only answer to her surrender offer is a bolt of purple lightning shooting straight at her face. She quickly deflects the sudden strike with a fiery dragon vortex. Her gaze turns icy as she notes her offer was refused. Though bruised and gasping, Julia's eyes burn with determination. She grips her staff. A final surge of purple electricity crackles around her as she stands her ground, ready to speak. "Whether I can still fight or not is something we will never know until I actually try." Aurora narrows her eyes with absolute cruelty, quietly whispering that she understands now. Aurora smirks. She swings her blazing fan, declaring that if the girl wants a fight, she will treat her to a real one. Instantly, a giant magic circle erupts right under Julia's feet. Julia feels an incredibly heavy weight pressing down on her entire body. Overwhelming force. With no other choice, she immediately triggers her lightning escape skill to slip away in the nick of time. But Aurora is too fast. She instantly closes in. Julia is shocked by her insane speed. Did she catch up already? Aurora just mockingly smirks at her struggle. Weren't you just frozen solid a second ago? Aurora's eyes glow with a dark light as she coldly offers to warm her up. She swings her fan, unleashing a massive blazing phoenix that floods the area with destructive heat. Julia screams in pure agony as the fiery vortex swallows her whole. Trapped inside the roaring prison of fire, Julia suddenly remembers her older brother's warnings. He always told her to keep some backup magic in reserve, cause Aurora is extremely unpredictable. But she bitterly admits that while those were wise words, her final desperate clash with Dayan has left her with absolutely no energy. Facing absolute doom, her eyes sharpen with resolve now. We both know there is only one crazy way left to take Aurora down. Standing proudly amid the flames, Aurora looks down at the exhausted Julia, mockingly telling her to stop struggling. With a smug grin, she declares that since Julia is out of mana, she should just lie down and die. Suddenly, a spark of purple electricity flashes past, leaving a sharp cut on Aurora's cheek and making her gasp in shock. Julia admits her own mana is indeed fully depleted, but she still flashes a highly defiant smile. But if she uses her opponent's own elemental magic, she can still strike. Julia bravely utilizes the melted water left from Dayan's ice spell to conduct and expand her lightning strikes across the entire arena. Aurora is shocked to realize her plan, but quickly recovers her smug attitude. She sneers that lightning of that caliber will never be enough to defeat her, but Julia's eyes remain fixed with absolute determination. The girl knows that her previous strike was actually just to buy time. Gathering every last scrap of her remaining energy into her staff, Julia roars fiercely that she will use everything left to end this right now. Realizing the extreme danger, Aurora panics, yelling at her to stop before everything blows up and kills them both. She warns Julia that since she is inside the Phoenix Vortex, she will be in far greater danger. Fire and lightning are both highly unstable elements with no fixed shape. When mixed together at such a high density, they are bound to trigger an absolutely earth-shattering explosion. A blinding explosion erupts with immense force, throwing everything into the air. The little red crystal rabbit is blown away by the shockwave, while Julia collapses onto the arena floor, heavily wounded and barely whispering in her semi-conscious state. Wondering if she succeeded, her staff rolls away as Julia lies completely motionless in the rising smoke. Suddenly, a massive, ominous silhouette slowly begins to emerge from the heart of the raging fire. Aurora staggers out, her clothes torn and her breath heavy as she mutters that was incredibly close. With a heavily scratched face and eyes glowing with a crimson rage, she glares at Julia with pure hatred. Aurora swings her fiery fan, ready to strike again, growling that anyone who throws away their life for a single attack is a complete lunatic. She prepares to deliver the final blow to her downed opponent. Declaring it is over, she unleashes a devastating fire serpent that swallows the stage, leaving Lucas and the students watching in horror. Lying helpless in the flames, Julia bitterly wonders if this is where she loses. Losing after fighting this hard is incredibly frustrating. But watch closely, the red crystal rabbit's eyes suddenly flash with a dark, eerie glow, and a mysterious voice whispers a question in her mind: do you want to win? Instantly, a massive pillar of purple lightning violently explodes from Julia's position. Aurora trembles as she stares forward, unable to believe her eyes, questioning if that monstrous presence is genuinely the same little girl. Julia slowly stands up amidst the raging electrical currents, her gaze completely transformed into something terrifyingly resolute. She vows to win this match at any cost as a series of high-level magic circles glow around her, releasing a suffocating pressure. Aurora gasps in disbelief, shocked that she is using nonverbal casting so shamelessly. Julia is now radiating an entirely different aura, forcing her opponent to tremble as she faces this overwhelming presence. That power is nothing like Julia's previous strength, but the sheer pressure radiating from her beautiful face makes Aurora's heart race. Outside the illusion forest, a colossal beam of purple light shoots into the sky, shaking the heavens. Academy staff rush to the scene in a panic, shocked as they admit they have never witnessed a goddess memorial festival turn into something so incredibly violent and terrifying. Watching through the magic screens, the Academy leaders realize all three contestants displayed power far beyond any expectations, forcing them to postpone the award ceremony for the time being. Dean Jariq thoughtfully proposes a bold idea, asking the board if they should grant all three of these students, who will one day carry the Empire's future, the legendary honor of an audience with the goddess. A few hours after that intense battle, the atmosphere in the Academy Grand Hall explodes with wild cheering and brilliant fireworks. The announcer proudly proclaims that this year's champion has set a historic record as the youngest winner in the festival's history. Down below, the massive crowd repeatedly roars out, congratulating Julia Rion on her epic victory. Looking radiant in her pure white dress, Julia waves to the cheering crowd with a happy smile. Standing right beside her, Dayan keeps his usual cold expression, but cannot completely hide his lingering regret. He quietly admits that while it stings, she did an amazing job. Hearing this, Aurora sighs mockingly, teasing him for already thinking about a rematch and calling men incredibly petty creatures. Suddenly, Aurora pulls Julia into a tight hug, startling the young champion completely. She whispers in her ear that if she ever needs a training partner, she should choose her instead, promising to support her no matter what. Aurora gazes lovingly at Julia, arrogantly believing few girls could ever rival her own intellect, beauty, and power. Julia is held so tightly she can only squeeze out a few muffled, embarrassed whimpers. While Dayan stands right next to them in shock, yelling to ask what on earth Aurora is doing, Mrs. Zen watches the chaotic scene with a gentle smile, noting that the kids are finally starting to get along pretty well. Principal Jer is also quite surprised to see such a quiet kid make friends so fast, just as the speaker announces for the school heads to take the stage for the award ceremony. A wooden box opens to reveal a glowing badge, sparking gasps from the crowd as they realize it grants access to the Temple of the Goddess of Wisdom. Everyone whispers about why there are 3 badges instead of just 1 for a single champion, but Principal Jer explains that all 3 finalists put on a truly magnificent show. After careful discussion, they decided to grant all 3 of them an audience with the goddess, leaving Aurora, Julia, and Dane wide-eyed in absolute disbelief at this sudden news. Principal Jer giving the reward to all 3 of them clearly doesn't sit well with Articus Rosso from Kyoto Academy. Madame Jin Wenterin suspects Juria's true intentions, but she knows it'd be foolish to skip this golden chance for her student to meet the goddess, while Julia eagerly runs up to Dayan and Aurora. With a bright smile, she tells them that since they are all heading to the temple together, they should try to be good friends. Won over by Julia's sweet energy, Dayan and Aurora agree, shaking hands to mark their new journey. But while his little sister celebrates, Lucas is curled up in a dark, unusually gloomy mood. Kai rushes over, slaps his back, and barks at him to cheer up since his sister just won big. Lucas sighs, admitting he is just stressing over what victory gift to get her, which makes Owa smirk from behind, teasing that it sounds more like guilty compensation than a reward. Since he was the one who pushed Julia to complete exhaustion right before the fight, Lucas ignores her jab and starts listing his gift ideas. First, it absolutely must have incredible food, and second, he wants Julia to soak in a spiritual hot spring so she can fully recover. But Decio quickly ruins the mood, pointing out that the closest hot spring in Darktown is a whole day of travel away. Lucas sighs, admitting that is the real struggle since he wants both hot springs and great food. But look at this, Kai suddenly pops up with a confident grin, claiming he has got the absolute perfect spot. He proudly boasts that the Teroi family estate has incredible spiritual hot springs and a team of top-tier chefs. He boldly invites the entire class to his family mansion for a massive celebration party to honor Julia, promising plenty of room for everyone. Kai cheers excitedly and dashes off to discuss the plan with Tess, their class rep, leaving Lucas absolutely speechless at his sudden friendliness. He quietly wonders when Kai became so close with Tess, especially since he is usually such a wild and rowdy guy, as peaceful pigeons gracefully drift over the quiet, towering spires of Allen Academy. As the massive mansion doors swing open, Julia squeals with excitement since she has never traveled with such a big group, but inside, the class is stunned by a long line of bowing servants. It is a grand welcome fit for a young master. Walking on the red carpet beneath glittering chandeliers, Julia gasps, feeling like she has just stepped into a real royal castle. That is the power of one of the top 3 families in Darktown. Seeing his friends acting shy, Kai rubs his nose proudly, telling them to relax and enjoy the hot spring before dinner. Guided by the maids, Julia happily skips toward the baths, but Lucas suddenly senses that something is quite off. He narrows his eyes, scanning the room before stopping at an old portrait on the wall. Honestly, this gives me chills. Lucas feels a cold gaze watching him from the shadows of this massive mansion. Right then, a maid approaches to announce that the master and mistress want to see Kai immediately, prompting Lucas to turn and ask if everything is all right. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes down the hallway, but it's just Julia playing a prank, throwing on a pink robe to scare everyone like a little ghost. The poor maid tumbles to the floor in pure fright, while in another room, Awa is absolutely fuming over a massive mix-up by the clumsy Teroi family servants. She grinds her teeth in embarrassment, squeezed into a tiny bathrobe meant for Julia, even though their sizes are obviously completely different. Kai hesitantly enters his father's room, coughing at the thick cigar smoke and nervously wondering if his dad is about to blow his top. Karen Teroi quietly puts out his cigar, telling Kai that his school grades are fine, but that is not why he called him in today. He sternly warns his son to make sure his invited classmates do not cause any trouble at all, as the family is expecting an extremely important guest later tonight. Sweating, Kai quickly promises that he understands, breathing a massive sigh of relief as he walks down the grand hallway, because his dad hasn't discovered his school mischief, and he tells himself his parents are worrying too much since everyone only came to relax anyway. Meanwhile, over at the hot springs, a maid with glasses bows in gratitude, thanking Julia and Awa for forgiving her, shivering as she knows she would have been fired instantly if the master found out. Terrified of losing her livelihood, she trembles, but Julia, soaking happily in the warm blue water, smiles and tells her not to worry about their little joke. Then Julia turns and asks Awa if she is going to get in, but Awa stands by the edge wrapped in a towel, looking quite hesitant. She coldly says she will jump in once the maid leaves, as she hates having anyone nearby while bathing unless she trusts them. Suddenly, Awa flinches as familiar voices approach the door. The doors swing wide open as Tess and two other girls barge in, excitedly asking why Julia and Awa didn't answer when they knocked on the door earlier. Julia squeals happily as the group soaks together in the rose petal water, but Awa watches with suspicion as the others immediately crowd around Julia. She silently wonders if they only rushed in here so quickly just to secure the spots right next to Julia. Floating in the steamy water, Tess praises the incredible wealth of the Teroy family, while Maya agrees, noting they are riding on Lucas and Julia's coattails once again. Julia innocently asks what they mean, claiming they are all friends with her brother, so hanging out and doing things together is completely natural. A maid serving fruit asks if she really has an older brother, and Julia beams with pride, declaring that Lucas is absolutely the best. But Awa quickly rains on her parade, reminding her that she is looking through rose-colored glasses since Lucas literally just put her through hellish training. Julia argues he only did it for her own good and quickly begs Maya to back her up, making Maya blush as she shyly admits Lucas is indeed wonderful. He even saved her life, along with so many other great things. Awa silently resolved never to believe a single word from an ex-fiancé like Ma. Just then, another female student chimed in. She pointed out that Lucas is not a bad guy, though he is way too overprotective of his little sister, wishing she could get closer to Julia herself. This instantly sparked a fierce, glaring argument between Iwa and her right there in the middle of the hot spring. A total girl fight over a guy. Right as the tension peaked, a maid quietly appeared at the door, politely asking if the young ladies needed any help getting changed. Behind her glasses, the maid's eyes flashed with a strange light as she stepped closer. Tae-si quickly declined, leaving the spring on her own after feeling fully refreshed. Stepping into the hallway, she bumped into Kai, who had been waiting there the whole time. Seeing Tae-si finish her bath, Kai hesitantly asked how it was, and got a highly satisfied reply. Suddenly, Tae-si leaned in close to Kai's face, her eyes shining with pure excitement as she asked him to show her his usual training spot. Kai turned completely red at the class president's sudden move, flustered as he led the way, wondering if she actually wanted to get to know him better. Meanwhile, Tae-si was burning with motivation. She figured the Teroy family dojo would be top tier, and she needed to use this time to train hard so she wouldn't fall behind the others. Over in the men's bath, Unto was living his best life, enjoying the warm water and a freezing cold bottle of milk. Talk about the absolute peak of relaxation. He excitedly shouted that nothing beats soaking in a hot bath while chugging cold milk. His friends nearby didn't miss the chance to tease him, saying he sounded just like an old man, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Desio suggested they head out soon to play cards and invite Kai to join. Seeing Lucas still relaxing, Unto asked if he was coming along too. But Lucas raised a hand to decline, saying he wanted to stay a bit longer. Looking around, Lucas quietly reflected on the hot springs, the post-bath milk, and the playing cards. And here's where we get a glimpse into his tragic past life. It turns out his previous memories were filled with nothing but cold rain and brutal bullies laughing at him for being slow. The guy threatened to break his legs if he came in last again, calling his slow feet completely useless. In his past life, Lucas collapsed on the cold ground next to a spilled milk bottle and cards scattered in the puddle. The thugs casually walked off with a sneer, telling him to buy a brand new deck since this one was ruined and soaked. Surge of old anger made Lucas unconsciously smash his fist into the edge of the pool, cracking the stone. He gritted his teeth, thoroughly annoyed to be remembering those miserable days. The loud crash brought the maid rushing in, frantically asking if something was wrong. Lucas quickly regained his composure. Hiding his shaken expression, he looked down and casually replied, "Just slipped my hand. No need to make a big deal." Stepping through the rising steam, the maid approached Lucas, begging to treat his hand and give him a massage. Lucas tried to refuse, but she tearfully cried that she would be fired on the spot if she failed. Lucas silently wondered if the Teroy family was actually that incredibly harsh on their staff. Seeing how persistent she was, Lucas reluctantly gave in only to watch in shock as she climbed straight into the bath with him. He thought this girl might be even clumsier than his sister Julia. She slowly touched his back, her hands sliding along his firm muscles as she continuously praised his elite martial artist physique. With a smirk behind her glasses, the maid confidently promised her special massage skills would completely satisfy him, just like she had done earlier with young lady Julia. Oh man, she shouldn't have mentioned his sister, because his eyes immediately turned freezing cold with absolute killing intent. A massive pressure crushed down on the maid, leaving her with only enough time to shriek in terror. Lucas lunged with lightning speed to grab her, but surprisingly, she reacted even faster, dodging his strike. Lucas narrowed his eyes, noticing her swift movements were definitely not normal. Meanwhile, the maid smirked playfully, noting that Lucas was indeed a high-level martial artist, just as she had suspected all along. Staring her down with caution, he demanded to know why a powerful fighter would disguise herself as a maid in the Teroy estate, questioning her true goal. The maid kept her cool, casually responding, "What are you talking about? I am just a poor fighter working here to make ends meet. Nothing more. She continued to flatter him, adding that she had heard from young Lady Julia and others about how truly incredible he was. As a fellow warrior, I honestly admire you. Suddenly, she whipped her arms out, throwing a flurry of towels to block Lucas's vision while shouting that she only came to test his skills. Lucas easily dodged the flying towels, realizing there was no killing intent. A cheap trick? Closing the distance, Lucas pressed her, demanding to know what she had really seen in him. A rapid, fierce exchange of blows erupted amidst the thick steam, shattering the stone floor beneath them. With a smirk, she admitted he was actually far stronger than any of the rumors had suggested. Lucas frowned slightly, noticing a small scratch bleeding on his arm, realizing his opponent was far from simple. Observing closely, he muttered that he got it now. She had turned that regular towel into a deadly whip. Lucas caught the towel whip with lightning speed, pulling hard to throw her off balance and sending her tumbling forward. She could only gasp in shock as she found herself completely overwhelmed by the young man's insane reflexes. The maid's strange glasses fell right off, exposing an incredibly beautiful face framed by her striking flowing purple hair. Lucas stared intently at her unfamiliar face, sweat dripping down his cheek from the tension. She smirked playfully, teasing him. "Don't tell me you are already interested in me. You were so kind not to leave a single scratch on my body." Lucas searched his memory, but he had absolutely no recollection of this mysterious woman standing before him. Right at that tense moment, Kai's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. He urged Lucas to hurry out for dinner before Julia devoured every last plate. Lucas knew he would have to question Kai immediately to get the truth about this maid's real identity. Suddenly, the woman slipped right past him, whispering her farewell. "Too bad, we'll have to finish this another time." Lucas roared for her not to escape, lunging forward to grab her. A blinding flash of light erupted, engulfing the entire bathhouse. In an instant, she vanished amidst glowing feathers, leaving Lucas completely baffled, wondering if it was a powerful clone technique or some high-grade magical artifact. Kai slid the door open, frantically telling Lucas to hurry because Julia was already devouring the entire banquet. Lucas tried to defend his sister, saying she was not a glutton, but Kai sighed, pointing out that everyone else practically made her a food monster. At the table, Julia was surrounded by Awa Mai and tea. They kept piling food onto her plate, leaving Julia happily stuffing her face in absolute bliss. Meanwhile, in a private luxury suite, that same mysterious woman was casually changing back into her actual noble attire. She smirked, thinking about how kids usually spill their own secrets if you just leave them alone, noting that Lucas was far more interesting than she had originally expected. Picking up an angel mask to hide her true identity, she stopped as Karen Teroy suddenly walked in, gasping in complete shock at their esteemed guest. "Your Highness the Saintess, what is the meaning of this?" She pressed a finger to her lips with a playful, enchanting smile, thus whispering, "Shh, tonight is our little secret." A few days later, the atmosphere at Allen Academy was still incredibly lively with brilliant fireworks and loud cheers echoing down the halls. Lucas watched the crowd wildly chanting Julia and Aurora's names, silently sighing at all the chaotic noise around him. He realized that not only Allen Academy students, but also elite representatives from Holly and Kyoto had gathered, preparing for the most critical moment of their journey to meet the goddess. Though slightly annoyed by the massive commotion, Lucas had to admit today was extremely special, as the top 3 freshmen officially set off for the sacred temple. Julia stood there, beaming in her bright white robes, constantly waving next to a proud Dayan and Aurora. A commanding silence falls as the representative's clear voice rings out, demanding order as the solemn ceremony finally begins. He retells the ancient legend where the goddess of wisdom once prophesied that humans must display true wisdom and courage to overcome any adversity. Only then would she grant her sacred blessing to the worthy young talents. This is the sacred origin of the Goddess Memorial Festival, preserved for generations. Over the years, countless elite geniuses from the 3 greatest magic academies have fought for the ultimate honor, to stand directly before her divine statue. This year, that heavy duty falls on our trio Julia Dayan and Aurora. But get this, the representative suddenly drops a bombshell announcement that leaves everyone absolutely speechless. He emphasizes that the path to the temple is riddled with deadly traps and terrifying dark monsters. Yet, instead of having instructors tag along for protection like they usually do, the academy made a bold decision. After careful thought, they are letting the 3 go entirely on their own. To assist their quest, the representative conjures a tiny familiar, a glowing blue bird, right from his fingertips, handing the cute guide over to Julia to help them navigate to the shrine. Staring at the plump, chubby little bird dozing off in her hands, Julia gets a wild idea. She completely innocently asks if she can just keep it as emergency food rations, since it honestly looks pretty delicious. Her naive question leaves Dayan completely speechless with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the representative quickly snaps back. This bird is for navigating, not eating. Cathedral bells ring out rhapsodically amid a dazzling burst of colorful fireworks. Their epic journey is officially underway. The departure moment has finally arrived, and the representative announces it is time. He asks the crowd to pray for the trio before they depart. In the solemn silence, Awa and Ma offer up their heartfelt prayers, wishing for their safe return as the crowd roars in unison, wishing them a safe journey. As Julia, Aurora, and Dayan head toward the massive gates, their little blue guide flutters its wings to lead the way, while Julia waves goodbye with a bright smile. Thanking everyone, she promises they will return. The second they step through, the representative dismisses the crowd, telling students to head back to class. Lucas stands in absolute silence, watching them leave while his hand slowly tightens into a tense fist. Anto and Desio stagger by with completely exhausted faces. Desio grumbles, wondering why they are sending students on such a dangerous trip alone. Anto nervously agrees, questioning who will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Desio cannot shake off his dark thoughts, muttering that they should just forget about the blessing instead of risking their lives on such a deadly trek. Lucas turns a sharp, icy glare on them, demanding to know what they are talking about. Catching his eye, the exhausted duo instantly panics. They stammer apologies, claiming they are just tired and letting negative thoughts slip out. Lucas narrows his eyes, highly suspicious. It is happening again. It makes no sense. He gave them healing pills and let them soak in the spiritual spring, so why are the symptoms returning? Watching his friends walk away, Lucas vows to get to the bottom of this. But right now, there is an even more urgent matter he must attend to. Sometime later, in a bustling district, Julia is happily singing as she travels toward the shrine alongside Aurora and Dayan. Suddenly, the air turns ice cold as Dayan whips his head back, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. Reacting with lightning speed, Dayan immediately uses his ice magic to freeze a strange projectile flying toward them. Julia picks up the charred piece of wood, quite confused if this is supposed to be an ambush weapon. While Aurora secretly appreciates Dayan keeping a close watch over them, Julia focuses on a weird detail. Why is this branch slightly burned? Up above, Lucas has been quietly tailing them, relieved that he finally caught up. To slip away unnoticed, Lucas left a shadow clone in class, just for roll call. But since that clone only holds about 10% of his real strength, controlling it from afar is incredibly tough. One slip, and it releases way too much magic. Out on the training field, Professor Saigon grows highly suspicious seeing Lucas's clone act up. Strange, he thinks. His clone usually never leaks mana like that. But watching from above, one burning question consumes him. What exactly happened to Julia during the final match? Lucas narrows his eyes, instantly on high alert as he senses a bizarre aura. Now watch this. He feels a weird presence mixed into the air, something completely unrecognizable to him. His gaze locks onto Julia. Right on her hip, the red crystal rabbit charm suddenly flares to life with an eerie crimson glow. Meanwhile, Julia stretches happily against the Grand Mountain backdrop, cheering with excitement that they finally made it out of that gloomy dark town. Walking behind her, Dayan keeps his usual stone-faced expression and merely offers a blunt grunt in response. Noting that Aurora seems quite worn out, Julia kindly asks the senior if she wants to stop for a quick rest. Although sweat is literally pouring down her face, Aurora stubbornly waves her brilliant red fan. She loudly insists she is perfectly fine, declaring there is no way she is dropping dead before that stubborn Dayan does. But the moment Julia prepares to walk, Aurora completely loses her footing. She stumbles, desperately grabbing Dayan's shoulder to keep from collapsing, throwing her pride right out the window. Flushing bright red with sheer embarrassment, she frantically tries to cover it up, making a cheap excuse that the surrounding view is simply too breathtaking to pass by without stopping. Watching her companions, Julia realizes something. Even after surviving her older brother's hellish training, these two are on an entirely different level. They are absolute stamina monsters. While Aurora silently promises herself to push her limits even harder to avoid falling behind, their little blue guide bird happily flutters around. From his high vantage point on a tree branch, Lucas quietly monitors their every move. He realizes that their bond has grown remarkably close after everything they have been through together. Suddenly, Lucas notices two sketchy figures heading right toward them, a muscular giant and a guy wearing a bright red scarf. The red scarf bandit harshly scolds his massive partner for being a lazy slacker. Shaking with fear, the big guy desperately begs his boss not to report him to the higher-ups. Right then, glowing blue feathers drift down from above, prompting the giant to point to the sky while his buddy stares in confusion. They look up, drooling over the plump little blue guide bird floating right over their heads. That magic bird looks incredibly juicy, which would make for a pretty amazing feast. He yells to catch it, and an arrow instantly flies toward the target. Under sudden attack, the poor mascot squeaks out in pure terror. Watching this unfold from a distance, Lucas just shakes his head in disbelief, thinking that apparently, this legendary guide looks like nothing more than a delicious snack to everyone. Panic-stricken, the bluebird flaps its wings like crazy to save its own life. The angry bandit pursues hot on its heels, screaming for the bird to halt immediately. The bird flies directly toward the tree where Julia's group is resting to seek help. Seeing the mascot return, Julia happily welcomes it back, but her cheerful smile quickly vanishes as a massive bandit wielding a giant axe suddenly bursts from the bushes to ambush them. Spotting three wealthy-looking kids deep in the woods, the bandits are absolutely thrilled, thinking they just hit the jackpot with such easy, rich prey. The bandit leader grins smugly, demanding to know what some random kids are doing in their territory. He has absolutely no idea he just made a fatal, irreversible mistake by calling Julia a mere kid. Showing zero mercy, Julia swings her staff. Devastating purple lightning erupts, electrocuting the bandits so fast they can only shriek in pain before dropping to the dirt. She furiously declares that sleazy thieves are what she hates most. With a thoroughly enraged face, she snarls, "Who are you calling a kid? Prepare to be obliterated." Seeing her fly off the handle, Aurora just chuckles gently while patting her head to calm the little sister down. But Julia's rage is far from over, and she channels her mana into a massive explosion that obliterates their entire hideout. The bandit chief is left completely frozen solid amidst the smoking ruins, while his underlings lie scattered around, twitching violently from the leftover purple currents. Julia excitedly approaches a wooden chest she salvaged. Her eyes sparkle with deep curiosity, wondering what awesome treasures might be hidden inside. But high expectations yield pretty terrible results, as all she finds is a handful of pocket change resting in her palm. Aurora lifts the completely empty chest, sneering with pure sarcasm. What can pocket change like this even buy anyway? Feeling a bit disappointed, Julia still tries to look serious and loudly declares that quantity does not matter. To her, this is a righteous mission to wipe out bandits. But before logic can even speak, her stomach betrays her with a loud rumbling growl. Blushing red, Julia shyly asks if they can find something to eat since she is pretty hungry, seeing how incredibly adorable the little girl is. Aurora's heart instantly melts with pure excitement. Aurora quietly resolves to win Julia's favor right now. She confidently promises to find something delicious in a heartbeat and dashes off at lightning speed. While Aurora eagerly picks an armful of bright red fruits from the trees, Dayan matches her energy by standing proudly on top of a giant frozen fish. He proudly boasts about catching a massive pile of fish. Then Dayan begins showing off his elite skills. Channeling his mana, his eyes glow with cold intensity. With lightning-fast, icy sword strikes, he flawlessly slices the giant fish into perfect sashimi. Staring at the beautifully presented, fresh fish slices, Julia gasps in sheer amazement. Wow, this looks absolutely delicious. The forest barbecue turns into a pretty cozy feast. As Julia enjoys the grilled fish, she silently marvels at how Dayan's cooking skills could be this high. Even Aurora has to admit the meal is actually fantastic. After eating her fill, Julia flops onto the grass in pure satisfaction, thanking Dayan and telling him he cooks just like her older brother. As darkness falls, Aurora eagerly offers Julia some fruit for dessert. Seeing Julia reach for the fruit, Dayan immediately warns her that she probably shouldn't eat that. This instantly triggers Aurora, who snaps back, asking if he is accusing her of poisoning her own friend. To prove her innocence, Aurora aggressively takes a massive bite, and you just know this is going to end badly. Almost instantly, her entire body begins to shake and go completely numb. Dayan calmly explains that while there are plenty of normal fruits around, Aurora was unlucky enough to pick a paralyzing melon. The group pushes deeper into the ancient forest, where giant beast skeletons are scattered like a warning of lurking danger. Julia gently holds her guide bird and excitedly announces that they are almost there, so get ready to rumble. Although their journey is going well, Dayan looks pretty displeased with their modest progress, grumbling that the amount of loot they got is way less than he expected. Aurora also sighs in disappointment, since she was hoping to clash with high-level magical beasts for better treasure. In complete contrast, Julia is lost in her own happy world, daydreaming about massive barbecue feasts. To her, every single monster they hunt is extremely delicious, which is more than enough. Seeing her joyful face, Dayan and Aurora can only sigh and go along with it. Suddenly, Pian the bird panics as a massive rumble shakes the earth. Aurora narrows her eyes in warning. This noise sounds like a pretty powerful enemy approaching. From the darkness, a pack of giant hill bears with glowing red eyes emerges, completely surrounding the group. Zero warning. An aggressive bear roars and charges straight in for the kill. Julia, Aurora, and Dayan immediately take their stances, releasing their maximum mana to trigger a earth-shattering elemental explosion that swallows the beasts. As the smoke clears, dead bears are scattered everywhere. Dayan clicks his tongue in disappointment, finding them far too weak for their fierce looks. Aurora also admits she expected a real fight here. Suddenly, Julia bends down to examine a bear and notices something highly unusual, whispering that something is not right. Hill bears are solitary hunters, so why are they moving together in a pack like this? Looking closer, Aurora is shocked to realize that every single one of these bears is already covered in old wounds. Dayan turns pale as a terrifying realization hits him. Here is the scary part: he suddenly realizes that this pack of hill bears was actually running away from something far more dangerous. He quickly orders Julia and Aurora to follow him to find cover, but as they run, Dayan suddenly freezes in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock as he senses an incredibly massive wave of magical pressure closing in fast from behind. a massive deep blue tornado suddenly erupts. From the center of the storm, a giant creature looms over the cliff, its red eyes burning with sheer malice. This is the level 5 winged tiger, a terrifying ruler of this forest with massive eagle wings. Watching quietly from a high tree branch, Lucas narrows his eyes to assess the situation. He is about to step in, but stops when he sees the genius trio gearing up for a fierce counterattack. Without a second thought, Dayan leaps forward, swinging his sharp ice blade directly at the beast's claws. Right behind him, Julia backs him up by striking the beast with a massive bolt of lightning. Aurora smirks deviously, waving her golden fan to unleash a devastating hellfire attack, trapping their enemy in a massive pillar of raging flames. Even while burning in the sea of fire, the winged tiger roars furiously, spitting out blasts of blue energy to fight back with sheer desperation. Dayan narrows his eyes coldly, channeling all his remaining mana into the sharp ice shards in his hands. He confidently shouts, "Don't even think about escaping, you are done for." He launches his final strike, sending ice needles to pierce the beast and instantly freeze it into a giant crystal deep in the forest. Meanwhile, Julia channels everything she has into her lightning-charged staff. She excitedly yells out, "Take this head on!" A massive pillar of destructive purple lightning crashes down, completely finishing off the beast in a blinding explosion of pure light. Watching from high up, Lucas silently marvels at how incredibly well these three work together. He notices how seamlessly they transition between offense and defense, giving the level 5 beast absolutely zero chance to strike back. He admits to himself that even he would have a pretty hard time fighting this genius trio. But the moment the winged tiger collapses, Julia's already excitedly inviting everyone to butcher it so they can enjoy a massive feast. Hours later, sitting around the warm campfire deep in the forest, Aurora sincerely thanks Julia for saving the group from a pretty disastrous situation. She admits that without Julia's sharp instincts in spotting the strange behavior of the hill bears, they never would have taken down that high-level beast so easily. Julia just smiles warmly, chewing on her grilled meat. She humbly credits her older brother Lucas. His detailed teachings are the only reason she has such sharp eyes. Seeing her constant praise, Aurora curiously asks if Julia really loves him that much. Julia beams with pride. He is super strong, incredibly kind, and the entire reason she has power today. Gently cradling her red crystal rabbit, she reveals that Lucas actually had to clash with a legendary master in a brutal fight just to win this special gift for her. Looking at that treasure, Aurora shudderingly remembers their final duel. That rabbit glowed, and Julia suddenly transformed into a powerful, grown-up version of herself to utterly crush her. Aurora silently wonders if this magical artifact can actually upgrade a person's physical body and power. She lets out a heavy, envious sigh, wishing her own family was even half as sweet. Julia innocently asks if Aurora is an only child, but the cold reply completely shocks her. Aurora casually explains that in high nobility, massive families are totally normal. She actually has 10 brothers and 10 sisters. But suddenly Aurora's eyes go dead and emotionless. Siblings? No, in her world they are just rivals to be defeated. She then begins sharing the brutal reality of her past. She was born to a powerful count in the Southern Empire. Her father inherited the title, lands, and devastating fire magic from the family. Exploiting that status, he married over 10 wives, producing dozens of children. In a world where magic rules supreme, Aurora's mother was a mere martial artist chosen only for her beauty. She was a complete outcast among the snobbish noble ladies of the Phoenix family. Training gear is violently smashed to pieces. The Count's petty concubines laugh and throw brutal insults, telling her to keep practicing her low-class martial arts and rot at the very bottom of society where she belongs. How could a child born to a mere martial artist ever possess magic talent? Since her mother was just a penniless commoner without a title, both she and Aurora were constantly looked down on by the other wives. All her mother could do was hold her close, shielding her from their cruel, mocking words. Late at night, in their dark room in the mansion, her mother gently stroked Aurora's head and whispered comforting words, "Do not cry. Just endure it a little longer, and one day I will completely change your life." But looking into her mother's determined eyes, Aurora only saw those words as empty comfort. After all, she knew deep down that a lowly commoner could never stand up against the highly powerful nobility, and soon enough the holy blessing ceremony officially began at the Grand Temple. Everyone believed that the grander your offering, the stronger the blessing you would receive. This was the one day that would completely decide the fate of a noble child. One by one, they stepped forward to receive their destiny. One boy cheered as he unlocked Tier 4 water magic. Right after him, a girl received Tier 3 wind magic, earning sighs of pure admiration from the entire crowd. One after another, Aurora's siblings stepped up to offer incredibly lavish gifts prepared by their mother's wealthy families, receiving prestigious blessings in return. Only Aurora had absolutely nothing to offer. To make matters worse, her mother had been mysteriously missing for 3 straight days. Shaking in absolute despair, Aurora knew the gods would reject her, leaving her to spend her life as the laughingstock of the entire Phoenix family. Right then, the priest called out the next name, "Aurora Phoenix. Present your offering." Trembling, Aurora stumbled forward under the cold, mocking glares of the crowd. But just as she steps up to the altar, wait for it, the massive temple doors are violently slammed open. Through a blinding flash of light, a blood-soaked silhouette appears, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. It was Aurora's mother. Her body was gravely wounded, her clothes torn to shreds, yet in her hands she carefully cradled a glowing, blazing relic. Terrified by her mother's horrific state, Aurora screamed out in panic. With every heavy, agonizing step, her mother left a trail of fresh blood on the red carpet. The prize she brought back was the heart of a legendary Calamity-class fire dragon. Her mother, a simple martial artist and a nameless adventurer, had single-handedly challenged a godlike dragon, all to secure a future for her only daughter. Even with her breath fading from her horrific battle wounds, she smiled gently and urged her to take it. She placed the burning artifact into Aurora's hands as the young girl wept uncontrollably. The second Aurora laid the offering on the altar, a colossal pillar of earth-shattering fire erupted, blasting straight through the temple dome. The sheer pressure of this massive magical explosion made everyone inside gasp in complete and utter terror. Good heavens, this magical power is absolutely insane. Aurora's father, Count Phoenix, stared in absolute shock, unable to believe his eyes as he recognized the legendary Tier 7 Fire Blessing. He roared with excitement because their clan had finally produced a Tier 7 genius, and in that very moment Aurora's entire world flipped completely upside down. Her cold, distant father suddenly showered her with attention, proudly declaring that Aurora was his ultimate pride and joy. Without a single second thought, he immediately handed over their most sacred family heirloom, the promise of Rosro. Wealth, status, and honor, things Aurora never even dared to dream of, were suddenly all hers. But all that glamorous glory meant absolutely nothing. Falling to her knees, Aurora clung to her dying mother's body and wept bitterly. "Look, mother, I reached Tier 7, please wake up and see." The poor girl realized she didn't care about family heirlooms or powerful magic, she only desperately begged her mother to open her eyes just one more time. Smiling weakly, her mother reached up with a blood-stained hand to caress her daughter's face, whispering, "Silly child, didn't I promise you? One day I would completely change your life." She gasped out that this was her final gift as a mother, telling Aurora that she must live on strong from now on. Aurora screamed in absolute despair as she realized her mother had slipped away forever. She finally understood that her mother's past plea to just endure a little longer carried a massive, heavy burden borne entirely alone. Yet even in her final moments, her mother's face remained beautifully peaceful, filled with boundless love. In Aurora's heart, her mother would always be the strongest and most beautiful woman in the entire world. Ever since that fateful day, she set out to find other women who reminded her of her mother, women of brilliant beauty and incredible strength. Hearing this deeply moving story about Aurora's late mother, Julia couldn't help but burst into heavy tears. "Your mother was truly amazing, Aurora." Aurora quietly stared at the crimson stone in her hand, her eyes carrying a soft sadness, but she coldly replied, "Stop crying." Instantly, her gaze turned sharp and determined. She firmly believed that those who deserved real respect weren't the ones blinded by fake things like wealth and power, but rather women like her mother, who possessed both immense strength and genuine beauty. Sitting nearby, Dayan suddenly spoke up with a highly condescending sneer. "Humph, do you really believe that kind of strength is worth admiring? If you ask me, you are just turning her into some kind of saint." Aurora glared at him in utter annoyance. "Oh, eavesdropping, what a disgusting habit." She continued to mock him. "Are noble ears allergic to touching stories, pal?" Dane stood up, coldly declaring that throwing everything away for another person is nothing but pure stupidity. Aurora gritted her teeth in rage, demanding to know what he just said. Calmly, Dane revealed he once met a flawless person too. A glowing magical snowflake bloomed in Dayan's hand as he began to drift back into his own dark memories. Dayan's family, the Aslan clan, had faithfully served the royal court for generations. By ancient tradition, they always chose the most gifted heir to inherit the Empire's supreme ice magic. The previous magic inheritor was the youngest and most formidable royal guard captain in history and also Dayan's direct master. She was actually his distant older cousin, Sina Aslan. Normally, naming an heir took several decades, but his master chose Dayan far earlier than expected, long before the boy was ever ready to understand why. Full of innocent respect, young Dayan knelt down before her, expressing his deep gratitude. "Being personally trained by Lady Sina is the absolute greatest honor I could ever receive." But his excitement was only met with a cold click of Sina's tongue. Sensing the sudden suffocating tension, Dayan nervously asked if he had said something wrong to upset her. Descending the grand stairs, Sina exuded a terrifying pressure and barked a cold order. "You will call me master, and starting today you are strictly forbidden from using magic." Sina reached out, touching Dayan's small face. With cold eyes, she announced that he must first build a tough body through martial arts. Since he was just an innocent child back then, Dayan never doubted her words and did exactly as his master commanded. Day after day, he had to summon all his strength to drag colossal boulders through freezing snow or sit motionless under bone-chilling frozen waterfalls. Dayan was constantly pushed into savage martial arts drills, repeatedly testing both his willpower and physical stamina to the absolute extreme. Heavy blows from massive wooden logs repeatedly battered him, easily launching Dayan's small frame through the air and leaving his body covered in severe wounds. Staring down at her barely breathing disciple, Sina casually munched on an apple, spitting out a biting insult. "You really are a useless brat." For Dayan, this was absolute torture, and honestly, who could blame him for wanting to give up? Yet, he still believed his master put him through this hell only to turn him into a legendary mage. Even with his face wrapped in thick bandages, Dayan still wore a bright, proud smile. Looking up at his master with eyes full of pure admiration, he cheered, "Master, you are the absolute best." To his shock, Dayan realized that brutal martial training had actually made his ice magic foundation sturdier than ever before. Sina casually chewed on a piece of meat, completely ignoring Dayan as he innocently asked about the deeper meaning of her lessons. She smirked, asking back, "Oh, did I say that? Have you seriously not figured it out yet?" With a freezing gaze, she delivered the cruel truth. Obviously, that was just a lie. Xena mockingly tells him that seeing a weak noble brat like him was just painful to watch, so she simply made up some complete nonsense to pass the time. Stunned, Dayan can't believe his ears. He chokes out a question: how could all that suffering be for absolutely nothing? Talk about a brutal plot twist we never saw coming. Furious, Dayan screams at her, calling her a wretched woman, as he unleashes a blast of freezing spiritual energy that shatters everything nearby. Standing amid the wreckage, Xena calmly comments that he finally knows how to get angry. It seems his training is finally starting to pay off. She explains that while physical martial arts won't boost his magic core, it will make him tougher. Xena then orders him to start magic training tomorrow, demanding that Dayan master it in just 1 month. From that day on, Dayan is forced to completely abandon his noble title and pampered lifestyle to plunge headfirst into even more brutal trials. Using his fury from being deceived and all his hard work as fuel, Dayan unleashes a surge of raw power. He charges into battle against magical beasts, freezing every single enemy solid inside a massive block of ice. Staring at his work, Dayan mutters that he actually did it. But Xena keeps her cold expression, announcing it is time for his final test. Soon, in a blinding blizzard, Dayan collapses onto the freezing ice, his body covered in bleeding wounds. Barely conscious, he mutters to himself, wondering if he is even going to survive this absolutely terrifying battle. At the mountain peak, Xena towers like an ice goddess, coldly commanding him to get up and attack her unless he wants a beating. She loudly declares a brutal law of their family: to inherit the throne, the successor must execute the predecessor. And if Dayan cannot kill her, she will end his life herself. Looking into her cold, murderous eyes, Dayan instinctively realizes his master is completely serious and has absolutely no intention of holding back. Facing the terror of death and crushing pressure, Dayan grits his teeth, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength into one glowing fist. In that life-or-death split second, his magic completely breaks past its limits. Dayan's eyes glow with a deep, powerful blue spiritual energy. Suddenly, a razor-sharp ice spear drives straight through Xena's chest amidst the white snow. Dayan watches in absolute shock as his master slowly fades away. He cannot believe he just ended the life of his beloved teacher. Memories of their brutal training suddenly flash before his eyes. Even though his master chose him as her successor earlier than anyone, constantly deceiving him and dragging him through a living hell of harsh physical training, she was also the only one who secretly stood by him, protecting him through the blind blizzards. Her absolute ruthlessness is exactly what molded him into the strong warrior he is today. In pure agony and deepest regret, Dayan breaks down sobbing, hating that he became the one who took the life of the most important person in his world. But suddenly, a cold voice cuts him off. "Stop screaming already." Xena is actually still alive. She sits right up and smacks her disciple on the head for making such a deafening racket. Stunned by this impossible sight, Dayan stares wide-eyed. "Wait, Master? You are not dead?" Xena casually replies, "Of course. Did you really think someone like you could actually kill me?"
Completely.
Dayan realizes he has been tricked yet again, asking in utter frustration, "So everything about killing the predecessor was a lie? You only said that to force me into a life-or-death fight just to drag out my true potential, didn't you?" Xena tosses her cloak to him and coldly declares, "Quit whining, the family is yours now, I am leaving." She walks off calmly into the snowy wind, leaving Dayan sitting there in absolute frustration, wondering why. Why does she always treat him like this? Dayan grits his teeth in frustration as his master leaves yet again without a single word of explanation. He screams out toward her retreating figure, "Master, where are you going? Will we ever see each other again?" Xena pauses slightly, turns back with a mysterious, gentle smile, and tosses a ring to him as she responds, "Perhaps, just do not disappoint me, got it." Back in reality by the campfire, Dayan looks at the ring on his hand and deeply reflects. A truly powerful person would never sacrifice themselves for anyone. They are the ones who toy with everyone else in this world. In his heart, he quietly reminds himself that his master, his beloved cousin, is indeed the most perfect woman alive. Seeing Dayan get all emotional over his memories, Aurora whispers to Julia, "Who would have thought even the great genius Dayan turns out to be a total sister-obsessed dork?" Realizing he is being teased after opening up, Dayan glares with glowing, blood-red eyes, threatening to turn them both into ice statues if they do not shut up right now. Aurora casually ignores him and excitedly urges Julia to tell them about her brother. Dayan admits he is curious about Julia's brother, but coldly points out that in this world, martial artists face constant discrimination, and magic is honestly way more powerful than physical combat. Dane claims that with her natural talent, Julia will soon surpass her brother to become one of the Empire's top powerhouses. He even predicts that once that happens, Lucas's pride will be crushed, inevitably fueling jealousy toward his own sister. Hearing this, Julia suddenly understands that the real reason behind Jeremy's twisted personality was exactly that kind of bitter jealousy. Still, she smiles with absolute trust and declares that it is fine because her brother would never turn out like that. Julia proudly states that he has already found his own path. She remembers when the Rasta family sent over papers to break the engagement between Lucas and May, leaving everyone absolutely certain that Lucas would be completely devastated. Amidst the servants' endless gossiping, their father walked up, placed a hand on Lucas's shoulder, and gently suggested they take a stroll to clear his head. Julia secretly followed behind them as their carriage rolled quietly down a trail toward a small town. Hiding behind some wooden crates, Julia is still spotted by her father, who calls out for her to show herself. The little girl steps out sheepishly, laughing nervously at getting caught so easily. The three of them stroll together through the commoners' district. This is the very first time Julia gets to witness her noble father interacting directly with ordinary folks. She can clearly feel the deep respect and affection they hold for her father as he kindly checks on a child and helps the people around him. They stop in front of a grand square where a majestic statue stands tall under the open sky. Julia stares at it with wide, curious eyes. Her father quietly opens a bottle of wine, slowly pouring it onto the ground as a solemn tribute. He thoughtfully explains to his children that this is where he and Catherine once fought against the Beastman army, and it is also where their uncle Soren rests in peace. A horrifying scene flashes back in their father's memory. Amidst a devastating battlefield, Soren, who is Lucas's biological father, fights desperately alongside his comrades against the surrounding evil entities. Soren smiles faintly despite his dirt-streaked face, admitting that those demons are truly on a completely different level. Marin firmly replies that of course they are, so Soren had better keep him safe and in one piece. Back in their unit, Marin was the strongest mage, and he also happens to be the father of the girl telling this story. The two comrades share a trusting fist bump before stepping into the most brutal trial of their lives. This is the tale of a young man who was just an ordinary villager, yet bravely stood up to fight right alongside the adults. He fought tirelessly against the Beastman tribe until his own body eventually mutated, transforming him into a terrifying beast with dark horns and glowing white eyes radiating pure bloodlust. Marin instantly unleashes wind magic to bind the colossal monster, giving Soren the perfect chance to strike from above. With a sword glowing with brilliant golden aura, he delivers a decisive slash straight at the enemy's head. But the beast suddenly roars, firing a petrifying beam straight from its eyes. Caught completely off guard, Soren has no time to react as cracks rapidly spread across his body and armor, slowly turning him to solid stone midair. Marin recalls that even back when they first became partners, Soren was always an incredibly elite warrior, fighting like a literal monster. In the middle of the burning battlefield, a holy beam descends from above, crushing the demon. But Soren turns around in utter shock, realizing Morin had quietly stepped up to shield him from the blow. Soren screams in pure agony, watching his best friend make the ultimate sacrifice. He stands frozen as Marin's body cracks and slowly turns to solid stone under the weight of a cruel petrification curse. Memories of their bond flash by sharing drinks, fighting side by side, and taking quiet walks. Soren gnashes his teeth. Tears stream down in utter frustration. Why do this? You're a mage! Why would you shield a common foot soldier who only knows how to swing a sword? You're the rare genius here. Marin just offers a weak smile, calling Soren an idiot while reminding him that he's the captain. Marin believed that if Soren survived to lead, he'd save far more lives than he ever could. Gently placing a hand on his friend's chest, he softly tells Soren to go home, his wife is waiting. He tells Soren to win and protect their people to the very end. Back in the present, the old man pours a tribute drink, remembering how they survived that war, won, and were granted titles and land by the crown. We learn that back then, before being cast aside, he chose this remote borderland to be his personal territory. Resting a hand on Lucas's shoulder, his father gives him some gentle advice. Listen, Lucas, as martial artists, we might not stand a chance against mages in a succession war. In aristocratic society, we're bound to lose to them. But he insists there will always be people you're willing to risk your life to protect at all costs. Hold on to that resolve, and you'll find your true power. Little Julia used to hide behind her father's leg, quietly watching them talk. Back in the present by the campfire, she believes her brother's incredible strength comes from his deep desire to protect others. Aurora gazes thoughtfully at the red jewel in her hand, wondering if someone who lives to protect others would ever wield such terrifying power. Feeling like something about this story doesn't add up, Dayan leans back against a tree, lost in thought, determined to uncover the truth behind Lucas's real strength. Julia rubs her eyes with a warm smile, sure that no matter how strong she gets, her brother will never resent her. To her, he'll always be the ultimate hero. High up in the branches, Lucas quietly watches over them all. Suddenly, a pitch-black beast with glowing red eyes creeps out of the shadows. Watch this just as it lunges toward the camp. A blinding streak of light pierces right through its head. Dropping the target in an instant, Lucas remains calm on his branch. His hand glows with a brilliant golden spiritual energy. Mage or martial artist, as long as the enemy is dead, none of it matters. Letting out a tired yawn, Julia decides to head to bed, telling everyone she is turning in. The next day at Aron Magic Academy, Jeremy is training hard, his eyes shining with pure determination. He unleashes his wood magic, summoning sharp, thorny vines that burst from the ground with devastating power. Watching his massive progress, an instructor can't help but praise him. The thorny vines are way denser and far more lethal than before. Unleashing such a devastating attack without even using a magic staff leaves the surrounding students with their jaws dropped in complete shock. But Jeremy's moment of pride is instantly ruined by the petty whispers starting up behind his back. They're whispering that his rapid growth is simply because he shares the same genius bloodline as his incredible little sister Julia. The gossip makes Jeremy grit his teeth in pure anger. He tells himself that all his progress comes from sheer relentless hard work. Bloodlines have absolutely nothing to do with it. But while the magic department is thriving, the martial arts department has plummeted into absolute, unprecedented despair. The students are completely drained, slumping over their desks with zero motivation left to fight. Even Master Sigan is struggling, locking himself away in the archives, burying his head in ancient books to find the cause of this bizarre exhaustion. With things looking this bleak, rumors spread that the martial arts branch will be shut down for good. But Lucas quickly senses that something is seriously off here. Why on earth is everyone still so completely drained and exhausted long after the competition has wrapped up? Meanwhile, deep within the silent forest, their guide bird P-chan is casually fluttering through shimmering, mystical trails of light. At last, the trio arrives at the gates of an ancient temple. Julia squeals with excitement, cheering that they finally made it as she gently cradles the little blue bird in her hands. Right away, Pai-chan glows with a soft green light and transforms into an exquisitely crafted feather-shaped key. Julia quickly inserts it into the slot on the stone seal. With a shout to open, a massive magic vortex erupts, forming a brilliant portal right in midair. Julia eagerly urges her companions to hurry up and step inside. Watching from his high branch, Lucas quietly notes that his escort job is officially finished. The trio should be just fine getting their blessing. Yet, a deep, unsettling feeling of dread keeps gnawing at his chest as he stares at the mysterious gateway. Unable to shake off his anxiety, Lucas decides to slip through the portal to watch over his sister. Inside, a breathtaking wonderland opens up, filled with blooming flowers and ancient structures glowing in the sunlight. Julia is completely stunned by the sheer scale of it all, promising to show absolute respect when they meet the goddess. But Aurora suddenly drops a reality check. Not everyone gets to meet her face to face. Julia looks totally lost, asking who will give her the blessing if the goddess doesn't show up. Dayton calmly explains that the spirits serving the goddess are the ones who perform the ritual. While her friends looks around, Julia is already running all over the place, even flipping big rocks over to find any trace of these spirits. Her shouts of, "Spirit, are you here?" echo through the garden, leaving Aurora and Dayan utterly speechless from sheer second-hand embarrassment. All that noise actually pays off when a tiny spirit with white wings suddenly materializes, scowling and demanding that Julia quiet down immediately. The great spirit of the goddess of wisdom has finally shown herself, appearing as a cute but grumpy little fairy. Aurora gasps in surprise that Julia actually dragged the spirit out. Watching silently from the shadows using his stealth skill, Lucas breaks out in a cold sweat. He tells himself to never underestimate his sister's pure stubbornness. He is still traumatized by that time he forgot her favorite sweets, and she literally stalked him the entire day without leaving his side. The little spirit flutters ahead to guide them, muttering about how unusual it is to have all three candidates show up together this year. She bluntly commands them to keep up as she leads them toward the temple. Seeing only one guide, Aurora questions where the other two spirits are, since the rumors said there were three, looking annoyed. The little spirit threatens to go take a nap and let them find their own way, but quickly backtracks, claiming she can survive a few hundred more years. Soon the group stops before a grand, majestic hall where the blessing ceremony is set to happen. The tiny fairy reminds them that the goddess is incredibly busy, so there is no telling if she will actually show up. Out of nowhere, the ancient runes on the massive doors start glowing, forcing the tiny fairy to gasp. The goddess has spoken. She can't hide her utter shock that the deity is appearing in person, telling the trio they must be incredibly lucky. From high above, Lucas hides behind a cliff, watching the great doors slowly part amidst a thick white mist. The fairy quickly whispers to the group to mind their manners when the goddess arrives. But Lucas suddenly narrows his eyes. Oh, this is bad. He immediately senses that the energy pouring through the doors is pure, unadulterated evil. Inside the temple, instead of a holy deity, two massive, threatening figures step right into the center of the hall. It is the Demon King of Wrath, Vanaba, with giant bat wings, and the Demon King of Envy, Valida, with her mystical green hair. Valida curls her lips into a wicked smile, staring down at the stunned trio before coldly declaring, "We've been waiting for you kids for a very long time." The inside of the temple is nothing but ruins now, with the goddess statue shattered right beneath the feet of two pure evil entities. While Julia stands there in absolute shock, Lucas suddenly appears, stepping right in front of his little sister to shield her. "Brother, why are you here?" she gasps. Lucas glares at the enemy with freezing eyes, knowing this fits his worst predictions, and coldly demands to know who they actually are. Julia and Aurora still cannot believe Lucas just showed up. Meanwhile, Demon Queen Valida gives a chilling, wicked smile. She is the literal embodiment of envy, transcending both life and death. Standing right beside her is Van Saba, whose burning wrath can melt flesh and bone. Watching this, the little soul trembles in absolute terror, stammering out, "Could you actually be demons?" Before she can even finish, a bolt of crimson demonic energy blasts the little spirit, making her scream in agony. Julia quickly catches her, frantically asking if she is alright. Van Saba scoffs in contempt, barking that useless puppets like them have no right to speak their names. Feeling the dark energy surge, Lucas freezes in shock as the truth hits him. "This power, you are the ones who controlled the Minotaur," he realizes. Memories of the shadowy mastermind manipulating him flash back, confirming these two demon lords are pulling all the strings. Wait, look at his face. A terrifying realization hits him. Realizing the danger, Lucas screams a warning to Dayan and Aurora to run immediately, because the enemy is trying to control them next. But it is already too late. Dayan's eyes go completely blank as crimson threads of dark energy wrap tightly around them both. He and Aurora shriek in agony as the evil aura pierces their minds. A glowing red entity looms in his vision, mocking him relentlessly. "Dayan, I remember now. You lost to a younger girl. How do you even have the face to look at your master after that?" Aurora falls straight into the same mental trap of envy. A hypnotic voice whispers in her ear, "Admit it. You are jealous. I took the glory and beauty you worship, so why is it still not enough?" Both completely lose their minds, their eyes glowing with pure malice. Instead of attacking the enemy, they wildly turn on each other. Watching his allies tear themselves apart, Lucas grits his teeth in frustration. This bad, they are completely brainwashed. Glancing at the panicked Julia behind him, Lucas channels a brilliant golden energy into his fist and declares they will just have to clean up this mess themselves. Fire and ice clash violently in the hall as Dayan and Aurora unleash devastating spells against one another. Watching this chaos from a distance, Demon Queen Valida licks her lips in absolute delight. "Look at these allies trying to slaughter each other," she sneers. "It has been a really long time since I witnessed something this entertaining." Van Saba mutters in a strange tongue, reminding her not to forget their actual target, to which she replies with a wicked nod. Suddenly, another massive blast rocks the temple as Dayan abruptly shifts his focus. What did they just say? Lucas wonders. But before he can think, Dayan swings his ice blade with lethal force, forcing Lucas to scream at Julia to get back right now. Aurora matches him, unleashing deadly fire serpents that force Lucas to leap in and shield his sister. Realizing they are in a terrible spot, Lucas barks an order for Julia to handle the two of them. Julia nods and immediately summons crackling purple lightning to pin down both Dayan and Aurora. Backing away, Lucas warns her to stay alert because their attacks are coming from completely blind spots. Lucas watches in horror as Demon Queen Valida casually strolls toward the sacred throne. She steps over the debris while Van Saba pools every ounce of his burning dark energy into a massive glowing fist. With one devastating punch, he shatters the goddess's final seal, causing the entire temple to shake as thick clouds of dust erupt into the air. The shattered throne pieces fly everywhere, revealing a small hand with a strange magical mark buried beneath the rubble. Van Saba roughly grabs the young blonde girl by her arm and lifts her high. Valida stares down at the sleeping girl and commands her to wake up right now. And you will not believe what happens next. Her eyes snap open, releasing an insane level of pressure that leaves Lucas completely paralyzed, gasping out, "What on earth is this?" The raw energy is completely off the charts, surging out of the temple and tearing through the dimensions at a terrifying speed. Over at the Allen Magic Academy, inside the martial arts classroom, a strange snail treasure secretly planted by Gray suddenly resonates with a blinding blue light and explodes, releasing a thick, toxic gas. Lucas realizes with horror that the shockwave from this girl has reached all the way to his academy. He grits his teeth, demanding to know what they have done. Meanwhile, Gray is smugly leading a tour group, constantly mocking the martial arts department as absolute garbage. Back at the temple, Lucas watches in horror as a sickly green energy begins to envelop everyone back home. He cannot believe that even Kai and his friends are fully brainwashed without anyone noticing. Every single martial arts student now stands there with blank glowing blue eyes, completely empty inside. They keep mindlessly muttering that they are just trash, and trash only belongs in the garbage. To his absolute horror, Lucas realizes the magic department is falling victim to this curse as well. Groans of agony fill the rooms as students collapse all over the floor, whispering in a daze that they are nothing more than breathing decorations. Lucas watches in horror as their mana is drained at a terrifying speed. If this keeps up, the entire academy will be completely wiped out. Feeling the incredibly sinister energy radiating from the academy classrooms, Lucas's clone rushes forward with absolute determination to destroy the source. Meanwhile, back at the physical temple, the real Lucas gasps as he witnesses yet another unbelievable sight. Demon Queen Velita smirks wickedly, declaring that their scene is complete and it is time to leave. Suddenly, a massive crimson magic circle ignites under their feet, releasing an intense, suffocating pressure. Vansaba stands tall, spreading a pair of massive bat wings as he coldly bids farewell. Together with Velita and the girl, they vanish into a blinding fiery light while Lucas screams for them to wait. Lucas roars in pure helplessness as they disappear with the girl. Blown back by the violent shockwave, he crashes onto the ground and grits his teeth in absolute rage, snarling a cursed damn it. Meanwhile, Dayan keeps relentlessly pressing with brutal ice attacks, making their situation even more critical. Lucas runs at full speed, desperately dodging inside the hall, when suddenly a brilliant golden aura erupts and wraps around him. The clone he left back at the academy has been forcefully recalled to his main body. Falling to his knees, Lucas realizes that the chaos over there must have forced his duplicate to dissolve. With no other choice, he has to trust the teachers to handle the situation back home. He grits his teeth, absolutely devastated that he let the enemies slip right through his fingers. Right in front of him, Dayan steps forward, eyes burning with bloodlust as dark veins crawl across his face. Lucas quickly realizes that the rage is fueling Dayan's power, making him stronger, just like his own past self. Looking up, he sees Aurora is caught in the exact same state of madness. Julia screams out in absolute desperation, begging Aurora to wake up and fight the Dark Control. But Aurora is too far gone, unleashing a massive pair of fiery wings and diving down like a burning meteor. Lucas screams in pure panic, telling Julia to get out of there immediately. A rain of brutal fireballs pours down, forcing Julia to cast a desperate purple barrier to defend herself. The flames reflect in her eyes just before a massive explosion of pure fire magic erupts. Aurora descends with her massive wings of fire, unleashing a devastating strike that swallows Julia's entire position. Lucas desperately charges forward. He screams his sister's name in absolute horror as he watches Julia get completely swallowed by the raging flames. Just then, Dayan lunges with his freezing ice blade, but Lucas manages to catch it barehanded. He grits his teeth in annoyance, muttering that they never give him a break. As Dayan pushes harder, Lucas channels his golden energy into his fist, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the ancient temple. Dayan's legendary ice sword starts to crack. Under the massive force of Lucas's punch, it's shattering. Above them, Aurora rains down fiery feathers, creating a deadly storm of sparks everywhere. Even under control, Dayan and Aurora coordinate in flawless sync. It's beautiful. An eerie voice sneers in delight even under our influence. You two still move as one. Impressive teamwork, the voice mocks. Then Dayan rushes forward with blood-red eyes. He unleashes his ultimate spell, Frost Dragon, summoning a giant beast of pure ice. Simultaneously, Aurora activates her legendary F-Wing, spreading giant fiery wings that completely blanket the sky. Lucas stands dead center, facing two massive elemental forces raging straight towards him. Lucas leaps high into the air. With a sharp spin kick, he shatters the ice dragon completely. He is secretly shocked by his opponent's magical talent. Wielding two spells at once like that is just insane. Taking on both of them alone is a bit much, even for him. Down below, Dayan is already gathering mana to lock him down, but then a sudden voice echoes. Thunderscap. Purple lightning strikes down, shattering the frost to bail him out. Julia appears, her face covered in battle scars. She sighs in relief. Whew, just in time. Julia stands proudly beside her brother, clutching her staff. She boldly declares that when it comes to teamwork, they won't lose to anyone. And with that, our story wraps up. If you enjoyed this ride, hit that like button to support Go. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.